One of my favorite games released in the last couple of years is Manor Lords, a title that blends medieval city building with real-time strategy. And even though it's still in early access, it's already become one of my favorite city builders of all time. And because it's still in active development, I like to revisit it every so often, building a city from start to finish to see what's new. With the most recent update, we've got a couple new maps and a bunch of fresh features that take the game to a whole new level. So in this supercut, join me as I set out to dominate the High Peaks map, taking control of the entire region and then building my largest and most ambitious city yet. And we've got a lot of building and battling ahead of us, so let's dive right in. And here we are back in Manor Lords. We're going to jump into a new game straight away, and I'm going to point out new things as I see them, or things that are new to me anyway. I see that we've got 3 new characters here, and I really like this guy with the bowl cut, so I think we're going to go with him. Hans, that's wonderful. We've also got some new options for our coat of arms, so I'm going to try to come up with something fairly creative, and we'll go with that, a serpent and some chains. I like that. Next, we have our game setup screen, and I think the main difference here is that we now have different maps that we can select. So the default map that was available from the start of the game is now called Germanic Valley. We also have High Peaks and Winding River. We'll begin on High Peaks. We're also going to be playing a Restoring the Peace game, which means that we have Hildebold and we'll have random raider attacks. This is the default play setting, and we'll be playing at the default level. And we begin with our humble settlers camp. And it's really tempting to just start building right away, but I like to pause things and take inventory of what's around us. Now, I can see that we've got a little bit of stone right here, not all that much. We've got a wild berry deposit, a little bit there as well, a little bit of clay, and then 2 things that are much more interesting. This iron deposit, which is a rich deposit and has a ton of iron. Iron's really valuable. Helps you make weapons, you can sell it, and make a ton of money. So I think that the iron deposit is going to be the foundation of our economy. But the reason it's really interesting is because if you unlock the deep mining policy, it becomes an unlimited source of iron, so it can really feed your economy forever. So we're going to need to focus on this. The other thing that we have as a rich deposit is wild animals. Far less interesting. It'll give us some food early in the game, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to either need to trade for our food or farm a whole bunch. Now, speaking of farming, I like to take a look at our fertilities by going into the construction menu. We can see those. First things first, we've got underground water, very important to level up your buildings, and we don't have a lot of it. Second, we have emmer fertility, that is our wheat fertility. Not a lot of that. A little bit right here, a little bit right here, and a little bit down here in this valley area. For flax fertility, basically none. For barley, basically none. And for rye, honestly, not that bad. The problem with rye is you have to unlock the ability to plant it, so that might be something that we plan for in the future. Now, looking at the land that we have, again, we've got this plateau that we're on. You can see that there are really 3 places where we could be attacked. One is right here, one is right here, and the other is right here. So I kind of like this. I'm thinking that we'll build our city up here because of that, because if we're in the valley, we're kind of sitting ducks. But if we're up here, we can have some archers defending right here. We could have some of our melee units right here and potentially fend off any attacks before they get up to our city. So hopefully we'll never burn down. Then the final thing I like to do is zoom out and take an inventory of the regions and where we sit relative to everything else. Right here, you can see we've got Hildebold right on the side. We've got our region right here, and then 2 more regions to our east. I also see a bandit camp over here, and I'm going to want to go after that as quickly as I can. It's going to be a source of money and king's favor. And if we want to claim these 2 areas, we have to have king's favor. Now, in terms of the plan for our city in general, we have our King's Road right here, which we cannot modify at all. Now, one thing that's really funny about this, look at this. It goes straight up the hill. That is not exactly respecting the topography, but it just means that people in our city are going to have some beefy calves. But I like to build around the King's Road. It seems like a natural place to begin. So I think that our city is going to be focused on this area right here. I could see placing a church right here and then kind of emanating out, having a lot of our workplaces in this area. And I think that for the most part, everything will exist on the top of this plateau, with the exception of some farming in the future and our logging, which we don't really have many trees up here, and those that we do have, I don't want to cut them down. So our logging operation will probably be right about here. So with our plan in place, the first few things I want to focus on are going to be housing, food, and getting lumber. So I'm going to build all of those needs right away. First and foremost, we are going to build our logging camp. And like I mentioned, I want this to be right at the bottom of the hill. So I'll place this right about here. This will be fairly close to where our city is, and then we can log this whole area right here. I am going to specify the area that we're logging though, because I don't want them to wander up the hill and start knocking down trees over here. We're going to use that as both decoration and as a reason for adding roads in certain locations. Next, I want to add some of our food production, and I'm going to add a hunting camp right by this source of wild animals. And then we'll need to build a road to this. So I'm going to follow the contour lines. And then before I close this out, I'm going to hold down Control because I can adjust the road curvature, and I just want this to be nice and smooth. And that's pretty darn good. And then finally, we're going to need a little bit of storage. So I'm going to build that near this King's Road as well. We're going to have our trading post over here, so it makes sense to have some of our storage next to this as well. So I'm going to right away place a granary and a storehouse. Now the granary is going to help us store all of our food. The storehouse will help us store everything else. And the interesting thing is, in this version of the game, these have even more importance than they had in the past. Now they're the only way that you can stock a marketplace. So we have to make sure that these are staffed and that we have them. Otherwise, getting resources around the map is going to be really, really challenging. Now, I'm going to build a road over to our settlement camp, and then we'll get things going. But I want to provide a bit of priority, and the highest priority is going to be to our hunting camp and to our logging operation. And now we'll resume and get these things building. And our first building is finally constructed. It took a little while, but that's kind of to be expected this early on in the game. Now we've also got a message here, and of course it's from Hildebold. He's heard of our renown. He only seeks to defend his rights and honor against those who would wrong him. Of course, we would never do that, and he would never do that to us. We'll write him back, and there's only one thing that we can say, and that is threaten him. So we're going to obviously do that. And now I want to assign a family to this logging camp. And the concept of families is really important in Manor Lords. So up here, you can see the number of families that you have that are unassigned. And you can also see the number of families that you have assigned to things. So families are assigned to jobs. So these little slots right here represent a family. And when I add a family to this slot, you'll see that there are multiple people that end up working here. And we always want to make sure that there's one unassigned family so that construction can still occur, because unassigned families are the people who are building things. So now we've got a family getting some lumber, and I want to make sure that we're not logging everything. So I'm going to go underneath advanced and set our work area, because right now they'll go wherever they want to go. If I hold down Control, I can change the size of this, and I will set it to basically this entire area right here. The other thing I want to do, I'm going to go a little construction happy, is I'm going to build a hitching post right here. I'm doing this because I think having another ox will speed up our construction. So I'm going to actually make this, again, our highest priority. And then as soon as this is built, we are going to buy another ox, which will take a little while. In the meantime, I just want to see, we're starting to construct these buildings over here, which is fantastic. And as far as this hunting camp goes, it's already been constructed. So we'll assign another family right here. We can see that we have a deficit of 5 homes. So we need to build at least 5. And if we want to have more people move into our community, probably more than that. So I'm going to build in this area. And the idea is going to be that there's a church right here, and then our community kind of emanates out from there. I think for our first homes, we'll place them right across from the church. And I just love the way that you build homes in this game. You select 4 points, and it'll fill those areas in, and you can completely customize it from here. So with our current configuration right here, we get 4 homes, and behind those homes, we could have some sort of workers' use. So if we wanted to have a pig farm or an orchard or grow vegetables or chickens, we could do that back here. If we hit the minus, we can make these lots larger. And if we go even bigger, we can have some accessory dwelling units on our lots, which means that these lots will be twice the size, but have 2 homes each. So these will consume 1 resource because it's 1 parcel, but we can have 2 families living there. Now this is going to be just 2 families to begin with. We'll have to upgrade it to get to the 4 families. So I'm going to build some more homes. But I want to leave lots of pedestrian connections through here. So I'm going to draw that road. And I think I might even wrap this road back here a little bit. And again, follow that tree line. And actually, let's redo that. To do that, I'll just hold down Alt and click the road. And then I can remove it. And now I'll add some homes right behind these ones facing in the opposite direction. And I love this one. You can see that we have the potential of having 6 families here and a whole bunch of spaces for accessory uses. And then the other thing I want to think about right away is this berry patch right here. The berries will disappear when winter hits, so we really only have a short window where we can actually collect these. Considering it's a good source of food and a bit of variety, we should go after them right away. So we'll place a forager's hut right here. Now I'm going to increase the priority of this so that this gets built right away, and then we'll assign a family to this immediately. Now that this is constructed, I'm going to assign a family to it immediately, and then we have to let our homes build out. And that's because we only have 5 families right now, and the only way that we're going to get more is to have a high level of happiness and some homes available for people to move into. And we finally have homes for everyone, and we've leveled up to level 1, which means that we get a development point, which is really exciting. Now, early on, I don't like to spend these. The policies that I like the most are deep mining, as well as policies like trade logistics and better deals. These are policies that are going to help our economy in the long run, and in my opinion, they're the most valuable policies in the entire game. So I'm going to hold off on approaching anything in that menu for a while. We'll just hold on to our development points. We also have a message here, and it looks like we have to start to think about being attacked. So we have to form our militia so that we can defend ourselves. This will also give us the opportunity to go and attack some of those bandit camps. Now for that, we just have to go underneath army and create a militia. We have some spears available, so we could probably create a spear militia. Now this is not going to be good enough to attack the bandit camps. The bandit camps have a max of 18, and this is going to be a strength of 10 for us. So we're going to want to not attack them just yet. However, there is a lot that we can do. Now that everyone is homed, we could start to think about expanding our community in terms of its population. And that's exactly what I want to do. I'm going to level up our burgage plots by adding additional living space. This will make it possible for more families to move into the community, and I want to think about that up front. So I'm going to do that for 2 of these. I don't want to overdo it just yet. It's not going to allow people to move in anyway because our happiness is below 50%. The other thing we've got to think about is fuel. Right now, we've got plenty of food to exist for the next year or so, but we've only got fuel for 5 months, and that'll end us in November or so. Not exactly the time you want to run out of firewood. So I'm going to build a woodcutter's lodge, and I think I want to keep that up here. Considering we've got our storehouse over here, there's not a big problem in having some of those uses up here. So I think I'll place that right about here. I'm going to move this hitching post by relocating this, and I'll bring this closer to the center of our community. The other thing that we have to think about is leveling up these buildings and making people happy. To level up the buildings, we've got to have all of these needs met. And one that you can see that we're not meeting at all is water access. This is an important one, and I think that we should take care of it right away. For that, we'll build a well, and the well will provide drinking water to 15 burgage plots. This is actually, I believe, reduced from what it used to be, but it's still a pretty good number. Now, we are going to have to place this kind of out in the middle of nowhere, which is a little bit of a bummer, but it's going to be completely fine. One of the interesting things about this is it now has an upgrade. So if we want to take that from 15 burgage plots up to 30, we just have to upgrade it. And then the other thing I want to think about is building a saw pit. A whole bunch of buildings in the game now require planks. Now, there were some that required it before, but it's basically everything now. So if we don't have a saw pit, we're going to be in a really rough spot in short order. And I will speed along all of these buildings because I care about this more than I care about the upgrades to our burgage plots. Oh, and our little industrial park is looking fantastic out here. So now that we have that, I'm going to assign one family to the Woodcutter's Lodge. This is going to be highly temporary. We are going to likely remove them at some point once we have enough of a stockpile built up. Then we'll switch gears and start to work on our saw pit, but that's coming down the line. You'll notice right away, though, our happiness is starting to improve. The only reason we're below 50% at this point is that people remember being homeless and they're not happy about it. That'll improve with time. So now I want to take a look at some of these. You can see that we are currently upgrading this burgage plot, but we have these 3 over here where we could add a backyard extension. Now at this point, one of the things that we're waiting on is going to be our planks. So I'm going to upgrade maybe one of these to have a vegetable garden. And then I've got to wait for planks if I want to have a chicken coop or raise pigs or goats or something of that nature. And considering you can only place one upgrade at a time, I think I will upgrade these to have extra living space. And now that all of these have constructed, we've effectively doubled the number of people that can live in our community. But no one's going to move in until our approval is a little bit higher, and that's going to take a couple of months. So I just want to see, our berries over here have dried up. So I'm going to remove our forager from right over here, and I'm going to assign someone to collect everything and move it over here. And then we're also going to build a marketplace, which I hope will make people here happier. Now I'm going to make this marketplace fairly small, and that is a bit of a reaction to the change in this version of the game. You don't need nearly as many market stalls because the only places that are actually going to set up shop are going to be our granary and our storehouse. All of the accessory uses, all these homes, they can't set up a market stall. Only these folks here can. So that means you have to have someone assigned here, otherwise nothing gets set up. So now that we do have these set up, in short order, we should have 2 stalls set up shop here. One for general goods and the other for food. Now, I'll be completely honest, I love this change. It's so much more predictable. I know that the market doesn't feel as full as it used to, but I know exactly why these are here. And I know exactly what I can do to get them here if I don't have any at all. So huge improvement in my mind. Now, the next thing I want to do is take a look at our timber, and we've got a decent amount. So I think that for the time being, I'm going to turn off our logging camp and remove our livestock. It looks like they did that automatically. And instead, we're going to focus on planks. And that's because we really need planks if we're going to be able to add a ton of buildings. So everything from our mine right here to our chicken coop in the backyard, we can't do anything unless we have some planks. Now, the other issue is that we don't have any families available to actually guide the oxen, so we may have to reassign somebody. We've got a lot of food, so I'm thinking that we're going to take away this person at the hunting camp and force them instead to guide oxen. And winter is finally here, so I'm going to slow things down because I've noticed that we've got 9 months of supplies. And the significance of that is I want to take away someone from this Woodcutter's Lodge and assign them somewhere else. What I'm thinking is I want to see how many planks we have. We have 15, which should be enough to get us going on our mine. I'm going to go for that immediately. And I want to do that because that'll help us build weapons and give us something to trade. In addition to that, we're going to build our trading post. And I'm going to build that fairly close to the King's Road, maybe right near our storehouses. And actually, I'm going to pull back from that. I can see that we've got some terrain right here. That's not ideal. I think that that is not necessarily the path of least resistance. This ridge might mean that the road goes all the way down to here. And now I'll add that trading post right about here. I'm going to face this towards all of our storage. And then I once again want to look at our burgage plots to see what we need. And it looks like the only things that we're missing are church access and clothing stalls. So I want to make sure that we are focusing on those. And for clothing, it's going to be as simple as building a tannery. Now, even though smell isn't in the game right now, I know that it will be at some point. So I'm going to take this and place it really far away in our little business park. So I'll place that right there. And I'm going to speed this one up. It is winter after all. And then finally, we have our church to contend with. And I want to see how far we are away from being able to do this. 20 planks. So not all that far away. But one of the things that we're going to run out of before we get there, or as soon as we get there, will be lumber. So I'm going to start logging once again. And I'll once again assign livestock to that logging camp. And I can almost smell the urine through the screen because that's what would have been used to tan the leather right here. So now that that is complete, I want to see, yeah, we're at 49% approval. So as these other things build out, we should start to approach the area where we'll start to add to our population, which is going to be really valuable because right now we can't assign workers to any of these new facilities. Our happiness has been bobbing in between 49% and 51%, and apparently it's not staying above 51% long enough to get people to move in. So I want to turbocharge our happiness by adding a church. So I think that we probably have the resources for that now. Indeed we do. I'm going to place that right here, and this should be exactly what we need to do two things. Number one, really supercharge our happiness, and number two, maybe even level up some of our homes. And my goodness, what a beautiful location for this church. It really demonstrates what a wonderful map this is. Just the views that you get from up here would be outstanding. And I like that this is a public use because of that, because then everyone in the community can come and enjoy this. Now, all of that said, our happiness is now at 55%. People like the market food variety. Homelessness is becoming something that's in the rearview mirror. And we finally have a new family moving into the area, which is outstanding. Also got a new message, and it looks like a band of raiders is roaming nearby lands. We're gonna track their movements. We'll have to be ready for them in about a year, so something to keep in mind. I need to make sure that someone is collecting food because we currently only have food for 4 months. I'm also gonna build some more homes, and we're gonna focus on the church and build around the church. And that is what I was waiting for. We had another family move in, and that is going to be incredibly critical for our economy. And that's because we can finally assign someone to the tannery and start to produce some clothing. Now, if we look at all these buildings, yeah, the only thing that we're missing is a clothing stall, which is just the general market stall. So all we have to do is have clothing at our little market right here, and we are going to level up. I've also added one more burgage plot right here, our accessory unit, and we are going to have so much availability for homes once everything builds out. That also means that we're going to have a huge need for food, so I want to add some of our accessory uses here. And now that we have planks, I can add a chicken coop behind this home. I would like to add something to this home as well, but the only thing that we could add is an animal pen, and we don't actually have any regional wealth to purchase an animal. It's the exact same reason that we can't add a chicken coop or a vegetable garden. We have to have regional wealth to be able to purchase those. And we won't be able to generate any regional wealth until we either have level 2 buildings or we start trading. We've had another family move in, which is really exciting, but I'm not sure where I want to assign them yet. Now, I think that we can start to level up these homes. We can if we have enough planks. We don't currently have enough, and I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm actually fighting against myself right now, because I'm using a whole bunch of wood to build all these burgage plots, and that means that we have less wood for our saw pits. So what we're gonna do is beef up our logging camp. I think that we'll add another family into the mix here, and hopefully that solves our supply chain bottleneck. All of our construction projects have finally wrapped up, and we have 2 new families that have moved into the area. Now, I want to assign them to something, but one of the things I'm noticing is that we are about to run out of fuel. So I think our top priority is going to be assigning someone to the Woodcutter's Lodge. And then it's currently August, which means that our berries are going to be depleted soon. I think I'm going to add someone here so that we can collect those berries before winter. And then I want to once again look at our planks, only 3. I think what I'll do here is assign an ox to our saw pit, and hopefully that will start generating these things faster. Now, a couple of months have passed, and I think that we've got enough planks to start upgrading some of our buildings. So I'm going to upgrade the couple that we built first. And look at that. We have enough to upgrade both of these and basically no more. Now, the other thing I've been noticing is that we're getting lots of notifications that Hildebolt is walking around. And my goodness, he already claimed a land, which is really frustrating, but not at all surprising. Now, we've got this bandit camp right here, and I'm thinking that we will try to clear that. And I think, oh wow, now we've got 20 soldiers, plenty to do it. So I'll go right to the area right here. We'll rally our troops. So there we go. We have our valiant spearmen over here, and we are going to attack the bandit camp. There's a chance it's clear because Hildebolt was just over here. So we'll just bring our troops straight in and see what happens. Very, very clear. They're just kind of hanging out here and doing nothing. So I've got to figure out why they're not clearing this. I got to right mouse click it. That'll do it. But with that, that gives us some money after we read this message. And I'm going to send the money to our treasury. The main reason for that is if we need to purchase any mercenaries, now we've got a little bit of money to do that. So that's going to be incredibly valuable for us. And honestly, now it's starting to feel like we're cooking with fire. You can see that we've got more families that have moved in, and we're going to send them straight to the mines because this is going to be how we generate a ton of money. We now have our first 2 level 2 burgage plots, and this is a really important milestone for a few reasons. Level 2 burgage plots generate regional wealth. Regional wealth is what you can use for trading, and if you have a manor built, you can tax regional wealth and add that balance to your treasury, which in turn you can use to purchase mercenaries. So if you want to defend your city or you want to trade, this is a way that you can do it. In addition to that, we've also leveled up our city. We now have a medium village, which gives us another development point. Now that's really important to me because the policy that I want to unlock is the second policy in the mining tree, deep mining. This is a really important policy if you have a rich ore deposit or a rich salt deposit because a deep mine will never deplete. So this is a way to basically have unlimited money. But it's tucked away underneath charcoal burning, so we're going to unlock both of these. Now, the other route that I was considering going was down the trade tree, where I'd really love to unlock trade logistics, which cuts the cost of establishing a new trade route in half, as well as better deals, which reduces the tariffs by half. So if you want to have an economy based on trade, I really think that these 2 trees are absolutely critical to pursue. Now, you might think that I'm just going to upgrade our mine, but I've been giving this some thought, and I think I made a mistake with where I placed the mine. The mine is right in the center of our deposit, and I forgot that you don't have to do that. You can actually place your mine on the side of the deposit and then upgrade it, and if we play our cards right, potentially have 2 deep mines, mining twice as much ore, twice as fast, generating twice as much money. So I'm going to eliminate this mine and then build new ones on the side. The one issue that we're going to have is that our supplies are located right in the center of this. So we've got 4 planks that are going to block us from placing these right away. But I do think that if I play my cards right, I can probably fit 1. I just have to make sure I turn off snapping to the road. And indeed, I can fit 1 right here. Now, while we're waiting for this to be constructed, there are a few things that are on my mind. First, I'm noticing that the raiders are going to be here in 135 days, so I want to keep an eye on that because about 10 days out from their arrival, I want to pay for some mercenaries. We do have 170 gold in the treasury, so we should be able to buy some. But just in case, I want to start to think about trade, and I'm going to start trading away that iron ore even though we haven't finished our deep mine. So for this, I'll look at our trading post. I'm going to add 1 employee here. I will find the iron ore and begin to export it. So I want to make sure that I have at least 50 on hand because in the future, I will craft this into something better. Tools, weapons, whatever. But for now, this is the best I can do. And honestly, anything that I could do that's slightly better isn't worth all that much more. Once we have a bit of regional wealth, I'll buy a dedicated trade route so this goes a lot faster. And then I want to take a look at our manor. Now, one thing I'm noticing that we're missing is stone, and we don't have easy access to more stone without adding a cutting camp. So I'm going to add that right away because we have all the materials for this. We've only got 120 or so stone right here, so this should deplete relatively quickly. So I'm going to set the priority to highest for this and hopefully deplete the 120 stone in just a couple of minutes. And while that's being constructed, I'm going to take a look at our mine, which appears to be done, and see what it's going to take to get a deep mine. It looks like we need 50 regional wealth, and that makes me think that maybe that limit that we have over here at our trading post needs to be eliminated. We don't necessarily need to have all of that iron ore right now, so I'm going to say the moment that we get iron ore, trade it away because I need the money. And then finally, there's one more thing that I think we could build. To get to our next settlement level, we need to have 3 more level 2 burgage plots. And I think that we have enough planks to make this happen, so I'm going to find 3 burgage plots and get them upgraded. And now we have our stonecutter camp, and this should deplete this little bit of stone really quickly. So I'm just going to assign 2 workers here, and I might even scour to see if there are any others that we can assign here. For instance, our forager's hut, there's nothing going on here. So I'll remove that worker and add them over here. Back over by our mine, I see that our little supplies stash is gone. So I'm going to add our second mine over here. And with that, we've reached another important milestone. We've reached level 3 with our settlement. So that means we get another policy. And we are now in a spot where we have stone. And in fact, we've only got 6 stone left over here, which means we are well on our way to building our manor. Now, for our manor, I've been thinking about placing it right over here. This seems like the ideal location for a couple of reasons. First, we'd be deploying our military from really close to where our King's Road is. Second, it would offer a great view of anyone coming to attack us. And then third, it's got a great view. And if I'm the Lord, I want to sit right over here and take a look at all of this splendor. This would be beautiful. So I'm going to place that right about here. And I'm not going to get greedy with this building. It's really tempting to start adding a bunch of stuff onto our castle, but we can do this down the line. So for now, I want to do the bare minimum, and we will commit to building just this little shack off on the side of the cliff right here. And now our stone deposit has been completely exhausted, so I can demolish the stonecutter camp. All of our stone is still sitting right here, so it'll still be put away, and I can reassign those workers over to our mines. So I've got 3 at this mine and 2 at this mine, and they're going to be extracting things very, very rapidly. That's going to allow us to trade, but our trade routes are still going to be kind of slow. And that's because we don't have a dedicated trade route to our ore, which is something we're going to want to purchase as soon as we can. And we also don't have a horse. So I want to get to 60 regional wealth, and then we will upgrade the 2 of these. And after that, we will upgrade our mines because it'll be much faster to get regional wealth. And I can't believe it. Hildebold is claiming the remaining region of the map. You know, if I were really reckless, I would declare war. But knowing that we just don't have any troops and we don't have any money, we're going to let him do what he has to do. We'll attack him later on. Now I'm going to slow things down for a minute because we are currently 10 days away from the raiders getting to our city. So we've got to hire some mercenaries because our army is tiny. But I will rally our army. I'll place them right about here. And then we'll hire some mercenaries. So we'll go to create units and then hire mercenaries. Unfortunately, all that we have are expensive mercenaries, so we'll get the Wayward Sons and the Battle Brothers. And honestly, with the 2 of them, we should absolutely overwhelm these raiders. I'm going to take our archers and line them up right about here. And I'm really hoping that the raiders come from this way. As far as the spearmen go, I will send one group over here and the other group right on the other side. And then for our spear militia, I'll line them up right here. Now there's a wild card. We're just a little ways away from our manor being constructed, so our retinue might be available to us as well. So there's no way that we are going to be overwhelmed by a couple of raiders. The other thing I noticed is that we now have 75 regional wealth. And like I mentioned, we've got to purchase a horse, and I really want to purchase a dedicated trade route for our iron ore. This will get our ore out of here a ton faster. Now we're also going to need to upgrade our hitching post right here, otherwise we're likely going to run out of space. So I'll make this a high priority construction project. And now the raiders are near. I'm not 100% sure where they are coming from, but oh, there they are. And all of that hubbub over one sad little raider group over here. So, oh, there's another one behind them. So we should be able to take care of them. Honestly, I don't even know that we needed to hire all these guys because our manor is basically done. We're just a couple of stone away. But I am going to slow things down, and we're going to take these archers and I want to line them up right over here. Oh, no. They're going the wrong way. Come up this way, run to the position, and then regroup right over here. And I think that we can probably take all of our other troops and do the same thing. I'm going to take the spear militia, which we're going to line up over here, and I'll take them down here. And then I'll take our hired hands and we'll put them all. I'm actually going to move them down here. It looks like they're following the road. And I'm going to take my spear militia and back them out because I don't want to lose my own troops. And look at that. They were goaded by the archers over here and they moved. So I guess we're dancing right now. I'll take these infantry and move them back. And then I'm going to take my spear militia and we're just going to leave them right here. If anyone comes around this way, we are protected. Oh no, I completely sent them to the wolves. That was not what I meant to do. Oh no, they're going to be slaughtered. Fall back, guys, fall back. And hopefully we can get these spearmen there in time. And easy peasy, lemon squeezy, we got rid of them. We're good to go. Now, I believe that there was one more group, and I'm not sure where they went. They're right down there, so we do have to worry about them. I'm going to grab our archers, and I will line them up right here. And then all of our ground troops, we're going to send them out this way. And these guys were broken because we ran out of money. That's no good. That's no good at all. And I don't know what's happening over here. But oh no, they are coming around the back end. So I'm going to grab our retinue and rally them right here. This is not how I wanted to use them, obviously. We've also got our archers. I'll send them right here. And I'm not sure what they're doing. It's like they're running away. And I think that they put themselves in a very disadvantaged position. I'm not really sure what they were thinking there. But we are going to push forward and then take our elite troops and come at them from the side. And we broke them. Thank goodness, because they nearly broke me. I'm out of money. So I'm going to disband our paid for units. Now disband these guys as well. And now that the manor is complete, we really need to start to think about collecting taxes. So we've got two taxes available to us. We've got the land tax, which is basically taxing regional wealth to add it to our treasury so that we can pay for mercenaries. And we've also got tithing, which takes a portion of our surplus food and converts it into influence. And if we want to claim regions, we absolutely must have influence. But before we apply either of these, we have to prepare. That means that we have to make sure we have excess food and that our citizens are happy, because taxing them will make them unhappy. So to that end, I'm going to add someone to our foragers' hut so that we're generating extra food, and I'm going to clean up all these bodies. The reason why I wanted to make sure we're not upsetting them is we're going to lose 5% of our happiness by increasing the taxes. If we go any higher, that predicted approval loss increases. Now, it is predicted. It can be higher or lower. So I'm going to start out at 10 and we'll see where we go from there. We also now have 178 regional wealth. So I want to make sure that we convert these right away to deep mines. So 50 for this one and 50 for this one, but we need our 10 planks before we can do that. We now have the planks to upgrade this to a deep mine, and our other deep mine has been completed. So we are on our way to having unlimited money This is fantastic. And now that our 2 deep mines are complete, we basically have the potential for unlimited money. That said, I purchased that trade route and I forgot to unlock the policy, which is something that I deeply regret. So we will unlock this policy, and that will make all of our trade route purchases half the price that they were before. So if we go into our trading post and try to buy another route, you can see that the prices are much more reasonable. And this is really important because the cost of a trade route goes up every time you buy one. Now, the other thing that I'm noticing is that we are having issues with storage. Now, our granary is actually empty, so that must be for another building. But I'm guessing, yeah, our storehouse is basically full. So I'm going to upgrade this to a large storehouse. Just need a couple of wood and a couple of planks for that one. And then as far as our pantry, that's actually over here at our forager's hut. So to resolve this, we're going to want to make sure that we have enough employees over here at our granary. I don't have any extras though, but I think if I remove the person we have here at the wooden church and assign them to the granary, we should be in a better spot. And now that our large storehouse is complete, hopefully we can take all of this storage that is exposed to the elements and move it right on in here. But reasonably, I think that that's going to take quite a while because I think that our storehouse was full for a bit. So I'm going to let that occur naturally over time. I do want to point out one thing. Check out our regional wealth. We are generating a ton of money right now, and this is exactly what I wanted to do. I think that we could crank this up even higher by processing some of this iron ore, but I think that that is something for a little bit later because we have to shift gears and focus on our food supply. We currently have 5 months of food in storage, and while that's enough to get our village through the winter, it's not enough to start tithing our food. The tithing is going to be really important because we need to generate influence. We currently have 970 influence, and we need 2,000 to claim a region. Now, to tithe your food, you're tithing your surplus, and if we were to do that right now, we would burn through all of this and our people would go hungry. So I think that beefing up our food supply is going to be incredibly important. And it's really the easiest way to gain influence. The other ways include upgrading your church, that'll give you 250 influence, and then clearing bandit camps, of which there are none. Now, there will be raiders that come through. We will defeat them. That will also gain us influence, but food is the one thing that we can control. Now, one problem that we're having is that we are really struggling with logs right now. And I think this is all my fault. So we've got our logging camp down here, our saw pit up here, and our woodcutter's lodge right here. It's a lot of distance in between these, and I thought that it would work, and it just didn't. So what we're gonna do is consolidate all of these, and there are really 2 ways that we could do that. We could take this logging camp and move it up the hill, or we could take this stuff and move it down the hill. I'm inclined to move everything up the hill because I think it'll be a lot more defensible. I'm giving this a lot of thought. And if we have raiders come through here, they're going to burn this thing down first. And if we place our farms here like I initially intended to, they would burn those down as well. So I'm inclined to bring everything up the hill, including the farms that we're going to build today, because we should be able to defend it fairly easily. But I don't want to just get rid of this. We're going to build a brand new one up here and start to plant some trees because there really aren't all that many up here. So the first thing I want to do is build a new logging camp right here and right away build a forester's hut. Now, we don't have any employees to staff these, so I'm going to remove a couple of people from our deep mines. And to start out with, knowing that these aren't going to be built for a while, I'm going to take one of these people and assign them to our forager's hut. We've got a decent amount of wild berries back here, and I want to collect them all before winter, which will come before long. Now, in addition to that, we also have a hitching post down here, and I'm going to relocate that up the hill right away. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to build a couple more of these because we are going to be importing a whole bunch of oxen, and we will upgrade these as soon as we can. That'll give us a total of 4 of these for a total of 6 ox and 2 horse is kind of what I'm going to gear for. That should get things really flying around the map. In fact, I bet we could order one of these right away. We will absolutely do that. And I'll speed along the construction of these because they don't take any resources. Now, I mentioned that upgrading the church will give us 250 influence. The only thing that we're missing is roof tiles. So I think that we should start to look at our trading post and start to configure some things here as well. I want to make sure that we are importing roof tiles as we need them. So I'm going to import 10, which is exactly what we need for the church. And we'll have to buy this trade route because we can't import these using our normal traders. One thing that we can import with our normal traders, though, is stone. And I'm going to set this up so that we always have at least 20 stone in stock. Now, as we set up some other buffers, I want to take a look at our food supply. We're already producing meat, so I'm going to choose to import meat up to 25 so we always have some on hand. I'll do the exact same thing with berries. And then eventually, when we have eggs and vegetables, I'll do the exact same thing with those. Now, as we think about efficient production chains, I want to come back over here because there's a couple of things that we can do to improve this. First, I want to build a storehouse over here. This is basically going to have lumber-related products and maybe iron-related products as well. Nothing else. We'll have those come right here. It'll all be within close proximity of one another, and hopefully it'll get goods flying in between these different uses. I'm also going to get rid of our woodcutter here for the time being. We'll turn that off, and that's because we have 11 months of fuel in storage. Instead of having a woodcutter, I want to construct a new building. We're going to construct our charcoal kiln. The charcoal kiln converts 1 firewood into 2 charcoal, effectively doubling the amount of fuel that we have. So we would be really foolish not to place this thing. In fact, we probably won't need to turn on our woodcutter's lodge for quite some time. Now, I'm going to speed up production of our forester's hut because I want to plant right away, and I'm going to speed up production of our charcoal kiln so we don't burn through all of our firewood. And then finally, I want to take a look at our saw pit here and set some limits. Basically, I can say don't have a whole bunch of timber just sitting in here. We only want to have 10 in the reserve. And then I want to max out the number of planks that we have so that we're not making planks when it doesn't make sense. So right now we have 75 planks, which is wonderful, but I think I'm going to set this down to maybe 35. So we always have 35 on hand, or we're always working towards 35, but when we've already got that in storage, have that person do something else and use our wood for something else that we need it for, such as building new buildings. Now, I want to assign 2 workers to our forester's hut right away and define where they're planting trees. So right now there's an unlimited work area. I think I really only want to log this area. So I'll just set this to be right about here. And actually, I'm going to take it even narrower because I don't want to deforest where our berries are. And they will start to plant trees right there. Now, speaking of the berries, we are out there. So I'm going to turn off our forager's hut and I'm going to assign 2 workers to our charcoal kiln. I want 2 workers there so that we start to convert all that firewood once again into charcoal. And now that this has been built, I think I'm going to shift all of our lumber production up here. Even though we don't have all that many trees, we do have some back here that we can take for now. So I'm going to assign 1 worker here. We're going to set the area that they're working in. And now I can decommission this. We'll still grab logs in the pile down here, but we won't be working down here anymore. Now for our next construction project, I want to see if any of these buildings can be upgraded. The easiest way that I found to do that is to hold down tab. And then if you see any of these green homes, it means that these buildings can be upgraded. Now I want to reconsider some of what we've done right here. So I'm not going to necessarily upgrade all of these, but these right here for certain we want to upgrade. These are smaller plots, and I think it makes a ton of sense to upgrade these ones. Now remember, the benefit of upgrading these is they will start to generate regional wealth, which is going to be really important to us in just a moment. I want to shrink these up because I think that we want to have a lot more density down here. We're going to be building some larger burgage plots in just a second, but I want to remove these ones first. Now I'm doing that so that I can effectively double the density down here. And I'm going to just add another road right here. This will get people walking around this area a little bit faster. And I'm also going to remove these. Now that we've removed all of this housing, we have a shortage of 10 homes. And that might seem like a big problem, but it's not so long as we move fast. And I want to build a whole bunch of large burgage plots over here, along with some farms. So we're going to basically lay out 100% of our farmland. Now this is a great spot for farms because we've got a lot of fertile land. Now I'm going to build all the farms because it doesn't take any time or resources to do so. So I'm going to plan to place 8 fields here. Each of the fields is going to be 1 morgan each because 1 morgan is what 1 family can till. And the farmhouse has up to 8 families that can work it. So having 8 fields would be the complete max that we can have here if they are all 1 morgan each. I'll plan on having the farmhouse maybe right here or right here. And now we can build some large burgage plots around here. So I'm thinking that we are going to add a fair number of them back here. You can see I already added this road back here. And I'll add 5 back here that are absolutely massive that can also have accessory dwelling units so we can have up to 10 families back here. All of these will be vegetable farms. I'm also going to draw some right across the street. And now we'll resume things because we don't have enough lumber to do much of anything else. I am going to speed these along though. We need these to be constructed before it starts to snow. And while we're waiting on these, I'm also going to purchase another ox. Now these are almost all complete and it's winter and we've got some unhoused families. So I'm going to upgrade some of these burgage plots right away, but I'm going to add extra living space so we can add more homes for these families. And then we'll do the exact same thing for this burgage plot once these are all constructed. And now we've finally got enough homes for everyone and new families are starting to move in. Now we've got a couple of these that are still under construction, but we can level up all of these as well. And I'm going to do that so that we start to generate regional wealth from these as well. But unfortunately, I'll run out of planks before I can upgrade all of them, but this is a really good start. I think I got about 5 of them. Now, one thing I am noticing is that our approval is at 51%. That's partially because of homelessness, but really because of past taxation. So for the time being, I'm going to drop our taxes down to nothing so that we have happy citizens, people keep moving in, and things keep moving in a positive direction. I also want to pop back over here because our storehouse has now been constructed. So we are going to be adding an employee here, and I'm going to specify what can be stored here. So the only things I want stored here are going to be things such as planks, charcoal, firewood, iron ore, and iron slabs. So that basically covers all the production in this area outside of our tannery, and they can walk back and forth. They're doing just fine. And now that we modify what's stored at this storehouse, we should modify this one as well. And I want to make sure that we are not storing planks, charcoal, iron ore, firewood, iron slabs, or tools. Tools is another thing that we should probably be storing over here because I want to have that whole production chain in this area. And then finally, I want to remove one of the workers from here because we added one over here. And while we're in this area, there's one more thing I want to think about, and that is our trading post. I'm seeing this error pop up that the trading post is disconnected from major trading routes. And I've seen that happen from time to time when the trading post is not on the King's Road. So I'm going to add this thing right here. We'll eventually decommission this one and have a new one right here. It's springtime and all of these are completely built out now. So before we upgrade the rest of these, I want to make sure that we're growing vegetables at all of these. We've got plenty of money. This will cost us 15 gold each, but we can easily afford that. And now all of these have vegetable gardens, and I've upgraded all of them that need to be upgraded. The other thing we have to do in spring is come over to our forager's hut and turn it on so we start to pick berries once again. We are running low on food, so hopefully that'll stabilize things for us. Another positive development is that our trading post over here is now complete, so I will remove this one, and I'm going to assign 2 workers here because I want to keep this thing fully stocked at all times. The other thing I want to do is take this small stable and relocate this to be right next to this if I can. And I know that we've just moved a whole bunch of things around, but I like that now we can have a denser downtown and kind of taper off our densities as we move away from it. This is also going to make it really efficient to add a tavern here and serve all of our density with beer, which will make them all really happy. And now it's time to generate some influence. So I'm going to upgrade this wooden church to be a small stone church. We have all the materials for it now, and this will immediately give us 250 influence. In addition to thinking about influence, I also want to build out our ironworking supply chain. So to that end, we are going to be building both a bloomery and a smithy. The bloomery is going to build iron slabs, which can be converted into a number of things. These can also be traded away, and at least in my experience, they don't lose value like iron ore does. We're also going to build the smithy, which builds tools. Tools are required for a number of our artisan upgrades, which we're going to be focusing on momentarily. But first, let's build these right here. And along with those, I'm going to build some new homes in our downtown area. And our church is now complete, and it just looks so much nicer with those clay roof tiles. Just a much nicer looking building. But the really nice thing about this is, again, that it gives us a bit more influence, and it's going to make all of the buildings around here happier. The thing I'm really excited about is the church level is now giving us 3 happiness or approval, and as a result, we can begin to tax our citizens again. And I absolutely want to do that. Our bloomery and our smithy are complete, and these are going to be incredibly valuable to us, but only if we assign workers. So I'm going to assign 1 to each of these. And now, once we upgrade some of these buildings over here to have artisans, we'll be able to produce things such as weapons. So I want to start to think about that. And you can see that we need 2 tools before we can have a blacksmith's workshop. We can already have a bowyer's workshop, so I might do that so we can produce some crossbows. And then right here, I'm thinking that we'll probably have a cobbler. The cobbler needs 1 tool, but the reason I care about this one so much is shoes are absolutely incredible in trades, and they're really easy to produce. Now, I just upgraded this to have the cobbler's workshop, but one of the issues that we're running into now is we are out of employees. And that's because every time we make an artisan, they are no longer available to work elsewhere. So I'm going to need to steal an employee from another unit. I think I might take one here from our charcoal kiln. I also want to double check up here. We still have 8 months of fuel because we built the kiln. So food is really our big limitation, and we're working on that right now. And now that these are set up, I need to set the specialization. For instance, at the bowyer's workshop right now, to build the crossbows, we'd have to have both planks and iron parts. We don't have iron parts being produced yet because we don't have I believe a blacksmith does that. So we'll go over just to our regular war bows, and we have planks, so that's no problem. I'll say that we want to have a maximum of 10 here, and we want to produce a maximum of maybe 50. And then over here at our cobbler, this takes leather. I'll say that we'll have 25 here. And for shoes, our max production will be 50. Now with that in mind, I want to trade shoes. And unfortunately, we'll have to purchase a trade route for this, but that also means that we'll trade them quickly, so maybe it's not all that bad. And we will export these, and we'll make sure that we have at least 10 on hand. Now this also makes me want to take a look at our iron ore, and this is what I was afraid of. We're actually seeing that the global market is oversupplied, and the cost of iron ore is about to plummet. So I'm going to say we will not trade our iron ore anymore. We will trade our iron slabs, and I'm going to open up a trade route for that. So this is worth 4. We'll export these instead. We'll have to do a little bit of refinement, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to keep 25 of these on hand before we start to trade them away. So we won't make money for a little while, but in short order, we will indeed do so again. Then there are 2 more things that I want to do before I let things stabilize for a bit. The first is going to be with our granary. We are really collecting meat and berries over here, and it's a long ways away from these 2. So again, in the spirit of smoothing out our supply chains, I'm going to build a granary over here, and this will only have meat and berries in here and hides. Now, I wanted to build this over here, but I've got one big problem. We don't have any timber, and I think at this point we've got to adjust what we're doing at our logging camp. So I'm going to add 1 more employee here and adjust the area that they're logging, because right now I think it's only back there, and we'll basically expand it out to be this entire area right here. And now I've got a couple of logs, so I'll place our granary right here in between our forager's hut and our hunting shack. And now that this is complete, we're going to set what is stored in here, and I'll turn off basically everything except for meats and berries. And really, that's about it. That's all that I want over here. I'm also going to assign one worker here and remove one from our old granary. And we'll also change what's accepted here and just get rid of those two things. Now, we don't have all that much food right now, so I really want to focus on making money. So to that end, I'm going to take our bloomery and increase the number of workers that we have here so that we're producing even more iron slabs. I also want to take a look at our smithy here, and this thing is really full. I think I'm going to limit the number of iron slabs that we're converting, maybe to 25, and the number of tools that we're producing to 50. There's no need to have 79 like we have right now. Now we are out of empty homes, so I'm going to build some new ones. But before we do that, I want to upgrade these ones because these are going to be some of our blacksmiths. And the moment that we upgrade these, we are going to lose them as general workers. So to make up for that, I'm going to add a few more homes over here. And I think I'm going to redo this road. And I only added 3 right here, but it's basically the best that I can do. We are really running low on lumber and planks with all that we've been building. Now, one really nice thing is we have a ton of happiness now. So I'm going to raise the taxes to 10%. And it looks like that's not going to impact our approval quite as much. So this is going to help us get some more in our treasury. And that's going to be really important because of what I want to do right now. I want to take a look at our retinue, and I want to start to equip and purchase more of them. So I can purchase up to 12 men-at-arms right now. And then I'm going to equip them with armor. This is 34 each, so I probably won't be able to get all of them. And I was able to get 5 of the 12. Now, in addition to that, I also want to add on one upgrade here at our castle in short order. That's going to be our garrison tower. We're again short on planks. That's the main limiting factor here. But once we have this will give us the ability to upgrade our retinue to 24, which is going to be really important if we want to take on some of Hildebolt's land. But unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until we have more lumber to do all of that. Thankfully, we've got some extra workers now, and I'm going to assign one right here to our logging camp and another right here to our saw pit. And I'm going to have to assign one more to our woodcutter's lodge. I didn't really want to do this, but we are running out of fuel at this point, so we absolutely have to. Now, I've been watching to see when we'd have enough planks to construct our garrison tower, and we're now there. But before we do that, I'm going to boost our taxes up just a little bit because apparently people aren't bothered by what we're doing. So I'm going to boost this up to 15%, and then we'll open up our castle planner and commit to building the garrison tower. Now that our manor is complete, I want to start racing towards building our farms, but I'm noticing that we've got an issue over here, and that is we're running out of space over here in our storehouse. So I'm going to upgrade this first, and then I'm going to build a few more burgage lots that we have employees to work at our farm. And I figure that we'll make these farms too, no reason not to, and then we will build our farmhouse right here. Now, unfortunately, while we were constructing these, we ended up with some enemies being spotted. A band of raiders is nearby. So we're going to need to slow things down and come up with a plan to take these guys out. And boy, oh boy, they are close. So I'm going to rally some troops. And I'm going to see if we can form some new units. We've been building a whole bunch of war bows, so we should be able to build an archer militia. In addition to that, I'm going to see if we can purchase any mercenaries, and we've got at least one that we can afford, the local thugs, and we could also pay for the green caps. I think we might do that. And I did that because they are forming over here. This is how we get all of our influence. This is going to be really good for us, actually. And I'm going to take these couple of troops and go straight at them. As far as our local thugs, I'm going to place them right up here, and we'll hold these guys back for the time being. They're actually chasing in. I don't even know that they could take these guys out. Look at that. Look at that. Go after it. We're just going to push forward. They made a very bad strategic mistake. So we broke them. We'll go after this other group over here. And then there's this other one that we've got to worry about. That's actually a larger group. We've got a ton of troops up here now. So we'll line up on the cliffside, and then we have our retinue heading over here as well. I'm not 100% sure where they are. Oh, I forgot to rally them. We'll move them right there. So between these, though, we should be able to handle it fairly simply. So we'll push forward straight into them. Probably not a great strategy to have all of the guys lined up like this. Move some to the side. Okay, and they have been broken as well. That is wonderful. So I will move all of these troops over here. And look at that. What are they doing? They decided to hang out down there. Bad strategy. Bad strategy. You will be destroyed. Now I'm hoping that all these other troops meet us over here. Okay, got some right here. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. They're getting shot at. And then we've got our spear militia that's going to meet them. And we'll cut them off. They're running them straight back down the hill. And we've got a retinue here as well. Oh yeah, they're toast. They are toast. All right, we broke them. That is wonderful. A retinue over here will break them as well. That is wonderful. And with that, we actually have enough influence to take one of Hildebolt's lands if we want to, which is absolutely spectacular. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a lot that we need to accomplish in between now and then. Starting with cleaning up after this battle. If we don't pick up these bodies, our citizens are going to be very unhappy with us, so we'll add one worker over at our small stone church. Now, it's also March, which means that we've got berries growing in. We should start collecting those. And then I want to have a greater recalibration of some of the settings that we established earlier on in the city. Now, early on, we said we don't want to have all that many planks being produced, but at this point, I want to upgrade a whole bunch of buildings. So I'm going to really crank this, and we'll say that we want to have at least 50 in our storage at all times. Right now, we've got 27, and I'm going to exhaust those in short order. But first, let's go over to our trading post because I want to make some changes here as well. We are importing meat and berries, and that made a lot of sense just a little bit ago. But now that we have a whole bunch of vegetables here, it doesn't make all that much sense. So I'm going to stop this because this is an incredibly expensive policy. And then I also want to go and take a look at our iron ore. At one point, the global supply was saturated. That's why we stopped trading iron ore. But now it's normal. So we are going to export this once again. And I want to make sure that we have at least 100 in stock so that we can produce our iron slabs. And that's going to be really important because it's something I want to change right now. I want to create a whole bunch of blacksmiths. So blacksmiths are really important because they help us produce spears, sidearms, and iron parts. Spears and sidearms are pretty self-explanatory. If we want to make new units, we have to have them. The iron parts are actually really useful for crossbows. If you want to produce crossbows, you have to have iron parts. So I want to create at least 3 of these. And that's used up most of our planks, or all of them actually. But the bigger problem is that now we have no unassigned families. So for the time being, I will reduce the number of folks at our deep mine to 0. That'll give us 1 family that can construct things and transport things around the map. And I want to build some more homes. And the final thing I want to do is encourage people to move into our community by reducing taxes. Right now, that's the biggest thing that's creating unhappiness, at least in the past. We have a 15% tax rate, which made a ton of sense when we had a lot in regional wealth, but right now we only have 326. So I'm going to bump this down to 0, hopefully get a whole bunch of people moving into our community. And then once we have some regional wealth built up, we will increase that tax rate so that we can start to build up some money in our treasury. And now that all of these have finished construction and we've got a whole bunch of money in the bank, I'm going to upgrade these all right away. And that's because as soon as people move in, I want to make sure that we are producing food. So right here, we're going to have vegetable gardens. And for these 3, I will expand the living space so that we can harvest these quickly. And for these ones, I purposely made them a little bit smaller. We could add extra living space if we need to, but I'm not going to do that. The only thing I'm going to do is add chicken coops. The reason I don't want to add the extra living space to these ones is I don't think it needs it for the chicken coops. And secondly, I want to encourage people to move over to the homes with the vegetable gardens first. Now coming over to our 3 blacksmiths workshops, we're going to get these configured as well. And I'm going to produce sidearms right here at the first one. We will limit the number of iron slabs to 10. We'll say that we want to produce up to 50 sidearms. For the next one, we'll produce spears, and I'll set the exact same limits, 10, 10, and then 50. And then for the final one, we could produce the iron parts or we could produce pole arms. I think we're going to start out with the pole arms and down the line, we'll swap over to iron parts. And we'll have the exact same limits, 10, 10, 50. I've been thinking ahead a little bit, and I think that we want to unlock our next development point as soon as we can. And the reason for that is I want to make sure that we have the heavy plow policy unlocked with all the farms that we're about to have. This allows us to employ oxen at the farmhouse, and it significantly improves the speed of harvest. So with that in mind, to get to the next level, we have to have 3 level 3 burgage plots. Now, we could do this in a very expensive manner by continuing to import some of our clay roof tiles, because that's one thing that we need to upgrade burgage plots from level 2 to level 3. But I don't think that that's very wise. So while we're continuing to construct things, I think that we should think about exhausting the clay deposit that we have right here. And to do that, we need to build a clay pit. So I'm going to build that right on top of here. And then I'm also going to build a clay furnace. So we will absolutely get rid of this as soon as it's exhausted, but we might actually keep our clay furnace. And the reason for that is when we finally defeat Hildebold, or at least take 1 or 2 of his lands, we should try to pursue one that has a lot of clay. And then the other thing that we'll need to go along with those policies will be more oxen. So I'm going to expand all of our hitching posts. These are all full. I want these to all be small stables. And then I'm going to order another ox right away. We've had a couple more families move in, but we don't have enough to fully staff our farm, so I'm going to hold off on assigning anyone there. And in the meantime, I want to exhaust this clay deposit. So I'm going to increase the priority here, and as soon as that's built, we will assign a ton of families here. With only 207 of the resource in this location, it should exhaust in just a couple of months. And in the meantime, I'm going to construct some of our supporting farm buildings. So this will include things like our windmill. And for this, I think aesthetically, I'd like it to be over here, but functionally, I'm going to place it at the end of this road. And that's because we have our granary right here. It'll be really efficient to place this here and then place our communal oven right here. And we'll use this as basically the artery for bread production. Now, in addition, we're going to be growing some barley. So we have to have a malt house. I'm going to place that right here. I'm going to place a tavern just beneath that. And then across the street, I'm going to upgrade this burgage plot to be a brewery. And now that our mining pit is done, let's assign a whole bunch of families over here. Now that all of our buildings have been constructed, I want to make sure that we exhaust this clay deposit as quickly as possible. Now, I forgot one employee here at a small church, so I will remove them, and then I'm going to load this up completely. Now, in addition to that, I see that our berry deposit's been completely depleted, so I'm going to remove one employee there. Maybe some more will grow back. I don't know. But I know that we're not working our deep mines, and we absolutely need to. So I'll get 2 employees there as well. And then there are 2 more things I want to do before we just let things run for a while. I want to make sure that we have 1 more ox ordered, and I want to start taxing again. We've got a whole bunch of regional wealth, so we should absolutely start moving some of that into our treasury. And we'll tax at 10% so that we don't completely deplete our happiness and people will continue to move into our community. And 1 more family moved in, so I will assign one of them to the clay furnace so that we can start to make those roof tiles. Now it's almost winter and we've got a couple of unassigned families, and we are going to be getting 1 more from our forager's hut. So I want to accomplish something during the winter, and that is going to be to upgrade some of our buildings. So we've got a couple of level 1 burgage plots over here. We're going to upgrade all of these so long as we have the planks to do so, which I think that we do. And then I want to see why some of these other burgage plots are not leveling up or not able to. And it looks like for this one right here, it's 2 things: fuel stall supply and water access. Now for water access, that's a new game mechanic, or at least a changed game mechanic. Our well now doesn't serve as many people. I believe it serves 15. And if we upgrade it, it'll serve 50. We currently have 39 burgage plots. So if I upgrade this, it should cover our entire city. So we'll get to that right away. And then the other thing that I want to do is figure out the fuel supply problem. That to me sounds like we're just not keeping up with our storehouse. So I'm going to add 1 more worker here. And I'm also seeing that we're having some pantry issues, and I don't want food to expire. So I'm going to upgrade our granary right here. And my hope is that adding this worker here will solve this issue right here, where we have one of our burgage plots that just can't get its food to the market. Checking out our clay deposit, it's about half exhausted. So my hope is that by the end of winter, this is completely exhausted and we have enough families to start working our fields over here. But one thing I am noticing is that we've only got 4 available homes. So I think that we should probably expand our living space because I don't want to run out of burgage plots. So I'll add 2 right here. And then I think I'm going to fill this area in as well. Boy, oh boy, that zoning tool is such a joy to use, particularly on parcels like this. But anyway, the main reason I wanted to do that is we are going to let this simulate for just a little while. And hopefully when we come back, we'll have all of this exhausted and we'll have enough employees to start working our fields. All of our construction projects have finished, so I want to make sure that we are working our backyards here wherever we can. These ones, there's nothing that we can do, but these ones over here, we absolutely can. And I think for these ones, I'm going to actually add some animal pens and some vegetable gardens. And now that we've added our animal pens here, we've got to purchase some animals. And there are two that we can add to this. We can either have pigs or we can have goats. Now, goats give meat and hides every 150 days. Pigs just give meat every 150 days, but you get 2 instead of 1. I think I care more about the hides, so I'm going to add goats to all of these. I also want to swing back over here by our mining pit, and it looks like we've completely exhausted our supply here. So I'm going to demolish our mining pit and take those workers. We've got 8 now. We are going to start to assign some over at our farm. Now, before we do that, I'm going to set this farm up. And in general, I want to make sure that we are rotating our crops well. I also want to have barley growing here. So it's going to be really important to me that we are assigning these appropriately. And it looks like these 4 fields right here are going to be absolutely terrible for barley. And these ones might be okay. I also want to plant a little bit of flax. And that, again, will grow just fine up here, but not down here. So we'll set up our wheat down here. And the general way that I do this is I go wheat, wheat, fallow. So fallow is restoring the field's fertility. And then for the next one, I'll go wheat, fallow, wheat. And then for the final one, I'll go fallow, wheat, wheat. And now I will always have at least 2 fields growing wheat. Now, unfortunately, I don't have 9 fields, so I won't be able to make this 100% perfect, but I'm not overly concerned. I'm also not concerned that I'm going to have more wheat than everything else. That's all part of the plan. So for this one up here, I will have flax, and I think I'll fallow and then grow flax twice. And then for these other 3, these are going to be barley because we need lots of beer. And now I'll finally assign all of these families. I'm going to load this thing up, and then I'm going to remove 1 worker from our deep mine, my favorite place to steal workers from. And then finally, I feel like we have to bump up our taxes. We have a decent amount in our treasury, but it's just a matter of time before the royal tax comes. So I'm going to bump this up to 15. That will result in a loss of happiness of 9 total, but we're at 62%, and it's going to get even better in short order, so I'm not overly concerned. And it looks like our time has finally come. We now have a royal tax. And that means that every single year we'll have to set aside $144 for the king. Thankfully, we've got a ton of money in our treasury right now, so we should be just fine. And in light of how much money we have in our treasury, I'm going to bump down our taxes because it's really starting to impact our approval. And I'll cut them all the way down to 5%. And then because we have so much money in our treasury, I want to upgrade our retinue. So the first thing that I'm going to do is buy 12 more. And now I want to outfit as many of them as I can with armor. And I was able to outfit all of them but 6 with armor, so we'll have to come back and do that when we have more money. Now I'm really motivated to make ale, so I want to take the barley fields and prioritize them. So I'm going to set the priority here to highest and here as well. These are our 2 barley fields that are currently being worked. This will lead to them being harvested first and hopefully planted first as well. Now that we've completed our first harvest, we have a little bit of barley and we have a little bit of wheat, so we need to start working these. I'm going to add an employee here to our windmill and another employee here to our communal oven. Then I'll add 1 more to our malt house and 1 more here to our tavern. And then the other thing I want to check out is exactly what these buildings need to level up. And as I look, it seems like tavern supply is the main thing, but we're also missing a food stall. So we've got to make sure that we've got 3 different types of food at the market. Once we have our bread here, my guess is we should be in a good spot. Vegetable, bread, and then maybe our berries. So I believe we've got 2 vendors here. For our other granary, we've only got 1. So I'm going to add another worker right here, and I will shut down our forager hut for the year. Now we have plenty of workers. Just looking here at our brewery, now we do have plenty of food. It's just our tavern access. Once we have some beer showing up here, we should be in a great spot. And finally, we have some beer at our tavern. And if we look, we should start to see the ability to upgrade soon. And after waiting just a couple of minutes, I noticed I can upgrade this one, and even this one back here. So you better believe that we're going to do that. And I just love these level 3 buildings. Not only is the massing more appropriate for a downtown, they just look outstanding. But the more important thing is that we've leveled up our settlement, and now we have another development point and can unlock heavy plow. This is going to be absolutely essential if we want to be able to plow these fields quickly. So I'm going to immediately add a plowing station to our farmhouse. And then we'll assign 2 oxen here. And that's just going to make a world of difference when we finally get to plow all of these fields. It is absolutely outstanding. And there are 2 more quick things I want to do. I can see that our citizens are much happier now than they were before. So I'm going to bump up the taxes, hopefully to 15%. I think I can get away with that. No, that's too high. We'll go 10 for now. I just want to make sure that we've got a lot of money here in our treasury, just in case we have to purchase any military units, and because our king's tax is getting kind of high. Next, I want to add joiners' workshops. And the main reason for that is we are not producing shields right now, and we are going to need those if we want to outfit a substantial sized army. So I'm going to add 2 of those because we want to make the small and the large shields. And now that we've turned them into artisans, we've run out of unassigned families once again. I'm going to take the family at the clay furnace and remove them along with a family. Oh, we had no one at the deep mine. Maybe one right there. That'll work for now. I'll build a couple more homes over here, or maybe actually I'll level these ones up. And then while those are building out, I want to make sure that we are producing a nice variety here. So we've got small shields here and large shields here. And now that these are built, we already have a new family moving in, which is outstanding. So we are in a really good place right now. The one thing I'm a little bit curious about is what our army looks like if we were to attempt to rally the whole thing. And you can see that we've actually got those completely filled up. We could probably add some more spearmen. And you can see that our big limitation here are large shields. We've also got a lot of both our polearm militia and our militia footmen. Our big limitation, though, again, is the shields. So once those are built up, we should be in a fairly good spot. Everything we do from here on out is in service of one thing: acquiring Hildebolt's lands. To that end, we need to make sure that our military is in as strong a position as it can be. So I want to take a look at each of our units and figure out what we can do to improve them, to gain more troops, and ultimately to beat Hildebolt. So looking at the spear militia right here, I can see that we have the potential to have 24 troops. We have 24 spears, but we only have 12 shields. And that's why we can only send out 12 troops. So that's the kind of thing you can learn by taking a look at this, what we're missing to send out more troops. You can also learn that our archer militia here doesn't need anything besides archers. So perhaps we can send out more of them and remove our militia footmen. Now, I think for most of these, we just need to wait for more weapons to be produced, and we should be able to fill these up in no time. The other limitation, though, is going to be our total number of recruits, and that's really the size of our village. So right now, we have a total of 108 recruits out of 180 possible. So hopefully over time, this will fill up, particularly if we expand our village. So we're going to want to do that a little bit as well. The other thing I want to take a look at is if we hold down tab, we can learn more about the strength of each of these units. So we can see that our spear militia is pretty weak. Has 1 attack, 5 armor, 0 charge, 0 anti-armor, 8 shield, and 10 impaling. So this means if we send these guys out, there's a pretty decent chance that they're going to be slaughtered. So if we want to improve that, we need to get some helmets, we need to get some gambesons, and we need to get some mail armor. We can't currently produce helmets or mail armor. You have to have policies unlocked to be able to do that, but we could produce gambesons if we took our flaxseed, wove it into linens, and built a tailor to craft the gambesons. So we are absolutely going to do that because that is going to protect the spear militia more. But we also need to think about importing helmets and mail armor, so we will set that up in just a moment. But there is one thing that we can do right now that we should absolutely do before I forget about it. And for our retinue, we have a whole bunch of money in our treasury. And I believe that we didn't upgrade all of our troops. So I'm going to go through and upgrade any troops that don't have armor with armor. And we had 6 total that needed armor, and we still have a ton of money in our treasury, so I think it's just fine that we did that. Now next, I want to put together that gambeson supply chain, so let's build a tailor. So I'm going to take this burgage plot right here, and we will add a tailor's workshop. But we're also going to need a weaver. And I think I'm going to place that over here. This will be fairly close to where our flaxseed is collected. And I'll build that right here. Now, I started to build this road out a little ways, and one of the main reasons for that is I've been thinking it would be really a lengthy trip to get from over here down to this part of the city. So I'm just going to build a road through the woods that links this up, making this whole area a little bit more pedestrian friendly. Now that weaver is going to need a whole bunch of flax to produce all of our gambesons. And to that end, I want to add more flax to our fields right here. And one thing that I read in the comments is that you don't actually need to fallow your fields as long as you're rotating them. So I think that we should take a look at every one of these fields and make sure that we aren't fallowing any of them. So when I see that we have flax and flax right here, all I've got to do is select wheat, make sure that we're not doing flax 3 times in a row, and we should maintain our fertility right here. So I'm going to do that for all of our fields. So I've adjusted all of these, and in some cases, the second year or third year crop isn't great, but I'd rather have 13% production of flax than fallowing. To me, that sounds like at least we get something out of this. Now, another thing I was thinking about is we assigned 2 oxen over to our farmhouse. And because of that, we are tilling and harvesting our fields much faster than we were when we were doing this all by hand. So it makes me think that we could probably have a few more fields. So I'm thinking that we'll spin around and maybe add 3 more fields right about here. And I set these 3 fields up the exact same way I set these up. The main goal is to ensure that we have 2 wheat fields over here going at all times. Now I want to upgrade as many buildings around here as I can. The main reason for this is it will help us generate even more regional wealth. And that's going to be really important because we're going to be trading for a lot of materials in short order. So to that end, I'm just going to hold down tab and then I can see the buildings that can be upgraded. And I could do 3. So that's the best that we could do. The other thing that I'm going to do is add a few more residences here. And it was mentioned in the comments on a number of occasions that for burgage plots with chicken coops, you get 1 egg per family. So if we add additional families here, we get additional eggs. So I'm going to add as many of these expanded living spaces as I can to our homes with chicken coops. And that was basically just this row of burgage plots. We are completely out of timber. So to that end, I also want to come over here and make a couple of adjustments. So we've got a logging camp over here. I'm going to assign a livestock to the logging camp and to our saw pit because we're going to be upgrading a ton of things. And I want to make sure that things are flying around the map. Then the other thing I want to do is make sure that we've got some unassigned families. I don't think we need to cut wood anymore. You can see we've got 18 months of fuel. So I will remove the family from there. And the other place I think that we have an extra family is right here at our windmill. We don't need to have 2 there. I'm guessing that they're not doing anything. The pantry's empty. And then finally, I want to take a look at our trading post. And that's because I want to begin importing some things that we really need that we can't produce ourselves. So that's going to be our mail armor. We're going to have to buy a trading route for this. It's going to be 240 gold. And then I also want to import our helmets. Now, for each of these, I think I'm going to keep the numbers relatively modest so I can control the budget. So I'm going to import 10. Because these are 16 each, that'll be 160 gold. That to me is manageable. We'll do the exact same thing with the mail armor right here. That's going to be 180 total gold. Now to try to make up for that, I want to sell some things. And I think that if we take a look at our army, we can see where we have some surpluses. So right now, for instance, I can see we've got sidearms that we're not using because I decided not to go with those troops. We've also got some extra spears and some extra war bows. So to that end, I'm going to open up some new trade routes, selling some of those goods. So we'll purchase a route for our sidearms, and I'm just going to export literally everything. And then for our war bows, I will export once we reach 72 in our storage. And then I'm basically out of money. So as much as I would like to do more, that's about the best I can do. Now, one thing I have to change right away is we're still producing, if I recall correctly, small shields, and we don't need them anymore. So we've got 2 joiner shops over here. I just want to make sure that we're producing our large shields, both of them. And then I've configured them so that they're both the same. We're producing 50 shields max at both. Oh no, that sound means that the time for war is right now. So we are going to need to take a break from enjoying the construction of our building to see what's going on. And it looks like the enemy unit has been spotted there coming through Hildebolt's land. Thankfully, they're going to run straight into Hildebolt's troops. That gives us a little bit of time to prepare. So with that in mind, I'm going to rally everybody. And I think I might also see if we can purchase some mercenaries. We've got a little bit of money, and I think that we could afford these guys. I'm just going to kind of overwhelm them, and we'll hire everybody. Now, we don't have a lot of money, so I'm hoping that this isn't regrettable, but I just want to completely overwhelm them. So I'll run these guys right over to our border, and I'll grab all of our troops and do the exact same thing. And then I don't want to tire anyone out, so I'm gonna slow walk it there. We've got everything happening over here anyway, and then I'm gonna make sure that these troops do run away. I would much rather that they engage with Hildebolt's crew than mine. And it looks like I can't escape it. We've got to get these guys out of there. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. They're going after all of these hired archers. That is not what I wanted to have happen. And with that in mind, I wonder if I should just not bring my troops over here. I'm going to have to. This was not exactly what I wanted to have happen. Or maybe I can run from this side and get them all. Okay, we actually broke them, and we've gained a bunch of influence, which is great. And then I will go into these last group right here. And we broke them as well. So that's wonderful. That's even more influence for us. And you know what? This has me thinking. We're going to pause it momentarily. We've got a big army. We're already paying for them. We've got a lot of influence. I think it's time to attack Hildebolt. It's a little earlier than I was thinking, but I figure we're never going to be as prepared as we are right now. So I want to figure out where we're going to go. And honestly, all of our troops are already heading this way. So I'm inclined to take this one. You know, this is not ideal. I think what we need more than anything else is food. You can see that we've got a little bit of an iron deposit right here, some berries. We've got a rich stone deposit, which is good. Some clay and some wild animals. I believe, I can't fully recall, but I want to say that this is a very fertile area. So that is a benefit. But I'd love to have something like this fishing pond, but that'll have to come at a later point in time. What I'm going to do is grab all these troops. We'll line them up right at the border. As soon as we get them, I think we claim this land. I think it's going to be the easiest one to grab. This is a close second, but this doesn't really have much of anything either. Honestly, we'll probably grab these two first. This one right now, this one a little bit later, and then we'll grab that other one last. But for now, let's line up. And I think I'm going to, while we're rallying, claim with influence. And I'm sure that Hildebolt's going to be furious about that. I would be. The gauntlet's been thrown. The gauntlet's been thrown. Okay, so now that the gauntlet's been thrown, we need to get our troops up there. I'm going to grab every single archer that I can find and send them right up to the top. We'll grab all of our infantry and send them to the front. And now the battle begins. I'm going to slow things down so we can create our formation. So I'm going to try to grab all the archers and just line them up in the back in a large line. Then I want to try to separate them a little bit, looking at what they have available to them. They have one archer, they have a retinue right here, and then they've got 2 infantry and some brigands. We should be able to overwhelm them if we play our cards right, and if we don't run out of money. It's the other big limiting factor is that we don't have a lot of money right now. So I'm going to actually press all of my troops forward quickly. And then I want to send one group specifically at their archers, because I'd like to take them out of it right away if I can. And you can see we are engaging in melee combat immediately. with their archers, but they are also sending, oh my goodness, they're engaging with our archers. That is not what I wanted to have happen. That is not what should be happening. Oh no, I've sent way too many troops over. So hopefully we can break these guys very quickly. We'll just push forward. We'll do the exact same thing. Their archers, where are their archers? They're running. Are they broken already? I think that they're already broken. They're already broken. So as long as we don't break, we're gonna be fine. So I will try to cut them off and make sure that we get our archers out of here. There we go. We're out of there. We're out of there. We're still fighting over here. We've got some guys just cheering. Oh, wait, broke them. We broke them. The retinue's escaping. We can break these guys too. We'll just send them straight up. And Hildebold has a message for us. 317 gold to end this. That's ridiculous. Absolutely not. We are absolutely going to take every bit of land that we can. And then we'll push forward into these guys. We want to break them. We broke them all. We broke them all. And our troops were coming up. So that is wonderful. And we have now claimed victory. And now the land is ours. And to that end, we release all of these troops because we can't afford any of them, which is wonderful. I'm going to grab all of our troops here and send them back to our mainland so that we can disband these units. But we did really well. Okay, our spear militia didn't do really well. We lost a lot of men, kind of like I expected them to. Our retinue did perfect. We didn't lose anybody, and that's good because they're the most expensive. And for our archers, with the exception of the melee archers, which we did not mean to send into melee, we've done all right with them. So I feel good about where we're at. Now, the unfortunate thing is we don't have enough influence to claim another region. So that's where getting more food and tithing is going to be really important. That, or we need another battle. Back to the real world, everything is moving pretty smoothly back in our village. We've got a few new families who have moved in, and it looks like some of our construction projects are well underway. I'm going to wait for this one to finish because I want to immediately assign someone to our Weaver's Workshop. Now, I believe that we already have some flax, so I'm hoping that this immediately starts working. And I also want to take a look at our tailor's workshop and make sure that we're producing gambesons, and indeed we are. So we just need our linens, and we should be good to go. So now our biggest need is money. We currently have 1 regional wealth, which means that we can't tax anything, and we're going to soon have no money in our treasury. That puts us in a fairly weak position because if we needed to hire some mercenaries, we just won't have the money to do it. And we could upset the king, which I don't know that it actually does anything, but I don't want to learn. So what I think we're going to do is try to grow our city because right now we have no one assigned to our deep mines, and I want to change that. The mines are where we make all of our money. We have to have people to work the mines. So to that end, I'm going to add a couple new burgage plots. Then I'm noticing one thing that's kind of disturbing me. I'm seeing that the pantry is full in a variety of locations. Now, these are individual farms that just we're not grabbing the goods from the farm and transporting it around. The other thing I'm noticing is that we've got a lot of unhappy citizens, and that's because they can't reach the marketplace. So this is something I really want to attack in a big way. And what I'm thinking is this market right here is too big. So I want to demolish this and add 2 smaller markets. 1 small one right here and 1 small one right here. But before we can do that, I need to figure out just how many workers that we're gonna have at the market. So at this storehouse, I can see we have 1. We have 3 right here at our granary, so 4 total. 3 more here at this other granary, and then 2 here at our storehouse. If we wanted to provide a market stall for everyone here, we'd have to have 9. But I think that we should probably just do 4 in each location and just make sure that we're balancing things out. So to that end, I'm going to take one of the workers here from this large storehouse. Actually, I want to have 2 of these because I want to have firewood at each of them. I'm going to remove someone here from this granary and add another person here to this storehouse. And then let's get rid of this marketplace. We'll make 2 smaller ones. And my hope is that each of these resources will open up 1 location at each of the marketplaces. And this little triangle will give me 4 market stalls. So I'll set that up right there. And then over here, I'm going to do the exact same thing. The only issue is going to be that we've got a whole bunch of materials sitting there. And hopefully this satisfies all of our needs. Right now, we've got 29 unhappy people, but I think it should be resolved soon. But the big benefit of this is we should be able to upgrade some more buildings then. And you can see over here, we now have one that this one before could not be upgraded, but now it can be. Now that everything's been constructed, we have a couple of unassigned families and they are going straight to the mines. And I'll assign all of them because I noticed that our berries are now depleted. So I'll take the forager's hut, pause it, and we'll have 2 more families that we can do something else with. And I'm guessing that you know what I want to do with that extra family. I want to send them to the mines because we need more money. Now I want to come over to these new burgage plots and use some of this regional wealth that we've now built up. And we've got to make sure that we are producing vegetables here so that we can feed all of our citizens. And then in the future, I'll add the extra living space to all of these. And I'm going to let things run for a little while in just a moment, but there are 2 things I want to do. First, I just want to see if there are any buildings that we can upgrade, and it looks like we have a couple right here. So now the 3 of those will generate regional wealth. I believe, again, that the reason we were able to upgrade these is that we've divided our markets. And then the second thing that I want to do is begin to tithe. And I want to be really gentle with this, but we've got to get up to 2,000 influence if we want to be able to take another region. So to that end, I'm going to tithe 5% of our food. And then I want to see why people are so unhappy. Looks like they are unhappy about the marketplace and the taxation. Both of those should get better with time, so we're just going to have to wait that one out. And I lied. There are 2 more things that I want to do. You know, our forestry over here is kind of awkward looking. I think I'm going to take our forester's hut and let them work a larger area. This is going to be really an aesthetic thing, but I think it'll look a bit more natural if we extend their area out to cover most of this side of the hill. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to spend down some of this money. We've got a whole bunch of burgage plots that don't have a backyard use, and I'm going to add them wherever I can. Now it's springtime, and during the winter I had to make one minor adjustment. Our happiness was not routinely staying over 50%, so I had to remove 100% of our taxes. It's one of the things that's really bothering people, our previous taxation, so I think we need to give them no taxes for a while to make them forget about our past sins. So hopefully we get new families moving in soon, but in the meantime, we're gonna have to do something I really didn't want to do, which is remove families from our mines to send them to forage. And that's because we absolutely must have this food, especially now that we are tithing. And to that end, it really doesn't seem like we are gaining any influence, so I'm going to tithe a little bit more. And I'm not sure how long we can keep this up, but at least through the summer months, it should be a little bit easier, especially now that we're collecting a bunch of berries. I'm slowing things down because we have a couple of interesting things that are happening right now. First and foremost, our approval has been high for quite some time, and a few new families have moved in, which I'm really happy about. But I'm noticing that we still have some requirements not met notifications. And I've got 2 ideas on how to resolve this. First of all, we got to figure out what their requirements are that aren't met. And it looks like they're unhappy about literally everything. So I'm going to try to open up a slightly larger market. So I'm going to demolish this one. Actually, we won't demolish it. I'll add one right next to it. And I very purposefully planned for this to be 2. I'm going to do the exact same thing over here. Try to open up another market with just 2 stalls. And now to get those operational, we're going to have to assign 4 new people to work at our granary, our storehouse, and the other granary and storehouse over here. So now we've only got 3. We've got to keep 1 available. So I'm going to assign 1 person here. It's not possible to add more here. So I'm going to upgrade this. We're going to have the exact same problem over here. So I'll upgrade this, but I can't add 1 more person here. And then we could certainly use more folks right here once our population grows. Now, the other thing that I'm noticing is that we've got a whole bunch of regional wealth. And that makes me think that things are finally progressing with all of our helmets. Looking at our troops, you can see that we are actually partially filled up. We have 14 helmets, 1 gabison, and 6 mail armor on our spear militia. Looking at our archer militia, kind of the same spot. So we are making progress, but that does make me think that with this approval, And with the money, we've got to start taxing again. And I'm also noticing that our food supply is starting to increase. So I'm going to tithe even more, and we'll go right for 20%. Once fall hits, I'm going to drop this down to either 10 or 0. And then finally, we've got to upgrade some buildings. And you can see we've got a couple available to us. And I just love these level 3 buildings. Even though this blacksmith's workshop is fairly small, it still just looks really, really nice. So that was a good upgrade. Now, looking at this though, I've been thinking about something. We are currently producing a bunch of sidearms and we're not using any of those troops. And that makes me wonder if we should stop and instead start to produce some iron parts. Iron parts are valuable because we can use iron parts to produce crossbows. And I would assume that the crossbowmen are much stronger than the warbowmen. So I think that we're going to do that. The other thing I want to do is I want to expand the living space here. Because right now, if we take a look, we've got these 2 families residing here and they are working on the crossbows. But if I expand the living space, we should get another family here and produce even more. You know, and the other side benefit of upgrading a level 3 building is it gets us even closer to our next settlement level, which is going to be really big because we'll be able to unlock another policy. So I'm really curious to see if there are any other level 3 buildings that we can add additional housing to. And after looking through all of these, there are none to upgrade, which is certainly a bummer, but I'm sure that in short order we will have one. One more thing I'm keeping a close eye on is that our approval is now kind of in the tank. And I don't really know how to resolve this, short of just not taxing for a good long while. We have enough money in our treasury to pay the next royal tax, and that should come in March, so we're just going to roll without any taxes for quite some time, and hopefully our approval jumps up once again. Now at this point, I've let a whole year go by, and as new families moved in, I assigned a couple more to our granary, and what has happened is we have an extra worker here that can't set up a stall, so all they're doing is transporting things around the map. And that's been really helpful for us because that means that rather than spending a whole bunch of time setting up a stall and going back and forth to that, they're bringing things to the stalls that already exist. So it seems like everything is kind of balanced out. The one thing I'm keeping an eye on is our food source. We're down to 6 months right now, but we've got a whole bunch of grain just kind of sitting in here. So we've got the food, we're just not doing anything with it just yet. So I think we're actually in a pretty good spot. Now at this point, we still have 7 additional living spaces available, but I want to continue to grow the city because as I look at our army, I see that we still don't have a full army of recruits. So I'm going to build a few more homes over here. I tried to back that up just to the tree line. Right here, it seems like there is some sort of a path in the ground, so I'm going to formalize this. And we'll imagine that these are formalized goat trails. So at this point, I'll fill this entire area in with more burgage plots. And I'm going to call a bit of a mulligan on these. As we get away from our city center or our village center, the lots should be getting larger. Now, these aren't going to fill up for quite some time. We currently have 15 available living spaces, but I wanted to make sure that we're thinking about where we're going next. And I'm also going to be planting some farms, or at least setting up some farms in just a moment. But I think that we probably can level up some buildings once again, and we indeed can, including these level 2 buildings to level 3, which is going to be really outstanding. And that's going to be really important for us because that means that we will reach our next settlement level. And now, even though we're not going to work it for quite some time, I want to set up that farm. And the main reason for that is we are going to have at least 15 families here, which means that we will have 15 different families that need jobs. So the farm will take at least 8 of them. I'll begin with the farmhouse. And then along with that, I'm going to add a hitching post. And the main reason for that is I know that we're going to want to have 2 oxen over here to serve these farms. And then we're going to add fields all over the place. And just like that, we have reached our next settlement level. We've got a new development point, and I really want to be thoughtful about this one because there's just so many good policies to pursue at this point in time. So I think one of the more valuable ones could be bakeries. This would take our flour and it would make twice the bread with it, which would be absolutely amazing. We also have sheep breeding, and I've been thinking about starting a sheep farm so that we can have clothing. But the thing is, if we have a sheep farm without this policy, we have to purchase 100% of the sheep, import them from the outside world. If we have this policy, they'll breed and we could start to sell sheep, another revenue stream, and it would prevent us from buying 50 sheep or something like that to fill up a farm. We've also got the opportunity to unlock basic armor making, so we can make our helmets ourselves. And if we unlock one more policy after that, we could get advanced armor making and make the mail armor ourselves. And the other policy that interests me is advanced pond keeping. This doubles the capacity at the fishing ponds. So I'm going to be upfront with you and say that I'm not 100% sure which is the correct route to go with right now. So I'm going to hold on to this development point. And for now, I just want to set this farm up. So I'm going to order another ox and then upgrade this to a small stable. And then we've got a couple of extra employees. So I'm going to assign them here to our farmhouse, add this upgrade, and then set up all of these fields as well. So now I think that we're at a point where we need to sit tight for just a moment. One of 2 things is going to happen. I'm either going to have a big tithe once we have enough food and hopefully gain 300 influence so that we can attack Hildebold, or we're going to be attacked by raiders. And at that point, we should have enough influence to take another chunk of land. So we're going to sit tight for a little while. And if I see that our food supply is more than 12 months, we will tithe our food. And if that doesn't happen, we'll be attacked and we'll gain the influence that way. And there it is. We're finally being attacked. Boy, oh boy, I am excited. Which might sound kind of ridiculous, but I think we're really well prepared at this point in time. First of all, look at this. All of our troops, we're basically completely filled up. We've got helmets, we've got gambesons. We don't have a lot of mail armor, but we're going to be fine. I'm going to rally all of our troops right over here. And I'm also very curious. I'm going to pause things for just a moment. We have a whole bunch of our new crossbows. So I want to see, what does this look like in comparison? We have missing recruits. I'm going to disband that unit so we get just our crossbows. And I can't tell what's stronger just now, so I'm just going to rally them. And oh my goodness, the range distance is 80. The attack is 38. I think that that is significantly higher. Yeah, we are going to disband this archer militia because that is just fractional in comparison. And then we'll rally the rest of the troops as well. Now we've got a ton of money, so I'm going to hire a bunch of troops because we're going to go after Hildebold right after this. So we'll sign all of the contracts. And then I want to make sure that they're not going to attack these guys just yet. So we'll run over here. And then I want to find the green caps. They must be, yeah, they're all over here. So we'll have them run this way. And I'll make sure that we're lining up all of our troops appropriately. I feel very good about what's about to happen. I'm going to get our new crossbowmen and we'll get them a little bit closer. And then we'll grab this group right here. This should be enough to completely overpower these units. I think I might stand right there. Holy cow. I can see them immediately just decimating this group. Holy cow. That is wild. We're running past them even. Oh my goodness. Oh, no. This is, oh, they broke. They couldn't even get close enough to him. Now they're coming at him. I might need to run. And it looks like they got to some of them, and that's clearly not what we want to have happen. But thankfully our retinue's right here, and we'll go forward into them. It's wild watching them just absolutely decimate these guys. There we go. They broke. And look at our influence. We're now above 2,000. Broke them as well. Perfect. And there's one more group back here. You better believe we're going right to them. Or right past them. What are we doing over here? And they broke immediately. And is it a big surprise? Not really. So now that we've got all of these guys taken care of, and we've got almost 3,000 influence, it's time to take another one of Hildebolt's lands. So I want to come right up to the door, and we'll take all these guys. Don't go anywhere. Just sit tight, and we'll grab 100% of our troops and rally right over to their doorstep over here. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? We have an enemy pressing a claim. You've got to be kidding me. They're trying to claim this from us. I cannot believe that. Enemies declared. And you know what? At the same time, homie, at the same time, we're taking your land. That is ridiculous. I cannot believe that he just pressed that claim while we were in the middle of here. So the gauntlet's been thrown. I'm hoping I'm not going to regret this. I'm really hoping I'm not going to regret this. So let's grab all of our melee units. Or rather, I'll grab most of our melee units. I'm going to leave one back. Just kind of hang out here and start that battle. And then the one unit that's back here, we're just going to hang back. And then we have all of our archers. I will figure them out as everyone else marches away. And this battle is beginning already. So I'm sending our archers in back here. And you can see they're already cutting this way. I'm going to try to block them. I'm going to send my retinue that way. And then I'm going to take this set of troops and send them behind. Try to go after their archers. And you can see they are beelining for our archers back here. So I'm going to grab this group and cut them off. And then I'll grab all of the archers. Actually, I've got another group right here. I'm going to grab all of the archers and we'll bring them closer because I really want them to take out the retinue over here. We gotta make our way that way. We are going to push into these guys, and I'll grab that infantry to go into the retinue because they are just decimating us over here. Now back here, we are going at their only archers with our melee units, which is great. They should be taken care of. And in short order, we should be able to defend what's remaining of our retinue. Oh no, did we break or did they? I think they broke. We broke their retinue, which is great. So now I'll send the brigands over here and we'll send some more troops in to these infantry. And then I think I'm going to grab these two archers and send them back here because we've got to make sure that we start this battle, or rather that we are maintaining a presence there. Otherwise we'll lose it. So it looks like we've defeated basically everything here, with the exception of these couple of troops. So I'll just bring all of the troops in here and hopefully break them up in short order. Oh, we broke him. We broke him. Victory. So we can claim victory here. So interestingly, we did win that new land, but we're still fighting for the land that we had before. So we'll make our way back over there and hang out a little bit. And at this point, I don't know what he's going to do unless he's got troops marching in from this side, which he doesn't. I think we're just kind of waiting for the battle to end. Now he's asking us to drop my claims. No. What is he even thinking at this point? So at this point, I think we just wait here and see if Hildebolt decides to attack us. And if not, we get to keep our land. And we get a new letter. If we drop our claims, he'll give us almost $5,000. But no, we're just going to end that conversation. So I guess we have to wait here for 57 days. Although, I mean, he's got a lot of money. He could afford to field a pretty impressive army. We're just going to sit tight and hopefully he doesn't. And now with just 26 days remaining, oh my goodness, he has decided to attack us. He's also written us a letter offering us less money. Now we know what he's been up to. So I'm curious. I'm very curious. Can we purchase more troops? We can't. Although, is it because of where I'm at? If I come back over here? No, I'm just maxed out. My army is as large as it can be. So let's investigate what he's bringing to the table. Looks like he's got a full retinue. He's got one archer. some brigands, infantry, and another infantry. So we are still dramatically overpowering him, but it is important to recognize that our retinue is not in a great place, and some of our other troops aren't doing so hot either. I might actually take this group and disband them, hoping that I can get something else. There's only 4 in this group though, so that should be possible. Now the battle's finally beginning. Okay, so now I'm going to disband them, and look at that. I disband them and I get a full polearm militia. So I'm going to rally them right to over here. I can do that now because these are my lands. And then it's time to march into battle. And you can see they've got some brigands coming along the outside. I think they're going to try to reach our archers. We're not going to let that happen. I'll go straight for them. And then for the retinue, we'll send a couple groups that way. And then we absolutely want to take care of that archer. You can see I'm just going to try to overpower the retinue right away. And we'll push forward into that group. And look at this. They're trying to help out. We're not going to let that happen. And we've already broken them. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. Did not expect that to happen so quickly. We'll go after their archers now, and we'll continue to try to break them. Apparently, this crossbow militia is just absolutely ridiculous. Everyone is terrified of them. But bluntly, I kind of get it. They're broken, so we'll send these guys over here. Everyone at the archers over here. And those guys didn't stand a chance. Look at this. We've got our crossbow militia just decimating them. Goodbye. Goodbye. Now, I think the only troops that they have left are their archers over here who are fighting melee units, and it's going to end poorly for them. There we go. They're broken, and it's a victory. We get to keep our land. Now, the unfortunate thing is it seems like we don't gain all that much influence from what we just did. And truthfully, we should. Instead, we're actually gaining negative king's favor, which is kind of funny. Either way, we now have 3 of the lands under our control. So I'm going to disband all of these units that we paid for and take everyone else and bring them home. And here are all of our heroes, victorious and dancing around. So we're going to release them from whatever they're doing right here. And then I want to make sure right away that we reinforce our retinue. I don't want to be caught off guard, which unfortunately means spending a ton of money for new men-at-arms and then a ton more for their armor upgrades. And I was able to equip all but 2 of them. So I need to remember to come back in here and equip them when we have money. And then for everyone else, we have to make some more large shields and some spears. But our big limitation here is recruits. Now I am noticing we've got a ton of crossbows. So while I'm thinking of it, we're going to open up a new trade route. And we're just going to trade away some of those crossbows. And I want to make sure that we have enough to have 2 fully stocked crossbow militias, which should be 72. We got to keep 72 on hand. Those are worth 8 in an export, which is absolutely outstanding. And there are 2 more things that I want to do. First, I want to assign a whole bunch of workers here to our farmhouse. Then I want to purchase 1 more ox. And then finally, I want to see if we can level up any more of these homes. And we can even take some of these level 2 and make them level 3. I think it's about time that we expand into other regions. But we've got one problem that we have to overcome before we can do that. We don't have any money in our treasury. We need at least 250 in our treasury to be able to buy a settler. Right now, we've got 44. What makes this worse is we are about to have our taxes collected in 6 days, and we don't have enough money for that even. And even if we were to tax 100% of our regional wealth, we still wouldn't have enough. Now, this all comes down to trade. So I want to look back at the last year, and we can see that we've imported more than we've exported. So as a result of that, we are out of money. It's pretty easy to figure out the problem. You can see that we've imported a whole bunch of helmets, a whole bunch of barley, interestingly enough, and a whole bunch of armor. So we are going to completely stop doing that. And the first order of business today is to actually go to our trading post and stop importing everything. So I won't import stone anymore. I won't import roof tiles. We're going to stop importing barley, and since we recently beefed up production, that shouldn't be a problem. And then we'll also stop importing mail armor and helmets. So at some point, we're going to want to produce these ourselves, though it won't be in our main city. So now we are going to go into the negative for a little while. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Instead, I want to try to ensure that we're really zooming things around the map as best we can. I really want to improve our storehouses and our marketplaces. So to that end, we're going to need some more citizens. So I want to see if there is anything that we can improve around here, adding extra living space if we can. And then while those are building out, I've been thinking a lot about that development point that we have available, and I think I want to unlock bakeries. This will take the flour that we already have and make it go twice as far. Now, one of the things I didn't realize is that policies are specific to regions. So as a result, we have the opportunity to unlock a whole bunch of different policies in different regions. So I think bakeries makes a ton of sense here. So to that end, we're going to want to build a bakery. And I believe that we have a couple of level 3 burgage plots right here that have chickens. Not anymore. Now you are a baker. And I think that we'll upgrade this one as well, but we need to have more people in a region before we can do that. Now, since we're doing this, I'm going to decommission our communal oven, and that'll actually give us a couple more citizens, so I should be able to change this over right away. And then the other thing that I want to do is rebuild our marketplace. So we are going to be adding a ton of stalls, so I'm going to relocate the market from right here across the street. And now we are unfortunately in debt to the king, so the waiting game begins. Now that everything has been constructed, we have our 2 bakers right here. They're going to be producing twice as much bread, so we should start to see the amount of food that we have explode. But we're going to have to wait until all of our fields are harvested. Now, the other thing that's happened while we waited is we have a whole bunch of money now. So I'm going to do something that's going to upset everybody, but get us into a pretty good place. I'm going to tax us at a really high rate for just 1 month. So at the end of April, I will take 50% of the money from our regional wealth and move that over to our treasury. That will get us out of debt and put us in a place where we could purchase a settler if we wanted to. And since we're thinking about our basic supplies, I want to think about fuel as well. And we were spreading out what our forester was doing. I want to tighten that up because I see that we're running out of trees here. Let's limit their work area. And then I also want to take a look at our charcoal kiln. We only have 1 person here right now. I want to max this out. And I want to do the exact same thing at our woodcutter's lodge. So we're going to have to wait until more people move into the community. There's plenty of available living space. And now it's May and we transferred a whole bunch of money into our treasury and people are furious with us. So we are going to take it back to where it was before. Actually, let's set it to 0 for just a little bit to make people happy. After our happiness is above 50% and people are moving in once again, at that point, raise it back up to maybe 10%, which should be a sustainable level to keep money going into our treasury while still keeping our citizens happy. I've let a couple months go by and our approval is through the roof. Everyone loves living here, though they do have a memory of that taxation. Still, it is time to start taxing them once again, and I'll just bump this up to 10%. They can deal with that. That will give us 170 moved into our treasury at the end of the month. Now, this is important because I want to have at least 750 in there because then we can have a fully stocked settlement camp. And that is exactly what I'd like to do for our first city. We've also got a couple new immigrants, and because of that, I want to start adding more people to our storehouse. So I'm going to add 2 here for now, and the goal before we leave this city is going to be to have all of our storehouses and all of our granaries completely full of people so that we are completely set here in this city. Because as we can tell right here, there are a number of people who are saying that requirements are not met, and I think it's going to be fairly easy to fix that. All we have to do is have a completely full marketplace. Now, this little experiment's been going on for about 15 months, and things have really turned around for our community. You can see that our approval's at 65%. Our citizens are still upset about that previous taxation, but they're getting over it as time passes. We've also got almost $3,000 in regional wealth, almost $3,000 in our treasury, and the king thinks that we're doing well enough that he's increased the royal tax 3 times to almost $600 a year. Now, while we were waiting, I added a whole bunch of workers. So now our large storehouse, our granary right here, our other storehouse, and our other granary have a full slate of employees. And as a result, our market is almost completely full. There's only one free stall location. And that satisfied the needs for basically every home around here. So before we move on from this community, I want to upgrade a whole bunch of buildings. And I want to start out with one that is kind of probably not on your radar, the tavern. I want to have a large tavern here because it'll provide more entertainment. And then I want to see if there are any homes around here that we can upgrade. And indeed there are. And I want to upgrade all of these because then they'll all generate regional wealth. And now with all of that complete, our village looks amazing. We're still seeing our surpluses increasing, our budget's improving every single month, our happiness is going up. I think that we're in an excellent spot to found those new villages. Before we purchase our settler, let's talk about what each new village is going to specialize in. I think we're going to start out over here because I really want to build something around this fishing pond. So this village is going to specialize in both clay as well as the fishing pond. So I want to make sure that we're unlocking policies that are very supportive of this, especially now that we know we can unlock specific policies for a region. So underneath here, I'm guessing that we're going to go down the charcoal burning and deep mining route so that we can have unlimited clay. We're also going to want to unlock advanced pond keeping. And I think I also want to unlock beekeeping and advanced beekeeping so that we have honey and wax. Now that would be 5 policies, meaning that we'd have to level this village up at least as far as we leveled up our first one. Then we'll build a small village here. And to begin with, this village will be 100% about extracting stones from this stone deposit. And even though it's a rich deposit, it will deplete over time because this is not an area that we mine, it's an area that we place a stone cutter. So because of that, we need to think about the second act for this region, and it's going to be all about farming. And that's because this is one of the most fertile areas on the map. If you look at our emmer fertility, it's basically fertile everywhere. For flax, it's much the same story. For barley, it's fertile everywhere as well. And if we unlock rye, we can farm the entire area. And with that in mind, we are going to try to unlock 5 development points, and we're going to use them all in the top quadrant here. The first thing I want to unlock is heavy plow. After that, I want to unlock orchardry because I've never actually done it. Then we'll pursue sheep breeding, fertilization, and rye cultivation. And with those policies unlocked, this region will be an absolute powerhouse of farming. And that means that whenever we take over this region right here, our main focus has to be armor making. So to that end, we're going to need to unlock basic armor making, then advanced armor making, and master armor making. But first, we have to settle our second village, and for that, we'll purchase a settler. And I'm going to place the settlers fairly close to this fishing pond right here. And one of the reasons I wanted to have so much money in the treasury is you have the ability to purchase more resources if you have the money. So we have enough to go for plentiful resources, which will make it really easy to start building this city up quickly. So that's 750 gold out of our treasury, and we still have over 2,500, so we're in a perfectly fine spot. Now, before we do anything here, I want to lay out a couple of roads. This will be the basic layout of the community. The focal point is really going to be this pond right here. I'm thinking that we're going to have our fisherman's hut right here, some homes right here, our church, and maybe a village green up in this area right here, and then more homes along this road. We're also going to have a road that cuts back here and takes care of some of these resources, which are a finite resource, at least for these two. And then once we clear those, we have more areas for homes and maybe farms. But first things first, we need to stabilize this little village, so I want to make sure that we are chopping down some trees. I'm going to place this logging camp right out the King's Road. And now right next to that, I'm going to place our saw pit and a woodcutter's lodge. Then, going back to where our community is going to be, I'm going to start to queue up some buildings here as well. And we'll build our fisherman's hut right here next to the pond. And then I'll build the granary right here and the storehouse right next to it. And then we'll finish off by building our burgage plots right here. Now, as much as I would love to see this continue getting built, a band of raiders is now here and we have to defend ourselves. Thankfully, they've shown up over here because they would have caused some real damage over there. So let's begin by rallying our troops. And I'm going to attempt to take some of the advice that was given to me in the comments and slow down, calm down, and not charge at anybody. So I'm going to set up the crossbow militia first, and we're going to have them back here. And I have them in a nice row all the way across here. I'll take the retinue and I'll place them kind of close to the front. And then everyone else will be just behind. And I'm moving these couple units up. And we're just going to let them attack us right here. We're on the higher ground. They should be at a disadvantage. And oh my goodness, we're actually not in our home territory. This is a mistake. I'm going to bring us back a little bit. And I'm going to take the archers and back them up as well. Oh no, this is a classic me mistake. And I will cut these guys off on the side to hopefully stop them from going straight at us. And oh no, okay. They turned around, that's good. Thankfully, they turned around because they would have gone straight towards our crossbowmen. And we got some cheering over here, that's not good. And then I'm moving more troops in, and we're just going to push. Oh, look at that. We got the influence because we broke them already. We'll push these guys forward, push them forward as well. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. That was really, really easy. And now that that's done, we can disband all of our units. And we have almost enough influence now to claim Hildebolt's final land. And honestly, now that we have so much food, I might tithe just a little bit until we have 2,000 influence. And just by building those few things, we've leveled up our settlement, and that is wonderful because we needed to unlock the advanced pond keeping right away. This will double our stock of fish at our fishing pond. Now with that in mind, we should probably start fishing this, especially because I believe that this is a seasonal asset. It is. So I'll add one fisherman right here. But I also want to take a look at our lumber supply chain. We're going to add one logger right here. We'll add one worker at our saw pit. And we'll also add one person here at our woodcutter's lodge. Now, the unfortunate thing about this is it means that we now don't have enough people to staff both our granary and our warehouse. So we're going to have to staff that the moment that we can. I also need to make sure that for our logging camp, we're setting the area that we're logging. And I'm going to limit this to this area right here, right near this stream. And I actually have to call one minor mulligan. We don't have anyone moving these supplies into these buildings. We absolutely must have that. So I'm going to remove someone from our saw pit and just assign one person here at our storehouse and one person here at our granary. Now, in addition to that, I'm going to lay out a couple more things. I said I want to make sure that we've got a space for our church. That'll be right here. Our market and our village green will be right next to that. So I'll build our marketplace right here. And this should serve us well for quite some time. Now back over here at our lumber area, I'm going to remove our woodcutter for just a little while, and that's because we currently have 8 months of general supplies on hand, so there's no real need for us to have more fuel. But that one surplus unassigned family means that we can build some more stuff, and build more stuff is exactly what we're going to do. And that's because we have to start thinking about having a pack station. A pack station is going to be how we get goods from this region to our other region and vice versa. So to that end, I'm going to place this very close to our King's Road. I think I might actually place this right about here, right next to our marketplace. And on second thought, this would be kind of stinky. So I'm going to place it right here. And then along with that, our happiness is now at 50%, which means that people will start moving here soon. So I want to build a few more homes. And now that we have a pack station, we've got to purchase a mule. That'll cost us 25 regional wealth. And then we've got to set up our trade here. And I think that we're going to obviously trade with the only region that has a city. And we're going to send fish, the only resource that we have, and get back bread. But trading goes both ways. So I'm going to set up another one of these pack stations over in our first city. And I'll build this pack station right here. And then at this one, I'm going to make sure that we have that mule and that we're assigning a family to work here so it's more efficient. And then this time, I want to send some sort of clothing over to that community. So I'll send leather and receive fish in return. And while we wait for more people to move into this community, let's build a few more things. First, I'm going to build a road, and I'm going to see if I can sneak it behind here. I can't. I'll sneak it off to the side. This is going to go to our clay deposit. And I'm going to stop that because we can have 2 different clay mines here. But it looks like we have to have planks for that. So since our fishermen can't work in the winter, we'll remove them from here and assign them to the saw pit. And in no time at all, we have enough planks to build both mines, so I'll do that. Now, the whole reason that we've done this is we've basically created another currency. So we should be able to add a worker here. And then if we open up another one of these pack stations, we can trade away some of the clay and get another resource from our main city. So let's open up another one of these right across the street from the one that we already have. And I will set this one up after we order our mule. And we'll send them clay in exchange for crossbows. Now that we're sending clay to the other community, I want to make sure that we get our clay furnace set up. But before we do that, I want to queue up a couple of things here. So I'm going to build a couple of homes right here, right along this road. And now we'll head back over to our original settlement and fire up the clay furnace that we haven't been using for quite some time. And I think we'll just send one person here because we're not going to have all that much clay for quite a while. One of the primary reasons I wanted to open up all of these new homes is that we can completely fill up our fisherman's hut, which we can now do. The fishing pond here has a potential for 1,430 food, so this should be an excellent source of food for this village and an incredible currency to trade with our first village. Now I have a couple more goals here. I want to build the church, which means that we have to move this hitching post. And I'm going to place the church right in the center of this plot. And then one of my final goals here is going to be to level up some of these homes that we're starting to generate some regional wealth here. And if we take a look, we can see that we're missing water access. We'll just build a well. And then we're missing food stall supply. So we're not getting the bread here yet, which means that we must have to staff our pack station. So we're going to have to wait for more people to move into the community because I'm also noticing that we're low on fuel. So I'm going to add someone right here to our woodcutter's lodge. And then I'm going to queue up our well. And thankfully, there's no shortage of places to place it here. I'm going to place it right here, actually. And then I also want to build a forester because I can already tell that we're chopping down all the trees right here. And then because I can never stop building things, there's one more building that I want to build. That's one more pack station. Now, the purpose of this one is going to be to take some of our firewood and get it out of here in exchange for coal. And that also means that we're likely going to need a few more homes here. So now that all of that is built, I'm going to get this pack station set up here. Once again, that's firewood for charcoal, which I think makes a ton of sense. I've also got to buy a mule. And then I'm going to assign some employees here. So I'm doing this at our first one first. This is the one that's going to give us bread. Our second one is the one that'll give us crossbows. And then I'll hold off on this third one until we have one more family here. We still have a little bit of regional wealth, so I will add farms to the back of these larger burgage plots. So a vegetable garden in the back of both of those, and then I'm going to add some chickens and at least some of these. And now that we've added chicken coops back here, we should have affordable eggs, which is great because in the real world, they're anything but. And I've let things run for a little while, and we're still not quite ready to level up. The big thing that we're missing is just that second food supply. So it's going to take a little while for that to shake out. I'm going to make a couple of changes, though, before we move on from the city. I want to make sure that we've got a family assigned here at the pack station. And then I want to upgrade both our storehouse, which is completely full, and our granary, which is half full. And with that, this little city should be fairly stabilized. So let's build our second new village. But before we do that, I want to stop tithing because we currently have 3,000 influence, or way more than we need to claim that final region. And now that we've done that, let's purchase another settler. And for this one, I think I'm going to place this right on the top of the hill, right near our deposits. And again, we'll go for plentiful starting supplies. Our first objective in this village is going to be to extract the resources at the top of the hill. So to that end, we're going to need to grow up a bit of a population. So I want to begin this village just like I did the last one by drawing in a couple of roads. And the first road that I want to draw is going to be right here up the hill, following this goat path. And we'll connect this up with the road going to Leuter. The second road I'm going to draw is going to be a little bit strange, and that's going to be linking this King's Road up to Leuter. The whole purpose of this road is going to be to increase the speed of the pack houses in Leuter. The secondary reason is I think that this will look like a realistic road going through here, and it'll just improve the aesthetics of the region. I want to draw one more road along this stream, and that's going to follow the stream and the forest right here. And that's because I want to make sure that we're collecting the wild berries. And right away, I'm going to build that forager's hut because I want to collect these before the fall. And now let's focus our attention at the top of the hill. And I want to draw a circular road all the way around our tent camp here. This is going to be our village green. And I'll link this up with the road that we just created a moment ago. And I'll send another road past our stone collection here. And this is going to be important because it's where I want to place our first homes. And I'm going to keep these relatively modest in size because I want some density at the top of the hill, and then we'll really start to taper back as we get away from this little village green. Now we've also got to think about our lumber supply, and to that end, I want to place a logging camp right here. Now that might not be the most obvious place, but we've got some wild animals right here, we've got our berries right there, and I really don't want to encroach upon the hillside right here. So I think that this might be the only reasonable place to knock down some trees. And since we're placing this here, I'm also going to add our storehouse, and for the sake of simplicity, our granary as well. And then lastly, we have to have a saw pit, otherwise we won't be able to build buildings. And now that we've built all of this, we also need to build a woodcutter's lodge. And that's because we're about to run out of fuel. So I'll place this fairly close to our lumber camp. And then I want to see if we are done collecting berries here. Indeed we are. I assigned a couple of workers here while we were building things. I'm going to remove them for now. And I'm going to assign one of those workers right here to our logging camp. And then once our woodcutter's lodge is done, I'll assign one here. Now, in addition to that, we also need to build a market. And I think I'll add it right here. Once we start to have some market stalls here, I have a feeling that our approval will jump above 50%, and we're going to need additional homes so we get more people to move into our community. So I'm going to build some of those now. And now that these are built, we just need to wait for some wood to be harvested. And that reminds me, I want to make sure that we are harvesting in a very deliberate way. So I'm going to set our work area to be right back here and nowhere else. And then I want to use the development point that we have. We unlocked one development point when we built our first 5 burgage plots, and I've been thinking about it. I think I want to go for orchardry right away. And I want to do this because the trees are going to take 3 to 4 years to be mature, so it's going to take a while to see a benefit from the orchards. Now, orchards are a backyard extension, so I want to build some larger lots where we can have some large orchards. And now I want to buy the backyard extension for each of these. And these are 50 gold each, so we're going to completely exhaust our reserves, but I think it's worth it. And I'll expand the living space at each of these homes as well. And while we were building these homes, one new family moved into the community. We also chopped a whole bunch of firewood. We now have a 22-month supply. So I will disable our woodcutter's lodge, and I want to take that employee and assign them to the saw pit. And the main reason for that is we're going to need some planks if we want to build our stonecutter's camp. In addition, I want to make sure that we're getting more food, so we'll assign a family here to our forager's hut. We're in kind of a strange spot where our happiness is at 49% and will not improve. So I'm going to force improvement by building a church. And then I also want to build a well. And holy cow, there's water everywhere here. And now that our church is done, our happiness should be above 50% any moment. Now I noticed that we have this hitching post right here. I don't love this, so we're going to move this. And I think I'm going to place this near our granary. And then I need to upgrade the storehouse. It is completely full. And let's upgrade the granary while we're at it. And we are indeed now above 50% approval, so more families should start moving into our community in short order. So we're going to sit tight and let them move in. And we now have a band of raiders in our community, and oh my goodness, they are coming over here. We've got to stop them. We've got to stop them. So we are going to see if we can get any mercenaries. And it looks like our local thugs will show up in this area. So we'll sign the contract. Honestly, we'll hire everybody. And then I'm also going to take all of our units and rally them right here. And now we're unfortunately going to have to see what happens. Thankfully, it looks like they are turning around and going towards the couple of brigands that we brought in here. And all the rest of the troops are running over to this area. So we're just going to have to see what happens. Well, this doesn't look good. Our troops are way over here, and they just beat the brigands that we had hired. So I have a feeling that they're going to burn a few things down, which is really unfortunate because this is a very happy place. We've also got a couple of unassigned families. So while we're over here, why don't we hire a forester and another woodcutter because we are currently short on fuel. So obviously we have priorities, and let's hope our people get here fast. Oh my goodness. They're burning our whole city down. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Oh my goodness. And they're going to be long gone well before we even greet them. So they've burned down all of Leineck. So we have to rebuild. And we'll also disband our gigantic military because obviously they're not doing anything right now. Now, since we're over here, I just want to see if we can level up any of these buildings, and it looks like we can't for the exact same reason as before, not enough food or not enough food diversity. So to that end, I want to try to collect some more food locally, but we have to have more citizens for that. So let's build a couple more homes. And then we have a wild animal deposit over here. Let's collect from there. And we immediately got 2 new families to move in, so I'm going to assign those 2 families to our hunting camp. And then soon enough, we should have the ability to upgrade a couple of these buildings. And look at that. Actually, right away, we can upgrade these ones. Now back over here in Erlhardt, we have a ton of unassigned families, so I want to do something with them. Let's build our stonecutters camp. And I also want to build a mining pit because I want this clay deposit to be gone. And I think we should also build a hunting camp here because we're starting to run low on food. And now let's assign some families. I'm going to assign 1 right here to our hunting camp, 2 right here to our mining pit, and 4 to our stonecutter camp. And since we'll be harvesting all of this stone, we should start to trade it to our main city. So I want to build another pack station right here in the downtown area. And for this one, I just want to trade food over to Erlhardt. So let's see what food is the most prevalent in our village. It looks like it's vegetables, so we'll send vegetables and we'll receive stone. And we have to assign a family here and purchase a mule. And now we'll wait until vegetables show up here. Now, interestingly, all we're missing to be able to upgrade all of these homes is a tannery. That's because we're missing clothes at all of these homes, and we already have a hunting camp. So let's go ahead and build a tannery. And funny enough, we don't have any wood, and that's because we've taken 100% of our wood and converted it to planks. That was a mistake. So let's go ahead and disable our saw pit, and now we'll build our tannery. And I'm going to build this way out of town because it would be very stinky. And now we can upgrade literally every house in our community. Actually, all but these 2. We don't have lumber to upgrade this one, and this one still doesn't have access to clothing. And now that all of our homes are upgraded, we're finally starting to generate some regional wealth, which means that we can add backyard extensions here and start to buy things that cost money. But what I'm more interested in is that our mining pit is now empty, as is our stonecutter camp, so we can now decommission these. And that leaves us with a ton of workers for farms. There's one more thing I want to think about. We're sitting in a pretty good place with our food, but we currently only have 1 month of fuel remaining. So I want to assign 1 more worker right here at our woodcutter's lodge and try to get this to be equal with the amount of food that we have. And after just a few months, we have over a year of food and fuel in our storage, and we're ready to start growing this city and ready to start building all of those farms. Now let's build our manor here in Leuter. And that's because I have really bad memories of this entire village burning down, and I don't want that to happen again. So I'm thinking that we're going to build our manor right here, and there are 2 reasons for that. The first is that it's pretty well centrally located, so we should be able to defend this entire community from this location. And second, I think that the manor is going to have a really cool reflection from the pond, which it's an aesthetic thing, but I still care about it. So I'm going to build this right away, right here, right in the center of this road. And I'd love to expand this right away with the garrison tower, but we don't have enough stone to do so. The reason I care about this so much is it allows us to take our retinue from 12 to 24. So we're going to want to do this as quickly as we can, but we're going to have to find stone before we can do that. But first we'll commit to building this. Now let's find that stone. And I know that we have a small deposit right here. So I'm going to place a stonecutter camp and I'm going to speed this along. We'll build this first. And then as soon as this is built, we'll clear out this 220 stone that we have right here. Now next I'm going to build something that's kind of unusual. I want to build a livestock trading post, and I want to do this for two reasons. First of all, we have 3 pack stations right here, and we're going to be removing these. I want to have all of our pack stations located in our main community, so we have no need for these 3 here. But we already purchased 3 mules, and I want to be able to sell these because we don't have very much regional wealth. Now, additionally, this will give us an opportunity to buy another oxen because we only have 1. We're going to be building a ton of stuff here today, so we want to make sure that we aren't bottlenecked by our oxen. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab this hitching post, and I want to relocate this right here. And I'm doing that because I just want it to be a little bit more centrally located. And next to that, we'll build our livestock trading post. Now, I know that if you prioritize everything, nothing is a priority, but this actually is a priority for me, so I'm going to speed these up as well. And now that our stonecutter camp is complete, I'm going to assign 2 families here. We currently have 5 that are unassigned, so we might as well clear this up relatively quickly. And then there are a few things I want to do right here. First and foremost, I want to upgrade this hitching post to be a small stable. That'll just give us a little bit more capacity for our oxen. And then second, I want to assign someone here to our livestock trading post, and I want to set up some trades. So the first one is going to be to import another ox, and the second will be to export 100% of our mules. And it looks like we're going to win on this. We'll have a little bit of extra money after we do this. Now, knowing that we're about to sell our mules, we really need to take a look at our trades here and make sure that we're bringing those back to our main settlement. Otherwise, we could run out of supplies here. So this first trade is firewood for charcoal. Now, interestingly, we don't really need this one because we are going to have to pursue charcoal in this village if we want deep mining. So this trade will not occur in our main village. Our second trade is clay for crossbows. And this is one that we're going to probably want to modify. You can see that our barter value here is 0.1. And I have a feeling if we were to trade roof tiles for crossbows, it'd be much closer to 1. And that means that they'll have to bring 1 roof tile to get 1 crossbow instead of 10 clay for 1 crossbow. So obviously that's going to be a much better deal for us, much more efficient. So again, we will not have this one at our main settlement. And then our final trade here is fish for bread. And this has a barter value that's pretty close to 1, and honestly, it diversifies our food supply, so it's one that we should probably do. So knowing what those are, I'm going to decommission all of these. And now let's head back to our main settlement and start building some pack stations. Honestly, I think it's pretty funny. We only have 2 pack stations here, and we had 3 in Leuter, and we're about to go ham here. I think I want to add 8 more. We're going to have 5 of them assigned to Leuter and 5 assigned to Erlhardt. Now, in addition to building these, I think that we also need to build another storehouse and also another granary. And the reason I'm building those is we're going to have so many goods coming into this area, it's going to be much more efficient to be able to drop them off in a local area. And then finally, we have to build a livestock trading post. And the main reason for this is we're going to have a lot of mules to purchase. And once again, I'll build that very close. And now that everything's been constructed, a couple of observations. First of all, we've added a need for 9 new families in between our livestock trading post and our pack stations, and we only have 1 additional unassigned family that we can actually use. So we're going to need to greatly expand housing in this area. Additionally, I want to expand these because these are going to fill up immediately. So I'll upgrade both of these right away. And now to grow our available living space, there are 2 different approaches that we could take. We could grow outward, or we could try to add additional living space in our existing plots. And I think to begin, I want to add in additional living space where I can. Now, I want to do that because I know that there are a number of places like this where I could easily add this living space in. It'll use less resources, and it'll provide extra work to this plot right here. So I'm going to go through all of these and add as many as I can. And by just expanding the living space, I was able to add an additional 15 housing units, which should be more than enough to meet all of our needs here. So let's turn our attention to logistics. And the first thing I want to do is purchase some mules. So we currently have 10 pack stations, so a need for 20 mules. So it should be easy enough to just go in here and import up to 20 mules. Now, additionally, we have to have a worker here. So I'll assign one family here, and we'll have no problem covering all of those mules because of all the regional wealth that this place is generating. Now, additionally, I want to take a look at our existing trades here to see if we need to modify them at all. Now, our first one right here is actually going to Leuter, and we're trading leather for fish. So we've got to be careful with this because we are going to be trading bread for fish as well. And our second trade is going to Erlhardt. We're trading vegetables for stone. Now, I'm going to move this trade over to one of these pack stations because I want to keep things nice and organized. So we'll get that trade moved over here. We'll assign a family, and we'll remove that family here. Now, just so I don't forget, I'm going to set up a couple of trades that we won't be able to execute right away. The first will be for bread and fish, and the moment we have another family move in, we will turn this one on. And the second will be trading crossbows for roof tiles, and this is a perfect trade. It has a 1-for-1 barter value, which is fantastic. And now that all of our new housing's been completed, I think we need to take a look at all of our backyard extensions just to make sure that we're completely maxing everything out. And you can tell that there are a number of them right here where we have nothing going on. So for any of our bigger backyards, I want to have vegetable gardens, and for our smaller ones, we'll have chickens. And then while I was looking at the backyard extensions, I noticed that there are a number of buildings that could be leveled up from level 1 to level 2. So I'm going to go through and upgrade all of those right now as well, because they'll generate regional wealth if we do that. And then there's one more thing that I want to do over here before we head back over to Leuter, and that is assign a family to this pack station right here. This is our bread for fish trade, and this is one that we had actively going before. So now that we have this extra family that's moved in, we're absolutely going to add someone here and get that trade reestablished. Now back over here in Leuter, I want to expand our manor before we do anything else. And the main reason for that is I want to get our retinue up to 24. So for this, we're going to add our garrison tower. And honestly, I think I'm just going to clip this right onto the side. We haven't done a lot with our other manor, and I feel like that one's more important. So I'm not going to worry about aesthetics here. I'm going to worry about functionality. And we'll commit to this right away. Now checking back in at our stonecutter camp, you can see that the stone is all gone. So we are going to remove the employees here. And interestingly, we have a whole bunch of stone, actually more than is supposed to be here. So I will remove all these workers. And then I think we need to take a look back at our storehouse over here and maybe beef up the number of employees that we have. And we only have one right now. And honestly, this thing is almost full. You can make a pretty compelling case that we need to build another one of these. I'll add 2 employees here and 2 to our granary. But then I also want to build another storehouse. And I'm going to build this right over here by our lumber industry. And I'm doing that for 2 reasons. I'm thinking that we're going to have our clay furnace over here to build our roof tiles, as well as our charcoal kiln. So there'll be even more things that need to be stored in this area. So we'll build this right here right away. And now, while all of that's building, I want to think about upgrading some of our homes here. And the main reason for that is we've got to level up Leuter. Right now we're at level 1, and to be able to get deep mines, we need to get to level 2. And it looks like we're only 2 level 2 burgage plots away. Now it looks like we have 2 right here that we can upgrade, so I'm going to do that immediately. And for these other burgage plots, I want to add accessory uses because I don't want to run out of food here in Leuter. And I started out small, adding vegetable gardens to these couple of plots right here, but eventually I want to add it to all of these. But I just remembered deep mines cost us regional wealth, and I don't want to dip too low because I might not be able to upgrade those mines. And now that our manor is complete, there's 2 things that I want to do. The most important one is going to be to increase the size of our retinue. And thankfully, we're drawing from our regional treasury, which means that we can expand this all the way to 24 soldiers. And we'll deck 100% of them out in armor. And that is fantastic. It feels like we finally have protection here in Leuter. Now, the other thing I want to do is going to be a little bit of vanity. And basically, we've got some trees growing through our manor. So I'm going to take our logging camp and assign them to cut down trees around here, just so it looks a bit nicer. So for that, I will limit their work area to just around the manor. And we'll do this very temporarily. And in short order, we've reached settlement level 2 now that we have these 2 level 2 buildings. So this is really helpful for a couple of reasons. First of all, these are now generating regional wealth. And second of all, now we can unlock deep mines. So I'm going to do that right away. We'll start out with charcoal burning, and then we'll get deep mining. Now, while it's on my mind, I'm going to build that charcoal kiln right away. And the main reason for that is it's going to take 1 firewood and turn it into 2 charcoal, which is going to be really valuable for us, not just for heating, but also for making our roof tiles. I'm going to place this right over here. And I also want to take a look at our forester's hut, because I think that we should probably be foresting this entire area right here. So I'll set this to cover this entire area. And then once our trees are removed from our manor, I'll set the logging camp to log the exact same area. And now that we have deep mining, we should see what it takes to upgrade these. And it looks like it's 10 planks and 50 gold. And thankfully, we didn't exhaust 100% of our gold reserves. So we should be able to upgrade both of these. And now that our deep mines are built, I want to build the other half of this equation. And that's going to be our clay furnace. And I'm going to place this fairly close, likely right here, because I want this to be fairly close to our storehouse. I'm going to also build a road in between these, and we'll get rid of the stonecutter camp. And now that all 3 of these are built, we should be able to get an idea of how many new households we need to add to this community. So for our clay furnace, we have to have 5 new families. And then for each of our deep mines, it's going to be 4. And we already have 1 assigned here. I'm going to assign 1 more right here and 1 right here to our clay furnace, just to get that supply chain moving. And then I want to turn our attention to our existing homes, because there are 2 things I want to do. Number 1, wherever we can add extra living space, we're going to do it. And wherever we can upgrade, we're going to do that as well, because I want to start generating as much regional wealth here as I can. Now, it looks like we can upgrade most of the homes here. So I'm going to start out by adding extra living space. And then we'll upgrade all of these ones. And now that we're starting to produce roof tiles, I want to go back over to our main settlement to make sure that we have someone trading for those roof tiles. And honestly, it's good that we're returning to this area, because it looks like our granary has burned to the ground, and that's going to be a huge problem for us. That means that everyone here is unhappy because their requirements are not being met. So good thing that we're over here to fix that. Now, I also want to add 1 family right here, and I'm going to stick around to make sure that we're in a good place after this gets built. In addition, we could probably add 1 family right here and 1 right here. And that should blunt the blow of this burning to the ground. Now, we got this large granary rebuilt, but the real damage is that it's taken our supplies down to 6 months. And that's all because of food. So I want to keep an eye on this, because if we dip any lower than 6 months, we're going to be in a really rough spot. So hopefully some of the food that we're bringing over from Leuter is helping things out here. Oh, and that sound means that something bad is happening. An enemy unit has been spotted. And let's see where we are. It looks like they're coming in from the 1 piece of land that we don't own, which is good. If they were coming into Leuter, we could be in a lot of trouble. So let's make sure that we're defending ourselves. And we should have no problem with all of these barbarians. They've really picked on the wrong community. And right away, we start to light them up. They are trying to get through our retinue, but there's no way that that's going to happen. So we should be able to just shoot them with our crossbows and break them up immediately. That was way too easy. Way too easy. We've still got a couple more brigands right here. But they are just no match for us. Just no match for us. And we've made quick work of all of them, which is fantastic. Looks like there is 1 more group. I'm going to let them come to us. That is what you guys advised me in the comments, and it seems to be working incredibly well. Now, I will commend them for being brave. I would not walk up a hill if I saw this entire army waiting for me, shooting down at me. No way, no how, but They came, they tried, and they lost. And because of that, we've gained even more influence, which is fantastic. And the nice thing is we didn't leave our land, so we had a fighting bonus, and it's easy to disband us. And I forgot that I have a retinue in Linek, and apparently I've been marching them over this way. Indeed, there they are. That is not my finest moment. Come back here. Sorry, Linek retinue. Never again. And I cannot believe this. While we were upgrading everything, Hildebold decided to claim Linek, which is ridiculous. So I'm going to pause things momentarily because I'm going to amass the largest army that he has ever seen. So the first thing I want to do is pay every single mercenary that will take us. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like any of them are going to be coming from Linek. Oh, they are. They're right here. That is fantastic. And then I want to mobilize 100% of our troops right here in Linek. And now we tell Hildebold, we'll resolve this claim on the battlefield. How dare you? And now that we're doing this, we are going to, oh my goodness, we're going to try to get these people away as quickly as we can. I'm going to run them away. And then I'm going to take my retinue here and get them heading this way because he's actually got a formidable little army right here. And it looks like he's baited our crossbows into melee combat, which is not great. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, unfortunately, this is going to be a fairly lopsided affair to begin with. There's not much that we can do about this. But it seems like for whatever reason, he's fallen back. So maybe we're not in as dire a situation as I thought we were. So I'm just going to pull everyone back, especially our archers. And then we'll see what Hildebold has to say for himself. He'll pay us 4,667 gold if only we give him Linek. No way. I won't even write back. That's crazy. And now, thankfully, we've amassed a small army here. We've got our retinue. And I will prepare these troops for missiles. So now they are shooting at us, but we have home field advantage and we are prepared for the missiles. So hopefully this isn't the end of the world for us. I am very curious though. I just want to see where the rest of our army is. They're actually not quite as far away as I assumed that they would be. Our mercenaries over here are quite a long ways away, so I will pull them up. And then we'll grab all these troops and put them right behind our line right here. Now, interestingly, it seems like they are just firing at our troops right here and taking out all of our archers. So I'm going to see if we can take out their archers. Just go right in at them because they are just lighting us up. And they're letting us. That right there is some crazy stuff. So we've basically sacrificed our spearmen, which probably is a bad strategy. But I think if we can get rid of some of their archers while we're waiting for our troops to come in, it's not going to be a bad thing for us. And they've got some brigands coming in at the side, so I will take them out as well. And then we've got our retinue over here, and we can replenish them if we need to. So I know that that's probably kind of a callous way of looking at it, but I'm going to send them right in. And hopefully, because they are in there, we won't see our groups disbanding. Now, for these folks, I'm going to make sure that we're pushing forward. And we'll do the exact same thing right here. And it's not going great for us. You can see that we are trying to hold up. We'll continue to push forward. Oh, we broke them. We broke them. Now, I think the really tough thing for us is they've got their retinue here, and their retinue is in great shape. So I'm going to see. These guys are just standing around now. Let's head over here, and we'll come from the side. And hopefully we can attack from the back, and they won't see us coming. And they didn't see it. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. And my goodness, our retinue is completely gone. I am going to customize them and add 24 new recruits with full armor. So this is clearly not the best way of doing battle, but we're doing the best that we can with the troops that we have right now. And thankfully, we can rally them right here now. So this should keep us in the fight because this is brutal. We've also got our entire army right here. What are you guys doing? And honestly, now that we have all of these troops, they are going to be broken in short order. And they saw the writing on the wall there. Thank goodness. Okay, not my finest moment, but what this has made me realize is we've got to disband some of these militias in Leuter Flucht. And that's because we can only have a certain number of militia. And right now we've completely exhausted that in our main city. So we will be disbanding these once we know that we have enough crossbow to have a crossbow army here in Leuter. Now, I'd love to disband all these guys, but if you see, we are still in the battle for Leuter. So what that means to me is we've got to keep our troops on standby. We've also got to make sure that we got someone here at our church to clean up the bodies. And I might actually upgrade the church, because if we upgrade it, we can have 3 employees that are burying all the bodies. And then in the meantime, I'm going to change our formation so that it makes a bit more sense and maybe is a bit further back from the woods. And now we just have to wait. But I do want to check one thing. I just want to see where the battlefield location is, just to make sure that we've been there. And the battlefield is in our main city. So I'm going to take these brigands and I'll just have them sit here. And hopefully they can start the battle, and everyone else will be over here in Leuter making sure that our settlement is being taken care of. So we have 69 more days in our war, and we're going to just pretend that everything is back to normal and continue to upgrade things and build new housing, because we are still a number of families short of being able to fill out our mines. But the first thing I want to do though is see why we can't upgrade these buildings right here, and it looks like water is the reason why. Now the reason I care about this so much is our regional wealth is how we're going to be able to build out vegetable gardens and the rest of these, so we need to upgrade as many of these as we can. So I'll take this well right here and make it a stone well, and then we'll be able to supply 50 burgage plots with water. Now, additionally, I'm going to build some more burgage plots. And now we need to make a couple of modifications to our lumber industry to ensure that we have enough wood to build all these homes. And we can see that the trees have been chopped down around our manor, so we can adjust the area that we're working over here. Now, additionally, I want to add a worker to our charcoal kiln, and I want to upgrade this storehouse right here. And now with 36 days left in war, Hildebold has another message for us. He'll give us less money if we drop all of our claims. And to that, I say, no thank you, sir. No thank you. But I will say yes to adding one more worker here at our small stone church just during the battle. We're going to take them away as soon as this is done. And now that our stone well is complete, I want to see if I can upgrade these, and look at that. I can upgrade basically everything. So we'll do that. And then we've got a bit of regional wealth, so I'm going to upgrade every single building that I can with an accessory use. And I heard the noise, and look at that. Hildebold has come back for more, and he's got a decent sized army this time around. So I'm going to grab this pole arm militia, and I want to flank them around the back to go right at the archers. So I'll pull them away, and then I'm going to pull all of our archers are reaching them. I was going to pull them up, but I don't have to. And then for all of these guys, we're going to say, stand your ground. Come to us. And you can see they're firing right at this pole arm militia. So we'll say, missile alert, be alert. And then for all of these troops here, let's bring them closer. They're a little bit too far from the action. And we're already beginning to break his troops. That's wonderful. We'll push forward and pull all the troops right in, and it immediately breaks them all. That is wonderful. Wonderful. And thankfully, we're taking very few losses. It looks like our retinue here isn't doing all that great, but for the most part, it could be a lot worse. Now we've broken them, and I think all that's left are the archers, and they've been broken as well, which is fantastic. We've got a new message, and Hildebold offers less. He must be going broke. That's awesome. So in the meantime, once again, we'll just regroup, and wait to see if he comes at us with another wave. And just like that, the battle has been won, which is fantastic. Peace has been declared, and we have our city still, which is fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to assign one more worker here at our small stone church because we've got 71 bodies that are waiting to be buried. And I also want to disband all of our military here. And unfortunately, that means that all of these guys have to go back here before I can disband them, but it's not the end of the world. Now that they're all over here, we will disband them as well. But I want to go a step beyond this, and I want to disband our polearm militia right here. And I'm going to do that so that we can open up another crossbow militia right here in Leuter. And indeed, we have plenty of crossbow for this. We could actually have 2 of these. And it will let me get away with it, so you better believe I'm going to do it. And now that things have calmed down, let's remove the workers here at the church, and we'll send them straight to the mines because we want to max this thing out. Additionally, we want to max out our clay furnace. And this is arguably more important, truthfully. So when more families move in, we'll prioritize working the furnace. And we've got a bit of regional wealth now, so I want to go through and add those accessory uses. And in some of these where we added animal pens, we've actually got to order the pigs or the goats. I think I'm going to go for pigs because you get 2 meat, and we already have a little bit of hide coming in from our main settlement and from our hunting camp here. And there were a couple of burgage plots where I realized I could add another accessory dwelling unit, so I did that as well. And after letting things build out through the winter, we have plenty of additional living space, and we now have 5 unassigned families. So this will get us a long way towards filling these up, but it won't be all the way there just yet. So I'm going to add 2 more families here to the clay furnace. Actually, we'll fill it completely up. We'll add all 5 families that we need here. Now we've got 2 unassigned families, and there's one thing that I've been keeping an eye on. You can see that our food supply is under 500, which is going in the wrong direction. And I think that we can resolve this fairly simply. All we have to do is add another fisherman's hut right here to our pond. And that's because we are supposed to have a reserve of 120 fish here. We're never getting close to that. We've got 1,000 here right now. So we'll build another one of these, and interestingly, it doesn't have to be right next to the pond. So I'm going to place it right here at the end of this road. And I want to max this out with workers before I fill up the mines. So I'm going to add 2 workers here right away. And then I just want to search around a bit because I believe, yeah, we've got 2 workers here at the hunting camp. We don't need 2 workers there. We'll remove 1 and add them right here to our fisherman's hut. And then here at our lumber industry, I want to see if there are a couple of workers that we can steal as well. Now here at our woodcutter's lodge, we've got 2 employees. I don't think we need them. We'll take 1 away. Same thing here at our logging camp. And with those 2 employees, we should be able to fill up both of our mines. And we've now completely maxed out that industry. And now at this point, I just want to wait a couple of minutes to see if our food moves in the right direction. And after watching this for a few months, we're moving in the right direction with our food storages, and we're not depleting our pond, which honestly really surprises me. It feels like we could have a few more of these fisherman huts and nothing bad would happen. And that leads me to want to take a look at our main settlement to see if we're banking food there as well. And indeed we are. We were down to 6 months before, and now we're up to 11 months. So I'd say that we're moving in the right direction. The other thing of note is that we have 222 roof tiles here. So our logistics is moving well and things are looking good in both of our villages. But honestly, I think one of the things I'm most impressed with is that we've effectively doubled the population here in Leuter and made it a really great defensive buffer for the rest of the region. So I feel like we're in a really safe position right now, it's really famous last words. So let's switch gears and go back to Erlhardt. I've been giving a lot of thought to how to set up the farms in this village, and I keep coming back to one realization. I think I've already screwed things up. And that's because this village is very space inefficient. What I think we have to do let's kind of go back to the basics, go back to the drawing board and think about what a farm actually needs. So we need a farmhouse and we need 8 families. So that could be as few as 4 plots, and we should probably keep everything as tight as possible. So to that end, we don't want to have a large village in the center. We actually want to have clusters of homes and farmhouses. So while it is important that we have a village to support our timber production and our granary and our storehouse, I don't think that we need something that looks like this. So the first thing I want to do is reconfigure the village. I also want to set up our manor right away because I don't want to put so many farms that there's no place to put the manor. So we're going to place all of that along this road, and I'll begin with the church right here. Then I'll place our manor right here, and we'll build our garrison tower right away. And then all the way around here, up and down this road, we're going to have homes. And we're also missing one critical building over here, our forester. Right now, we're just chopping down all the trees in this area and nothing's being replanted. So we're going to add that as well. And then lastly, I want to add a livestock trading post. And that's because we're going to be purchasing a ton of oxen to assign to each of our farms. And now that everything's been constructed, we got to set a couple of things up and expand some living space. So there are a total of 7 homes right here. And even though we've only built 5, all of these are large enough burgage plots that we can add expanded living space. So I'm going to do that across the board. I'm going to also start decommissioning these so we don't have a whole bunch of families moving into the village. And I'll also demolish the old wooden church. Next, I want to assign some families to our new buildings. So for our forester, I'm going to assign at least 1 family, maybe 2 for the time being, and we'll specify that they should be planting trees right here. At the same time, I want to make sure that our logging camp is logging the exact same area. Then we have our livestock trading post, and I am going to order 1 ox right away, and we'll also need to expand our hitching post. And we'll make sure that we have 1 family assigned to our livestock trading post as well. And then I want to decommission some of these roads. So I'll get rid of basically all of those, and I'll also get rid of this market and build a new one. So now I can get rid of these last 2 burgage plots and start to upgrade these ones as they'll allow me to. And it looks like we're not able to upgrade this one just yet because nobody lives there. Oh, and that was the sound of an enemy unit being spotted, so we're going to slow it down, pause for a second, and really kind of assess our situation. And it looks like our enemy unit is over in Hildebolt's land, which is good. That's good for us. We can deal with that. Let's rally our troops. And while I'm thinking about it, we better expand this retinue right here. In fact, we actually have to expand the retinue here in Leuter Flucht as well. So we've expanded the retinue in our main city, and we'll do the exact same thing with our new one. Now, I don't think that these guys from Erlhardt are going to get there fast enough, but I'll still bring them over anyway. No harm. And then I want to see if we have the ability to purchase any mercenaries. And it looks like we do, and they'll all be relatively close. So you better believe we're going to hire them all. We're going to overwhelm them. And with that, I really feel bad for this band of local thugs. They're going to be annihilated. So we'll try to have them run away. And you see, they have at least bought us some time by running off to the side, so we can at least organize our troops and get them ready. And we've got our crossbow militia in the back, everyone else at the front, and we'll take our local thugs and we'll have them line up at the front as well. And we're shooting right at them, straight down the hill. A group's already running away, but boy, this group that did run up the hill is getting annihilated at this point. And it looks like almost everyone is gone at this point, with the exception of this one group right here. We've got our local thugs, and even they're completely fine. And it looks like we've completely annihilated everyone that came our way. So because of that, let's disband all of our troops, and we'll get rid of all of these hired hands. That was easy. So back over here in Erlhardt, we're almost ready to start building our farms. But there's one more thing that I want to do. I know that we've got a deposit of iron over here, and I want to completely deplete this before we start to build farms. So I'll build a mining pit right on top of here. And then once that's constructed, we'll completely max out the number of employees working there and get that thing depleted as fast as we can. I also want to build a few more stables and start to import more oxen into the region. And then finally, I want to take a look at each of these buildings and assign the maximum number of employees that we can there. And that's because I want the little pods and clusters of homes that we have near the farms to actually have people who work at the farms living at them. So essentially what I've done is I added 3 employees to the granary, 3 to large storehouse, I added 3 to the logging camp, and took the number at the woodcutter's lodge from 2 to 1. I'm hoping that this balances things out for us, and it has certainly exhausted 100% of our families here, except for one, and they're doing 100% of the construction for us. And right away, I'm going to upgrade all of these hitching posts to be small stables, and then order 8 more oxen. Thankfully, we have plenty of regional wealth to be able to afford this. Now that this is complete, there are 3 more things that I want to do. First, I want to upgrade this home. I noticed that we had a new family, so I knew that they moved in here, so we'll get this upgraded. Second, I'm going to assign that family to the mines. And when we have more families, I'll assign them here as well. And finally, we're going to spend a development point. The whole reason why I wanted to build all of these stables and get all of those oxen is because we're going to be using all of those oxen in our farms. So to that end, I want to unlock the heavy plow policy. And truthfully, I'm not sure which other policies I actually want, so I'm going to hold on to that last development point that I have. And now I think it's about time to start farming. We're going to begin farming at the top of the hill, and I've got what I think is going to be the perfect concept for farming this entire region. Farming pods. So this is going to be one farmhouse surrounded by 4 burgage plots that are large enough to have backyard extensions and accessory uses, and then 8 Morgan's worth of fields around that. Now this is very deliberate because I want to make sure that these pods are self-sufficient, yet have enough families to fully staff the farm. And with 8 families, having 4 burgage plots is going to be the most efficient way to get there. So to that end, let me set up the first pod and show you what it looks like before we spread them across the entire region. Now, as soon as we construct any of these pods, I want to get them upgraded as quickly as I can. And there are really 2 reasons for that. Number 1, we need to be at level 2 if we want to collect regional wealth. And we need the regional wealth if we want to pay for backyard extensions. And then we also need to add our expanded living space because we've only got 4 homes right now. And these farms require 8 workers. Now, in addition to that, we want to make sure that we're adding on our plow station because we want all those oxen that we're importing to be able to plow the fields. So I'm going to add this right away, but this is going to leave us with one major issue. We don't have any more timber. So before we run into a problem where we can't upgrade these, I want to take a look at our logging station here and think about logging another area. I've been giving this a lot of thought as well because there are places that we can't log, such as by our berries right here, which I don't think we're doing anything with. We'll take a look at that in a second. But we don't want to log the area with the wild berries or with the wild animals. But this area right here, we could log this. We could basically clear cut this because we're going to be farming it in the future anyway. So I'm going to temporarily work this area and get rid of 100% of the lumber here. We'll use this wood to upgrade our farms. And then once these are upgraded, we'll start to build farms throughout the rest of the region. Now we do have one unassigned family that we can assign right here to our forager's hut. So we're going to do that. And then the other thing that's been on my mind is the amount of fuel that we have right here. We currently have 1,000 firewood, which is good for 86 months of storage. Now we're going to really be expanding our population and we're going to burn through all of that, literally and figuratively. And that makes me think that with that development point that we have, maybe we should go for charcoal burning. This will double our supply, which I think is going to be really valuable for us. So I'm going to build that right away, right near all of our logging. And then for the time being, I'm going to turn off our woodcutter's lodge because we don't need any more firewood at this point. And the nice thing about building this is we can basically take that woodcutter and just assign them here, and it's a wash for us in terms of family usage. While we're waiting for our timber to be harvested, I want to get all of these fields set up, and I've got a strategy for these because we're going to be doing so many of these today. I just want to select the fields, set crop rotation to on, and set 100% of these to wheat, and that's because that's going to be our primary crop for every single field. And then after I have all of these set to be wheat across the board, I'll go through each field and select either a first, second, or third year crop and set it to be either barley or flax. That way we'll maintain our fertility and we'll have good variety all the way through here. And now that all of these are set up, we've got a couple more families that have moved into the region, so I will assign them to the farmhouse and we'll start upgrading all of these pods. Now we only have a couple more things we have to do here to make this pod completely ready. We need to make sure, number one, that we have livestock assigned to the farm, and we can assign up to 2, so I will do that right away. And then I'm going to go through each one of these burgage plots and make sure that we have a backyard extension. Now I think for these, I'm going to go with a mix of vegetable gardens and chicken coops because I want to have the food readily available and keep the supply relatively diverse. These are also inexpensive, which is going to be really helpful for us because we don't have a lot of regional wealth right now. And then once again, we've got a couple of additional families that can work here, so I'll assign them to the farmhouse. And with that, this little farming pod is basically done. The only thing that we have to wait on is more families to move into these burgage plots so that we can fully staff our farmhouse. Now, I think I am going to wait for that, and while we are waiting, I'm going to build even more burgage plots. And that's because we need to fully staff our storehouse and our granary to keep things moving around the map. So I want to figure out the number of families that we're going to need to fully staff this area and then load up with a whole bunch of orchards right over here. So for our granary, we need 4 more families. We need 3 more here at our storehouse. I think I'm going to leave someone working at our wooden church. That's going to be 8 families there. And then I want to have a family at our saw pit, 9. One at our wood cutting lodge, 10. So I think I need an additional 5 burgage plots with extensions right about here. And then since these are going to be orchards, I'm going to upgrade these right away because they'll take a few years to come online. And these are expensive. These are 50 regional gold each. Another reason why I want to get them upgraded right away. We have the money. Now I'm about to speed run through building a whole bunch of farms, but I just noticed that our mining pit no longer has any iron at it, so I'm going to get rid of this. And now we have 4 families available, so I'm going to assign 3 of them right here to our farmhouse, and then we'll get building more farms. This will essentially be the exact same process that we did over here, with one exception that I'll explain momentarily, but let me get the pod set up first. This next pod is complete, and I brought on 8 Morgan more worth of fields. We do have our final family to load up at our first farmhouse, and now this is a fully completed pod, which is fantastic. Now for this next pod, I want to show you a strategy to not destroy the cliffs that we have right here. I'm going to grab a road and just basically run it along here. This is not because I actually want this road. This is just going to be a guideline that I will use to form perfect fields. And then once I'm done with this road, I'll delete it. We now have 3 pods that are completed but not yet being worked, so I think at this point we need to take a step back and get at least one of these working, as well as upgrade any burgage plots that we can. So to that end, I'm going to look at this one as our next one that we bring online, and I will assign 4 of the families here and start to turn on some of these fields. Now, I didn't do anything with these fields, so I have to go through once again, set these all to wheat, and then start to weed through them to make sure that we have a nice variety of fields. And now that all of our fields are set up, I'm going to assign 2 livestock here. And then I want to see if these homes have people living in it, and they're actually vacant. So they must have moved over here. Indeed, they have. So we can upgrade a couple of these, but unfortunately, nothing over here just yet. Now I want to take a quick detour back to our main city because I'm a little curious about trading. So there are 3 things that we're going to be trading for. The first is going to be a trade of finished food for flax. And it looks like that's actually a fairly good trade for us. So I'm good with that one. The second trade will be bread for barley. And that again has a 2.0 trade value. And then our third one will be bread for grain. And that again is a 2.0. But I'm curious. If I instead convert that to be bread for flour, our barter value is 1.3. So that means that for every loaf of bread that we bring over to Erlhardt, we get 1.3 sacks of flour back. And that is a much more balanced trade. So I think that we're going to go for that. But that means that we're going to need to add some windmills over to Erlhardt. Now I'll get these trades established right away, and we'll assign staff to these 3 pack stations. And that means back here in Erlhardt, I'm going to build a windmill. And I think I'm going to place that right about here. And just like we've been doing with our farms, I'm going to build some homes right next to this to staff the windmill. Now the windmill can have up to 3 families working it, so I'm going to place 2 burgage plots with backyard extensions and accessory dwelling units. Now we've got 1 additional family, so I will assign them to the windmill and we'll get these upgraded right away as well. And this kind of leaves us in an interesting spot because at this point, I want to build a whole bunch of farms, but we don't have the families to staff them yet. So what I'm going to do is devise the plan for the farms, get them built, and then we're going to sit tight and wait for people to move into the community because it's only a matter of time at this point. And I think we've only really got room for maybe 3 more farms. 1 right here that works part of this area and part of this area, and 2 right here. Now, interestingly, I thought that we were done with our iron deposit, but it looks like we were not. So I'm going to need to add a mine back to this location. You know, as sad as it is that we had to rebuild this, I'm kind of glad that we had to because I noticed that there are a couple of pack station workers that are continually walking through this area. So I will assign 2 folks to work this mine, and then I'm going to draw a road linking up this road to this community because apparently it is a need. And I think that I'll essentially build the farms off from this road. So I'll even get rid of this one right here and reorient towards this new road. And before we can build our final farm, we need more timber, and for that we need to chop down these trees. So I'm going to take our logging camp and adjust it one last time so that it's working this area. Now, additionally, we have a number of families that are unassigned, and I think at this point we should probably assign them to some of our buildings down here. So we'll focus on our granary first, and then after that we'll move on to our storehouse. The other thing I want to do in this area is take the forester, and I want to focus on this area a little bit. We started to encroach upon our hunting lands, and I'm a little bit afraid that we're going to lose our deer. So I'll move them there temporarily. And would you believe it, while we were building farms, a band of raiders has appeared and they are going straight for our city once again. But here's the thing, we already know that we can take them on, so I'm just going to pause it momentarily, rally the troops, and take them out. And much like we overwhelmed them last time with military force that we purchased, we're gonna give it a go again. Unfortunately, this time they would all show up in Leuter, which is not gonna help us, but the local thugs certainly will. Now, interestingly, they're not going where they normally go. Usually they'll come up this way. So I think I'm gonna need to bait them. They saw the troops lining up and apparently took the bait. So I'll grab the crossbows, get them set right here, and then grab everyone else and get them at the base of the hill. And they're running right into it, which is an absolutely brilliant spot for them to be for our sake. And thankfully, they're breaking before they get up to our crossbowmen. Oh no, they're not. Let's see if I can break them. I paused it momentarily so I could cut them off from the side. And I drew some of them in, but not all of them. So I've got to fall back now. That's what I get for getting cocky. That is what I get. Thankfully, though, that did break them, and it doesn't seem to have done much damage to us. And we have won the battle. Everyone is broken. That is outstanding. Outstanding, outstanding, outstanding. And that means that we can finish our farming pot over here. And what I basically wanted to do was grab a road and come over to this location because we need 4 more Morgan worth of farm fields. And we were able to get close in these little chunks right here. And unfortunately, at this point, I think we just have to wait for more families to move into the community. I just realized I am making a very poor strategic mistake. I don't need to wait for employees to move into our village. I need to make sure that the village is ready for all those employees. So what I mean is we can actually configure all of our farms to be ready for new people as they move in. You can see right here, if I were to just to set this to be 8 employees, we'd get the 4 unassigned families to work here, and then the next 4 that move into the community would all have jobs here as soon as they move into the community. So it would stand to reason that if everything is already built, I could just configure all the farms to do this, and as people move here, they'd have jobs. So with that in mind, we just need to build everything. Things like this plowing station need to be added to this farmhouse. But there's one other thing that I think we need to add. I think that we need a reliever valve in each of our little villages. And that's because right now, I'm starting to see that a whole bunch of storage is becoming full. And then we're not trading away things. So as a result, we're going to start to see our villages break down. For instance, if we look at our storehouse here, this thing is full. And there is nothing that we're going to do with, for instance, all this clay. We're just kind of holding it here at our storehouse. So at a certain point, we will completely run out of space and the village will start to die. Unless, of course, we add a trading post. So what I think I'm going to do first is build a trading post here in Leuter and get it configured to start exporting things that we're not going to use in these villages. Also revisit the trading posts in our main village and make sure that we're exporting things that we don't need there as well. And then we're going to completely build out everything that we're going to need in this village and add employees to every single one of our farms. But first things first, let's add this trading post. I'm going to add this right in the King's Road. And now because we've so carefully min-maxed all of our employees, I'm going to add additional homes next to this. And this can have, I think, 4. Yeah, I can have 4 employees. So we'll build 2 burgage plots with accessory uses right here. Right away, I'm going to assign workers to this. And we're going to need a new horse for our trading post. And looking at our trades, I think I'm going to say we want to export above 100 for our planks. Once we're done building things, we're not going to need these things anymore. I'm going to import a bit of stone so that we can upgrade our well. I'm not going to trade away anything that we're growing. If that's going to happen, it's going to happen in our main city. Maybe down the line, we'll look at this, and if we have to, we'll set the value very, very high. I will trade away some apples, though. We'll export these if we have 1,000 in stock. That's a lot. I'm going to get rid of many of our crafting materials. We'll get rid of all of our iron ore and all of our clay. I think for charcoal, we'll export if we have 500. And for this one, I'll have to buy a trade route. Same thing for leather. I'll say that if we have 150 on hand, we're doing just fine. And I think beyond that, we're completely fine. So this place should be self-sufficient now and completely sustainable in terms of trade. Now I will assign 2 more employees here because I want to make sure that this thing is always fully operational. Now let's head over to Leuter. And I think that we'll build a trading post right here off the King's Road. And thankfully, we've got 9 unassigned families here, so just maxing this out won't be a problem at all. I will order this horse, and I'm starting to realize I didn't build a hitching post in the other city, nor did I build one here. It looks like we have some space here, though, so we should be just fine. Looking at our trades, though, we've got a lot of materials here that are just kind of languishing. So I'll export a bunch of stone and planks and even roof tiles. We've got 436 of them here. That's a lot. As long as we have 150 to trade within our region, I'm going to be happy, and we'll buy that trade route. Now, interestingly, we actually don't have all that much fish here right now, but I will set up an export route anyway. If we have 1,000 on hand, which seems unlikely at this point, we'll export. And same thing with vegetables, we'll set it very high. Now, for our crafting materials, it's kind of a crazy situation. We have 2,800 clay on hand. That's way too much. That, to me, means that we need another clay furnace here. But still, I'll say, we have above 1,500, we just start exporting raw clay. And we'll do the exact same thing with leather and charcoal, though we'll need to buy a route for these. And then lastly, we kind of have a hilarious number of crossbows here, 490, even though we're not producing them here. So I think that we will export these as well. Anything above 300. And now we still have 5 unassigned families, so there are 2 things that I want to do. First is build another clay furnace. We had a whole bunch of extra clay, so it only makes sense to have another one of these clay furnaces. Now, clay furnaces can have up to 5 families assigned to them, so we're likely going to need to build just a little bit more housing here. And that's because I don't think that we have a lot of people at our storehouses. So we're going to need to make sure that we have folks there that can bring the wares over to our trading post. So I'm going to build a couple more homes right here. Now for these, we'll add our backyard extensions. And then very similar to what we're going to do in Erlhardt, I know that we're going to have 8 families here, so I'm going to assign all of them. First, I want to assign a couple of families to our storehouses. So I assign 2 of the 8 right there, and then I want to look at these ones, 2 right there at this storehouse. And then this granary only has 3, but I think it's just fine. I'll take the other 4 families and assign them to this new clay furnace once these burgage plots are completely constructed. And now I'll assign the 4 right here, and we're good to go. This community should be self-sufficient again. And of course, we have to come back to our main settlement and make sure things are going well here as well. The first thing I want to do is take a look at our trading post here. I think we need to max out the number of staff that we have here. And that's because I'm guessing that we have a lot of materials here. And indeed we do. We have 500 roof tiles. We will start to export anything above, we'll say 50. Same thing with stone and planks. For food, we actually have quite a bit on hand. And we're going to have a ton of bread here soon. So I'm going to export anything above 1,500 bread. We'll say 2,500 vegetables. I think everything else should be okay under food. Under crafting materials, I'm guessing we have a bottleneck here as well. Indeed, we do. Look at all of that firewood that we have. I think we're just not producing enough charcoal. So we'll say anything above 500 here, and we'll buy that trade route. And then we're going to throw a whole bunch of people at our charcoal kiln. And we'll have a relief valve with firewood as well at maybe 2,000. It looks like we also have a lot of iron parts on hand, so we'll export these above 200 and buy that trade route. I think I want to keep more shoes on hand, so we'll say that we have to have at least 150 here. We will, in short order, have a lot of ale once we start to export all that barley to this region. So I'll say that if we have 500 here, we'll start to export these. And then underneath military, I think we have a lot of extra stuff here. So again, more trade routes to purchase and more things to export. And before we leave this village, we have 2 more families that we can assign, and I'm going to assign them right over here to our charcoal kiln. And it looks like we're actually completely filled up here, so I'm going to add a second charcoal kiln. And then, considering that we're not building anything here, I'm going to assign the 3 unassigned families that we have to the charcoal kiln, so we produce as much charcoal as possible. And with that, I think that our main village is also completely balanced. And that means that we have one monumental task here in Erlhardt. We have to upgrade everything that we need to upgrade. So we need to build everything that we're going to build. We need to configure every single farm field. We need to make sure that we have enough oxen to serve this entire area. So I'm going to start out with upgrading everything. And now what I've fairly systematically done is gone through every single burgage plot, made sure that they all have accessory uses, and made sure that they all have backyard extensions. Now, the next thing we need to do is go ahead and try to upgrade as many of these as we can. Now, the unfortunate thing is we're only going to be able to upgrade the buildings that actually have people living in them. However, I know that there are a few of these, such as these ones right here that could be upgraded. Looks like we have a few over here as well. And while all of those are being built, I want to think about oxen because I don't think that we have enough right now, nor do I believe that we have enough storage. So I'm going to count the number of farmhouses that we have, and we have 7 of those, which means that we need 14 oxen for those alone. And then we should probably have another 2 just for moving around the map. So we need 16 oxen, and we currently have storage for and a total of 10 in general. So I need to build at least 3 more of our small stables. And I will also get another 6 oxen coming here. Now, before I configure all the farms, we need to let all the oxen come here. And I want to check back in on our other villages to make sure that things are still going okay there. So over here in Leuter, I can see that we're actually in a really bad spot. We don't have any food over here, and that is completely my fault. So I'm going to pause momentarily because there are 2 things that we can do to resolve this. Number 1, let's import a small reserve of bread. So we'll establish a trade route and we'll always have 50 on hand. We can afford this. We currently have 5,000 gold here. And then to go along with this, I want to head back over to our main settlement and send more bread over here. And I think that we have a couple of trading posts that are not being used, or pack stations rather. And we got these 2 right here. We'll need to assign people to work these. And then we'll trade roof tiles for bread. So we're sending bread and receiving roof tiles. And since we're trading them over here, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Now, we do need 2 more families, and for that, I'll remove 1 from each of our charcoal kilns. And then we'll get things resuming again, and I want to take a look at Leuter just to make sure that things are okay. I've been watching this for a couple of months, and we now have 1 month of food on hand. It's not a lot of food, but we're moving in the right direction, and I think it's going to continue to improve. So I'm going to roll the dice a little bit, and I'm going to move back over to Erlhardt and get everything configured. And the very first thing I'm going to do is unpause all of the fields and get a rotation started on all of them. Now all the farm fields are configured, and before I assign employees to all the farms, there are 2 more things I want to do. The first is I want to shorten the route in between these farms and our village up here. And I'm going to do that by having a switchbacking road going up here. And indeed, there are people using this. So this was a valuable addition. Look at that. There's actually a lot of people using this. Guess we really needed to add this. Next, I want to look at our livestock trading post just to see if we have all of our oxen. And indeed we do, which means that we can assign oxen to all of our farmhouses. And now we're oh so close to assigning all those employees, but I want to take a look at our storehouse and our granary just to make sure that we have a full slate of employees here. And it looks like we could use some more at our storehouse, so I'm going to assign these ones first. And now we're finally ready to assign employees to 100% of our farms. But I want this to be balanced, so I'm going to remove half of the employees from our existing working farms. And it looks like we only have 4 here anyway. And I'm going to assign them in a very balanced way so that we're working everywhere on the map. And the whole reason I decided to do this is I want to maximize our oxen usage. And now I'll go through and completely max these out. And then the final place I want to have an employee show up at some point is going to be our church, just in case. And with that, the village should be completely configured. So I'm going to speed this along to make sure that all of our fields get worked to ensure that I have them all set up appropriately. And it looks like every single field is being worked, albeit a little bit slowly. And that means that we have completely configured everything correctly. So I'm really excited about that. Now, I do want to let our first harvest pass just to see how things shake out. But while we're waiting for that, I just want to make sure that things are going okay over here in Leuter. And indeed, we have 4 months of food stacked up. So it's slowly moving in the right direction. And here in our main settlement, we have 20 months of supplies on hand now, which is an improvement from what we had before, which is 16 months. And we're in the middle of our first harvest, and look at this. We have 507 crops available. That is fantastic. That means that we are indeed turning this into the breadbasket of the entire region. We're also trading for food. We have 133 bread available, so that supply chain is working. Things seem to be moving in the right direction. We also have a ton of money here in Erlhardt. Now, the one thing that we have to double check is to see if this whole idea of just having families move in and get jobs actually works. And I've done a little bit of legwork, and I can tell you that it does. This farmhouse right here now has 6 families assigned to it. We only had 4 families working this before, so we had 2 families move in, and they immediately took jobs at this farmhouse. Now, it's a little bit unfortunate that the families aren't being more evenly distributed. However, because we took care of that on our own in the onset, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And honestly, this is a sight to behold. This is the most farms that I've ever built in any region, and I think it looks outstanding. Now, all of that said, I am starting to see that I'm pushing the game to its breaking point. I've seen things start to jerk around a little bit, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out for that. It does seem like things have stabilized after letting it simulate for a little while though, so I'm hopeful that things are going to be okay. The time has finally come to take the final region, Altbrook from Hildebold. This should be a walk in the park, or at least I believe it will be. We just have to rally our troops, declare war, and basically walk right in there. We have a ton of troops available to us right now. We've got 3 retinues, a whole bunch of archers, and we can hire every mercenary in the land because we have all of the money. So we're gonna do that, but before we do that, I see that our retinue here in Leineck is not at full capacity. So we'll load them up real quick and then grab all of our troops and bring them to the border. Again, I want to hire all of the mercenaries, and we'll bring all of them to the border as well. It's going to take a little while for all of the troops to organize themselves at the border, and while that's happening, I want to head back over to Erlhardt. Now, one of the things that I didn't realize you could do in the game was assign a specific burgage plot to a specific workplace. To do that, all we have to do is go to a workplace, we'll remove all of the families that are being summoned to this place, and then we'll select a specific burgage plot. Now, I'm going to pin this temporarily because there are 2 families that reside here, and I can now select this button right here, which reassigns a family to a different workplace. That allows me to select the workplace that I'm assigning them to, and now you can see that we have 1 family working here. I can do that with both families, and now these families will work across the street rather than across the map. So that should increase our efficiency and thus our yields. So I'm going to go through this entire region and reassign families to the closest workplace available to them. And after setting the assignments, basically everything on the plateau is completely staffed. Everything down here is staffed as well. Things on the periphery don't have any workers or any families living there. So we'll have to come back here and assign more families. And now we're at a point where we can claim this land and ultimately have war declared upon us. And yes, we will press our claim towards this region. And indeed, the gauntlet has been thrown. I'm going to take these brigands and bring them right down here. And then I want to take everyone else and line them up right here. And the battle has begun as we've entered their lands. And you can see they are sticking back, but they are running towards us. I'm going to stop right here, and I think I might use the brigands to chase around their archers. So I'll send them into the woods, and then they're coming right up to us. I'm going to slow down for a moment because I'm going to pull the brigands back, and I'm going to make sure that all of our forces here are set to stand your ground. We'll take the retinue and pull them out to the side. You can see they're just fighting the brigands and no one else. But at least now it looks like they are noticing our troops over here and going after them instead. Seems like the diversion tactic is actually working because now they only have 2 sets of troops right here. I wanted to go after the archers, but I'm perfectly content separating their troops and making this much more challenging for them. I'm going to send all of the retinue in right at this 1 infantry that's over here, and then we're going to push forward with everybody. You can see that they've got all their troops right here coming back. They're bringing their retinue in, just getting lit up by all of our archers. They're hitting them from up there, which is perfect. I'm going to push forward once again with our retinues over here. I'd really love to break the mercenary infantry if I can. Okay, we broke some. We're breaking everyone. We're breaking everyone. We broke them as well. Now we take our retinue in. We broke their retinue. We broke their retinue. And all they have now is a brigands over here, and they are running away as well. That is perfect. So now all they have are their archers, who are a ways back at this point. I'm going to pull all of our troops back to try to get their archers to move forward. They did move towards us somewhat. However, it's not working exactly as I'd hoped that it would. So I'm just going to chase after them at this point. But I want to keep my retinue safe. So I'll grab everyone else and just start to chase after them. Look at that. They are running away as quickly as they can. They see what's coming their way and they're not a fan. We broke them and we're about to break these guys as well because they don't stand a chance. And now we're in hand-to-hand combat with their archers. That is exactly where we wanted to be. We broke them and we've come at these guys from the rear, and it's only a matter of time at this point. And it's a victory. We got the land. It was that easy. Hildebolt is gone. Hildebolt is gone. So with this, we've actually beat the game, and we could leave things here and be satisfied with the realm as it is, but we are not. There's more work to do, and there's more that I want to accomplish. So now we have our new region, but before we purchase our settlers camp, let's get a lay of the land and figure out the best place for it. So the resources here are relatively spread out. We've got a shoal of fish over here. It is frozen, so while this will be important early on, it won't be important right away. We've got some wild animals right here, probably our most important resource up front. We've got a small deposit of stone, a small deposit of clay, and then the star of the show, our salt deposit. And I think it's pulling the center of gravity closer to the King's Road. I'm probably going to build a settlers camp right about here. Because we have a ton of money, we're going to go for plentiful starting supplies. And because it's winter, I want to build homes as quickly as possible. Because the main focus of this region is sausage making, we're going to have lots and lots of pigs in this region. Pigs are only available as a backyard extension, and the interesting thing about the animal pen backyard extension generally is it doesn't matter how large it is, you always get 2 animals. So that's going to inform how we build our burgage plots. And what I'm thinking is we're going to have a whole bunch of single family lots that have teeny tiny backyard extensions. So something like this. It doesn't make sense to have accessory uses on this because the extra family won't increase the speed of our yields. So we'll build those 5 right up front. But I'm noticing one thing that we're gonna have to take care of before anything else. There are just a boatload of bodies right here, and this is gonna make everyone furious with us. So we're gonna build a corpse pit right away. And I don't want this to be visible, but I want the transport to be relatively quick. So I'm gonna place that back here in the woods. And we're gonna make this our highest priority and basically assign every single family to this as soon as we can. And before we unpause, there are a couple more things I want to get established. First, we're gonna need to make sure that we don't run out of wood. So I'm gonna build a logging camp right over here. The reason why I wanna build over here is we've got a lot of trees that we have to trim out anyway, so it makes sense to pull them up and use them. And then we've also got to think about our food supply. So we're going to build that hunting camp. I'm going to keep this fairly close to our homes and let the hunters walk a little bit longer. And then we also need to start to think about storage. So I'm going to build our granary right here and our storehouse right across the street from it. And with the construction of these homes, we've leveled up to level 1 and we have 1 development point available. So I'm thinking that we obviously have to go after deep mining. We don't want our salt deposit to run out, but I also want to pursue a policy I've never gone after before: advanced skinning. We will get double the amount of meat from our hunters, butchers, and the animal pen. So if you're pursuing sausage making, this one's kind of a no-brainer. So I think the first thing that we're gonna unlock is trapping, which will give us a passive income of meat as well. Another nice thing early on. And now everything has been constructed and all of the bodies appear to be gone, which is great. It means that we aren't going to suffer from all of the unhappiness that those would have brought. It also means that we can unassign all the families from the corpse pit and get to doing things that are more productive. I want to make sure that we don't run out of lumber. So we are going to assign 1 family to our logging camp. And I want to make sure that we are deforesting an area that makes sense. Next, I want to make sure that we are getting more food. So we will assign a family to our hunting camp. And then we've got a whole bunch of exposed supplies right here. So I'll assign 1 family to our granary and another to our storehouse. And with that, we have one unassigned family that can build things for us. I want to get our happiness above 50% so that we can start increasing our population here. So I want to build a church and maybe a well because both of those will help improve the happiness of the village. Now I know that we can build the well right away, so we will do that and we'll place that right here. And then for our church, we're going to need planks, and we currently don't have any. So we're going to have to build a saw pit, and I'll build that right here next to our logging camp. And honestly, we might as well build the rest of our logging supply chain. So I'll also build a woodcutter's lodge and a forester's hut. And now that our saw pit is available, I'm going to remove a worker from our granary and from our storehouse. We're going to assign one right here to our saw pit. And then our food supplies were dangerously low, so I think I'm going to assign one more family over to our hunting camp temporarily. Now, while we're waiting for planks to be built, I'm going to build a few more things. So I want to move this hitching post to begin. Right about here in between our King's Road and our logging camp. And I'm doing that because I think that we need to start thinking about trade. And to that end, I'm going to build a trading post right here and a livestock trading post right next to it. We need the trading post so that we can trade things away to make money to buy pigs. And we need the livestock trading post so that we can import sheep. And then additionally, it's now warm out, which means that we should start to fish. Oh, and that sound is not good. The enemy unit has been spotted. I'm not sure where they are, but I hope they're not here. And unfortunately, they are coming right into this new village, which is not ideal. So we're going to need to get our troops from Leuter Flucht and bring them over here. So I'll rally 100% of them right in the middle of this village. And then I also want to see if I can get any mercenaries. And it looks like the local thugs will arrive in Leuter Flucht, which means that they'll probably arrive down here. I'm going to also get this flock of crazy geese. And it looks like they have all arrived over here, which is fantastic. So I'll look to distract the bandits with all of our hired mercenaries. And immediately they changed directions and they stopped burning down the city. And apparently all of our troops decided to let the archers get annihilated, which is not ideal. And that's more like it. We have gotten rid of them, at least the first group. And then we have more over here that are going after some of our troops. There we go. We got rid of them as well. Things are good. Things are good. And now we can disband all of these units. The other thing that we can be thankful for is that we have a corpse pit, so we can assign someone here and clean up all of the dead bodies. And now that our fishing hut is built, I'm going to assign a family here right away. And I'm going to do that because I believe that all of the bodies are now picked up and we can unassign someone from our corpse pit. And then checking in on our plank situation, we are currently halfway to where we need to be. So while we're waiting, I'm going to build some more homes. And the amount of time it took to construct these is a good reminder that we need more oxen. So before I do anything else, I'm going to build another hitching post. And as soon as that's constructed, we are going to buy another ox. But I'm noticing that we are in a really rough spot right now with fuel. And now that we have our 20 planks, I think that we have to disable our saw pit and instead start producing some firewood. And right away, we are going to order another ox. Now we're about to build the church, but there's two things that I want to do first. Number one, I just want to see how we're doing here with our fisherman's hut. This is going to freeze in short order, so I think I'm just going to remove the worker here and instead assign them over here at our hunting camp. Because we have the trapping policy, they should produce even more food. And then I also want to place a marketplace. We don't have one right now, and it is a very big need. And I'll do something relatively small. We'll have 6 stalls right here, right next to our well. Now, for our church, I'm thinking that initially we're to keep everything right on the King's Road. So I'll place this on a high point and we'll continue to spread right down towards our church. And finally, our church is complete. which has pushed our happiness above 50%, and we've had our first family move in, which is fantastic. Now, because of that, we're almost where we need to be to start purchasing backyard extensions. The one thing I want to keep in mind is what it's going to take to get us to level 2, because again, level 2 burgage plots produce regional wealth, which we can use to purchase pigs. And it looks like we're missing basically everything. The reason why we're missing it is we don't have anyone working, either our storehouse or our granary. So we'll add employees to both of those. And then the other thing that we're missing is clothing. And we're not going to have a solution there until we have a tannery. So I'm going to add one of those as well. And I'm going to place this fairly close to our hunting shack. And I actually can't because we don't have any planks. We need 6 of those. I'm going to remove a worker from our hunting camp. We'll add them over to our saw pit. And as soon as we have 6 planks, we'll build our tannery. And then we'll staff the tannery with the person working the saw pit. And thankfully, it didn't take long at all to produce those planks. So we're now at a position where we can place our tannery and get this thing constructed. And we'll add our worker here, and that should be all that we need to start to level up some of these homes. You can see that the clothing stall supply is all that is missing. And I was about to construct some animal pens, but apparently Hildebolt has decided to claim this region, which is insane. So we are going to pause momentarily, rally all of the troops. We'll also hire all of the mercenaries, and we'll rally all of them right here as well. Now, I'm going to play this at a really low speed and give my troops as much time as possible to get here, because the moment that I tell Hildebolt that we're going to war, I think he's going to show up at our borders. The other thing is, we never built a manor here, and this makes me think that this is a point of emphasis for us now. So I'm going to build our manor, and I think I'm going to place this maybe right about here. We don't have enough stone or planks for this, so we can't do that just yet. But we can get prepared, and I'll build a stone cutter's camp, and then I'll assign someone over here to our saw pit. And between the two of these, we should have the materials needed in short order to be able to build our manor. And they're quite a long ways away, but Hildebolt is about to claim this area, so I'm going to resolve the claim on the battlefield. I'm also going to pause this for just a moment. I think there's an opportunity to draw another road to potentially shorten the path here. So I've added a couple there, and we'll see what happens. But over here, you can see that Hildebolt indeed has some troops coming our way, though it doesn't seem like that many. And Hildebolt will make it worth our while and give us 449 gold if we drop our claims. That is absolutely crazy. So because he's coming at us with so little, I'll try to get organized as quickly as possible and try to run them straight out of here. And I'm hoping that that is going to be a good strategy for us. And they're spawning quickly now. Now I'm a little more uneasy than I was before. So I think I'm going to try to just post up here and stop. And I'll take the brigands and send them this way because he's going to try to loop around and get all of our crossbowmen. Now, unfortunately, right now, we currently have fewer troops. So we are at a disadvantage as of right now. Now, I'm going to try to push forward straight into their troops. And it appears that our crossbow militia is not doing quite as much as I thought that it would. I'm going to bring them closer because we're being hit, but they are not. Okay, we're breaking them. We're breaking them. That's fantastic. I did not expect that to happen. We're also losing a ton of troops. Now I'm bringing the crossbowmen closer, and we have other troops that are coming. Oh, that's the same crossbow militia. So there we go. We're breaking them. We're breaking them. That's fantastic. Now we'll take the rest of our troops and go right towards their retinue. And we broke their retinue. That is fantastic. So now all that they have remaining are their crossbowmen, and hopefully we can get rid of them fairly quickly as well. And no problem, we got rid of them in short order. Now, unfortunately, we need to take one of our workers and assign them to the corpse pit. So we'll do that. And unfortunately, that means that we are likely removing someone from our saw pit, at least temporarily. And then I want to take all of these troops, and we're just going to back up. While we were waiting, we got another message from Hildebolt. He will make it worth our while if we drop all of our claims. 281 gold. That is legitimately insane. But that means to me that he's likely going to attack us in short order once again. But at this point, all the bodies have been cleaned up, so I'm going to take the families that we had assigned there, remove them, and those 2 families should be able to get us where we need to be with stone cutting and with the saw pit. Now, additionally, I think that we should probably increase the size of our granary and our storehouse. They're going to be filling up in short order. So as soon as we have the planks for this, we're going to do it. And while we were waiting, Hildebolt has come and he's got a whole bunch of troops once again. But here's the thing. we've got a whole bunch of troops too. They're just disorganized. So let's get them organized, and we will look to simply overwhelm them. And we had one of our crossbow militia that decided to go in for melee combat. Thankfully, the brigands disbanded, and now it looks like we should be in a pretty good place to completely annihilate Hildebold. And we broke their retinue. At this point, all we have is their archers. And they are gone as well. 21 days and our war with Hildebold is done. And until then, we continue to wait. We make sure that we pick up the dead bodies, or else everyone will get very unhappy. And our war is almost done. And at this point, I'm wondering, is there anything that I can upgrade? And it looks like literally everything. So we're going to upgrade all of our homes. And we won the battle, which is fantastic. Hildebold is gone. We've gotten rid of him. And with that, we've reached our next settlement level, which is fantastic. It means that we get another development point, and we are going to need this. I'm going to unlock advanced skinning right away. This will give us even more meat, which is going to be so incredibly helpful right away and into the future. Now, that new policy makes it really attractive to pursue producing as much meat as possible, but we can't forget about the manor, and these are related. And that's because to add a backyard extension for an animal pen, we're going to use 2 planks. And to build our manor, which we absolutely need to build, we've got 2 ores today, we need 20 planks. So I think that we should pump the brakes on anything related to animal pens until we build our manor. And honestly, we're not that far away. Now, one thing to keep in mind is I want to build a garrison tower, so we're going to have more than the 20 planks it recommends. We probably want something like 30, 35, 40. So I'm going to go over to our saw pit. We will set a production limit of, let's say, 40, and then I want to crank our logging camp production. And once we have, say, 50 timber and 40 planks, we'll begin constructing our manor. Now, I wanted to keep this rolling, but we're running out of fuel, which is a huge problem. So I'm going to attempt to build the manor. I think I'm going to place that right about here, and then we're going to switch gears to producing lots of firewood. And just like we did with our other manors, we'll add our garrison tower. And thankfully, we do have the construction materials to produce this. And while that's being built, we'll just remove someone from our logging camp and add them back over to our woodcutter's lodge. And that didn't take long at all to build, but one of the oddities here is that our garrison tower is inside of a tree. It looks kind of like a tree house right now. So I'm going to try to fix that by taking our logging camp, and we'll limit their work area to right about here. But obviously, the real reason that we built this manor is the retinue, so we better fully stock them right away. And bluntly, with our 4th fully stocked retinue, I feel really good about our chances in any battle. Next, we have 2 priorities. The first is going to be to build more burgage plots. We're currently completely out of available living space, and as a result, the growth of our community is completely stagnated. And we need a lot more workers. We need workers to work our salt mine, we need a couple of butchers, and we're going to need people to work in our clay pit, so we've got a lot of population need. Second, I want to start to add as many of our animal pens as possible. Now that's going to cost us a lot of money, which means that we need to start trading things. Another reason that we need more population. So as a result, I'm going to continue to build along our King's Road, and we'll build 6 more burgage plots right here. I'm going to build a couple more right here as well, and I'm going to consider these the homes for our artisans. And then because I can't stop and won't stop, I'm going to continue building burgage plots. We'll build a couple more right here as lumber becomes available. Now that all of our burgage plots are constructed, I'm going to add animal pens to every single home except for these 2 right here. And I decided to adjust my strategy just a little bit. We are going to have chicken coops for these 4 burgage plots up here, and that's for the sake of food diversity. Now all of our animal pens have been built, and we need to start earning money so that we can fill them up. So to do that, I want to start constructing our mines. So this mine right here for our clay deposit is one that I want to pursue rapidly so we can deplete it. And then I'm going to build 2 mines on our rich deposit right here. And we're doing that because once we unlock deep mining, we'll be able to mine these indefinitely and trade away our salt, which will be incredibly valuable for this region. And then the other thing that I noticed is our stone deposit's now gone. So I'm going to eliminate the stonecutters camp, and that gives us 1 more family that we can assign to some other job. And now that all of these are complete, we can start to assign some workers here. So I'm going to assign 4 right off the bat to this mining pit so that we can empty this as quickly as possible. That'll leave us with 2 additional families that we can assign, or actually 1. We want to leave 1 family unassigned. And I can see that we're having some major problems with food. So I think that we're going to assign 1 additional family over to our hunting camp. But I'm also noticing that we've got 20 wild animals, or 19 over here, and I'm not sure if that's our hunting camp location or the fact that we've only had 1 family there. So I'm going to keep an eye on this for just a minute to see if our food situation improves and see if we start hunting some of these wild animals. And if we're not, we'll relocate this thing. And it's interesting. I see people hunting, but I just don't see it happening very quickly. So I am going to relocate this, and we'll bring it considerably closer to our wild animals. Now, interestingly, it seems like a whole bunch of hunting just took place, but either way, this should be a little bit better. Shortens that distance between the deposit and the hunting camp. And this is not good. We are currently completely out of food. I'm really hoping that the hunters start bringing some meat home. It's looking like things are getting a little better, but oh my goodness, that got a little bit too close for comfort. Now, I don't want that to happen again, and our pond is about to thaw, so I will assign 1 of these families over to our fisherman's hut. And as soon as the pond thaws, we'll start to get some fish. Now it's finally March, the pond has thawed, we have tons of fish in here, we have a 1 month supply of food, and I've assigned every single available family to work at the fisherman's hut. So we aren't starving, we're starting to put a little bit of food away, but this just drives home the point that we probably need to start thinking about some of our animals. So I'm going to add pigs behind as many of these as I can. And now we really need to think about upgrading as many of our burgage plots to level 2 as possible. And it looks like we're just logs away. So that means that we need to stop producing planks and firewood. And we also need to change our work area away from our manor and set it back into the woods. And presumably we'll have enough lumber to upgrade some of these in short order, and indeed we do. All we needed was 2 timber. And that was critical. And that gives us our new development point. It levels up the city, and that's going to be very important for us because we need 2 more development points if we want deep mining. So obviously we're going to pursue charcoal burning next. And this will be helpful anyway because we are currently really low on wood. So having charcoal burning will turn 1 firewood into 2 charcoal. Does double duty. It's always a good thing to unlock. Now for that next development point, we've got a lot to do. We need 2 more level 2 burgage plots and 3 level 3 burgage plots, which honestly is going to be quite the lift. That's because to get to level 3, we need to have tavern supply. We also need a better church. We need 1 more type of food, which is why we have eggs now. And we need another source of clothing, shoes, clothes, or cloaks. I think we'll try to produce additional clothing locally, but we're going to try to import beer from our main city. I want to level up this burgage plot right here, and we'll turn this into a cobbler. And while that's being built, we absolutely have to build a charcoal kiln. Additionally, we have a whole bunch of clay right now, and we need clay roof tiles for our level 3 buildings as well as our upgraded church. So I think it only makes sense to add on a little bit right here and build a clay furnace. And now that these are constructed, I will assign 1 worker to our charcoal kiln, and I'm going to load up our clay furnace. And I can do that because it looks like our clay deposit's gone now. So I will just demolish this and add 5 workers here. And reasonably, we're going to demolish this too, as soon as we convert all of that clay into roof tiles. And now we get to the exciting stuff, our first artisans. So we're going to convert this burgage plot to be a cobbler's workshop, and then we're going to upgrade this home to level 2 and make this our butcher. So now that our cobbler's shop is ready, I just want to make sure that we have some limit here. So I'll say that as long as we have 25 shoes, we'll stop producing them. Now, additionally, I want to take this burgage plot. We're going to upgrade this to a butcher shop. Now, unfortunately, because this is an artisan, we lose one of our families that we could normally have unassigned. So I'm going to need to take someone from our clay furnace, remove them, and that will leave us the worker to build our butcher shop. Oh my goodness, we have an enemy and they are about to loot us. So I had to pause real quick as we take our retinue here and we'll rally the troops. Now, additionally, I want to see if there are any mercenaries that we can hire. And I'm guessing their green caps and the flock of crazy geese will be at our beck and call. And you can see that they are right here. That is perfect. They're turning around. They're not going to burn down our village. Wonderful. Now, unfortunately, it looks like some of our archers have decided to come in for melee combat. But I mean, reasonably, these brigands are not very big. We should be able to take them out with our mercenaries. We still have our retinue coming here, and they're very slow. They have a lot of armor. And I would not want to be there, and they don't either. Goodbye, raiders. It's been great knowing you. Now we can disband everybody. Now, unfortunately, this means that we have to have one family assigned to our corpse pit. And we already have one. I forgot one over there, which I guess isn't a bad thing. So they'll clean this up and we won't get unhappiness. Now, while all of that craziness was going on, our butcher shop was completed and we are now producing sausages, which is outstanding. So I'm going to say that we want to have a production limit of, let's say, 100 sausages for the time being. And we'll want to keep at least 50 meat on hand, as well as 50 salt. Now, interestingly, it looks like we could also craft meat here if we have carcasses. Now, I'm not 100% sure how to get carcasses. I want to click on this though real quick. Sheep and lambs. Oh my goodness. So with that being the case, we absolutely want to start producing some sheep and lamb as well. But that's going to have to come in a little while because I really want to make sure that we get our next development point. We're now actively using our salt and we're going to need to make sure that we never run out. So we're going to need to get 3 level 3 burgage plots. Now for that, we've got to take a look at something like this, make sure that we've got tavern supply, a better church, and more clothing. We're working on the clothing because we now have our cobbler's shop and we can upgrade our church so long as we have 16 planks. Right now we only have 5. So I'm going to add a worker right here. And now with our saw pit producing, we should have the planks needed in no time to build our church. And indeed, in about 20 seconds flat, we have all the materials needed to upgrade our church. Now, while this is going on, we need to figure out how we can start to get beer flowing here. So the first thing that we're going to do is build a small tavern. And I'm going to try to keep that relatively centrally located. So I'll place this right here, right next to our well. And while these are being built, we need to start to figure out trading to this region. So there are 2 things that I think that we could potentially trade. We could trade salt or we could trade leather because I know that we've got a ton of it. I think to begin, we will start with leather and we'll trade back beer. Now, just like our other regions, we're gonna have our pack stations here in Leuter Flucht, but here's the problem. We don't have any workers. I think for the time being, I'm gonna steal a couple from this farmhouse right here. And I believe that we have one at this small church. We'll steal this one as well. That'll give us 3 workers. And I care about that because we're gonna build 2 pack stations. So I think that we've gotta also think about expanding our living space over here. And I think I'll build that new housing right back here. Now, while this is being built, we're also gonna build our pack stations. And I'll plan on having 3 to serve this region. So now we have our 3 pack stations and we're gonna need some mules. Since each of these can have 2 mules, I just need to order 6 more. So at our trading post, I'll increase our number of mules to 26. Now, while we're waiting for that to happen, I'm going to set up these trades and assign some employees. So at our first pack station, we're gonna send over ale, and in return, I'm gonna take salt. That's not a terrible trade, at least it's even. At our second one, we're gonna send over meat. And again, we're gonna receive salt. That's also not a bad trade. At least it's an even number. And then for our final pack station, we're gonna trade bread. And once again, we're gonna trade for salt. That's a 1-for-1 trade, which is fantastic. Now, the whole reason I've decided to trade salt for everything instead of clay roof tiles like I was initially thinking is now we can just have one trade route established here in Leuter Flucht to get rid of all of this salt. So it'll make trading very simple. So let's go ahead and get this trade established and we'll export all of our salt. Now back here at Outpost, we actually haven't been mining salt. I completely forgot to assign workers here. So we'll assign one to each of the mines. And then now I'm going to take a look at this clay furnace. It is not quite as important as it was to us before. So I'll take this down to just one family and we'll put 3 more over here. We need salt so that we can trade. And right now we only have 1 month of fuel and 2 months of food. So this trade is going to be really important for our food. As far as our fuel goes, I'm going to actually take one person away from that mining pit and let's see if we can't figure this out. Yeah, we need one person here to our woodcutter's lodge. We can disable the saw pit. And our charcoal kiln is already going. As far as our logging camp is going, I'll increase this work area, but at this point, we absolutely must add someone to our forester's hut, and we'll start reforesting this area. And now, for better or for worse, it's a waiting game. Right now, we are very close to being able to upgrade both of these to level 3. We just need that beer. So we're gonna sit tight, and as soon as we can, we're gonna upgrade all of these buildings. Now, I've let a few months go by and I've noticed that our food supplies have been increasing, and that means that our trades are working. Now, I'm also guessing that we have some ale. We do. So in theory, we should begin to start leveling up some of these buildings to level 3 the moment that we have a bartender. And indeed, this building right here, as well as this one, all they need is a bit of ale and we can level these up to level 3, our first level 3 buildings in this settlement. Now, I am reluctant to reassign our workers outside of one. I believe that we have someone working our corpse pit. I will take them away. You will go from being a gravedigger to a bartender. Now, at the same time, we need even more families. We need more people working at our storehouse and at our granary. And I really think that we need to start working our trading post as well. So because of that, I'm going to build a few more homes right here. These are where our most advanced buildings are. So I'm guessing that if we were to build new buildings right here, they would level up relatively quickly as well. And would you look at that? We have 2 that can level up. So we're going to level up our butcher shop and we'll also level up this one right here. And with that, we're only 1 level 3 building away from reaching our next level. And we have another family that moved in. So I'm going to take this family. We're going to assign them to the trading post. And then I think that we're likely going to trade away salt. We still have a bit, and honestly, it's worth a lot. So to that end, we're going to export any salt that we have above 50. And I waited just a couple minutes till we had 25 regional wealth so that we could upgrade our cobbler's workshop. And we now have it, so let's do it. And look at that, we've reached the next settlement level, which is exactly what we needed. That means that we can unlock deep mining, which means that we have unlimited salt in this region. Now, to get to our next level, we would have to have 3 more level 2 burgage plots and 7 more level 3. Now, ultimately, I think that we actually want to get there because that would help us unlock sheep breeding. And if we had sheep breeding, we could have a whole bunch of sheep farms, and that would give us basically unlimited meat. And honestly, I think that we're closer to being able to do this than you might realize, because if we take a look at this building right here, for instance, our biggest limiting factor is planks, which is pretty basic. So I think that we are going to unlock this, start producing planks once again, and then we need to have even more burgage plots because we need to be able to have a whole bunch of people working our storehouse and our granary. Because if we look over here, our limiting factor are things that we already have, things like food, things like fuel and water. So we'll also upgrade our well. And then I'm going to add a number of burgage plots over here, something like 8. And once these are constructed, we should be able to fully staff both our storehouse and our granary, which is going to go a long way towards upgrading all the rest of the buildings. And while we were waiting, 2 of these buildings became eligible to upgrade, so we will upgrade these and any others that come up. And that was really exciting. That was our final level 3 building that we needed to be able to level up. And it was honestly really easy to get there. All we had to do was wait for planks. So because we have that, I'm now going to unlock sheep breeding. And now we know exactly what we have to do. First things first, we've got to make sure that we build our deep mines. If we don't build those, we're going to run out of salt. And right now, salt is the whole reason that our economy is doing well. So I'll upgrade this one to deep mine and this one as well. And now I want to build some sheep farms. So we'll build our first one right here, and I'll tuck the pasture right behind it. And this will be absolutely massive. We can have a capacity for up to 77 sheep here. And I'll build one more back here as well. And this will have space for 85 sheep. And now that our mines are constructed and our farms are done, it's time to import some animals. So I'm going to assign one family to the livestock trading post, and we'll begin to import lambs. And I want to import lambs because they're cheaper than the sheep. And I'll begin with just 4. Now with those 4 lamb that we're importing, we're going to need to make sure that we have 80 regional wealth available. But I think that we should probably spend down the rest and have a whole bunch of pigs at all these homes. And then now that we have sheep ordered, we want to make sure that we have some folks working at the sheep farm. So I'm going to assign 2 right here, and then I'll turn off the other sheep farm. And then for our final couple of families, it looks like we are running low on fuel. So I'm going to assign one family to our charcoal kiln and another to our woodcutter's lodge. And then finally, we need one more butcher. So I'll upgrade this burgage plot, and I'm going to see if any others can be upgraded. They can. So we'll get those upgraded as well. And the purpose of this butcher shop is going to be to produce meat from our sheep and lambs. And I'm going to make sure that we have at least 20 lambs and 20 sheep available. I don't want to go any lower than that. So we won't produce any meat for quite some time. And if we take a look over at our field, we have our first sheep. It's actually our first couple of sheep. So I'm going to let them breed for a while, let things fill in, and see where we shake out with all of our sausage. Now at this point in this village, it's kind of a waiting game, but things are moving in the right direction. We now have 13 months of food on hand, and if we take a look over here at our food, we've got 125 meat and 98 sausages. So we've got a bottleneck with our sausages, so I'm going to add another butcher or 2. And it looks like until I have at least one more tool, we're only going to have one more butcher shop. But honestly, it's probably for the best. We only have 2 unassigned families right now. Now, for this butcher shop, we will be focusing on production of sausages. I'm going to remove the sausage limit. So we'll just have unlimited sausages. And then in addition to that, I want to completely uncap our production. So I will enable this sheep farm. We'll have 2 families working this. And then I'm going to drop this one down to just 2. Now, over time, the number of sheep that we have is going to increase, and they'll eventually fill up this field. But honestly, I don't have any clue how long it's going to take to get there. It's probably going to be quite some time. But thankfully, we've got pigs in the back of every single one of these burgage plots, so I think we're going to be just fine on meat for quite some time. And because of that, I want to modify one of our trains over here in Leuter Flucht. We're going to take our bread for salt trade and turn it into a bread for sausage trade. That is again a 1-for-1 trade, which is fantastic. And this will be how we distribute sausage throughout the entire realm. And I'm glad that I noticed this. It looks like my math is a little bit suspect and we don't have any horses here. So we'll make sure that we're importing 2 more. And with that, this village should be in a place where we continue to produce more and more and more sausages. Now we could leave this alone, but there's one more thing that I want to do. I want to build another marketplace. And that's because most of these burgage plots are missing food. And by building this large market right here, we should have a bunch of new market stalls, considering there just wasn't space for most of them at this granary and at this storehouse. And indeed, this little market is hopping, and my guess is, yeah, that means that we can upgrade basically every single house over here, which you better believe we're gonna do. And we're completely out of planks, so I think this is the perfect time to take a look at Erlhardt and see how many people moved into that village. And my goodness, we have 33 families that are unassigned, and they are going to be assigned immediately. We're also going to need to start trading because we are running out of food over here, so it's good that we swung by. And after once again going through every single home and every single workplace, I was able to assign everyone to a workplace close to their home, and this place is now complete. We have no available living space and only 2 unassigned families. So this place is going to work just fine. And then the final thing I want to take a look at over here is trade, because we have a ton of money and not all that much food. So I'm going to import bread until we have at least 50 in stock. And I'll do the exact same thing with eggs and berries. And that will at least give us a bit of buffer, albeit at a very, very high cost. Back over here in Altbrook, we're in kind of an interesting spot. We could just wait for all of our pastures to fill in with sheep, but I'm not really satisfied with that. I want these pastures to be filled in before we end things today. I think that I'm going to try to import as many lamb as possible. Now we have a total pasture size of 161 between all of these, so I'm going to go to our livestock trading post and import up to 161. The other thing that would be helpful would be having more employees at our livestock trading post. So to that end, we're going to get rid of this clay furnace. At this point, we're totally out of clay, so we just have an employee here doing nothing. Goodbye, friend. You now work at the livestock trading post. And we're going to need lots of money, and there are 2 things that we can do there. First is I want to go into our trading post and make sure that we have some really specific trade routes established. First, I want to make sure that we are exporting wool. Anything above 50 will go out the door, and I'm going to buy this trade route. I also want to take a look at salt, and we're going to establish a dedicated trade route for that as well. And then finally, I'm going to spend the big bucks and unlock a trade route for leather. Because of our policies, we just have a ton of it. And then secondly, if we upgrade all of these homes to level 2, they'll start to generate regional wealth. And if we can upgrade any to level 3, we'll get an additional family. So I want to upgrade as many of these as I can. Now, our limiting factor there is going to be planks. So I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to remove 1 family from our logging camp and add 1 over to our saw pit. And then I'm going to uncork this for a while. And we'll produce as many planks as possible. And then finally, we have our butcher shop right here. I'm going to produce sausages here so that we're not converting any of our sheep to meat inadvertently. We'll configure this at the end. And with that, the waiting game begins. Now, months have gone by and a lot has changed. I've upgraded every single house through this entire area. We've actually upgraded a number of them to level 3 and got a number of new families in the region, which has caused our city to level up to large town. Now, this was fantastic because it allowed me to unlock advanced pond keeping, so now the pond is valuable year round. Now, the thing that's crazy though, is even though we have a ton of money, we're just not importing our lamb very fast. So what I'm thinking we're gonna do is open up 2 more livestock trading posts temporarily and try to really supercharge this. I'm gonna place these right at the edge of the map. And then just like I've done with the original trading post, I'm gonna max out the number of employees that we have here. And after literal years, our pastures are finally completely full. So we've got 161 sheep and lamb combined, and we need to start processing them. But I've got a couple of thoughts here. So we will switch this butcher shop over to a meat production focus. I want to make sure that we're not slaughtering lambs. So we're going to say that we have to have 500 before we are willing to slaughter them. For sheep, I want to keep this very, very full. We're selling a whole bunch of wool right now. I think that's a benefit to us. So we're going to try to make sure that we're not slaughtering until we're completely full of sheep. We'll end up having too many because of all of our lambs, and we'll be slaughtering them at that point in time. Actually, I should set this a little bit lower because that's so maybe 150. But I also know that we have a ton of money here now, and we have this infrastructure to import sheep, and I think I want to do that. So I'm going to stop importing lambs and instead import sheep. And we'll set this to be that 151 that we just set over at our butcher shop. For the time being, it means that we're going to import a ton of sheep, which is completely fine. Now, to go along with that, I'm going to get rid of these 2 livestock trading posts. We just don't need those anymore. And I'm going to make one change with our salt mine. We're going to add a ton of workers. And then finally, I want to build some salt storage over here. I think that we would really benefit from that, and our generic storage is currently full. And then I'm going to go ahead and assign 1 worker here, and then only allow salt to be stored here. And I'm also going to build 1 overflow pasture. This is really only going to be necessary now while we have a whole bunch of lamb. In the future, we can probably get rid of this. But for now, we absolutely have to have this. Otherwise, we're going to have sheep running away. And this new field already has 17 livestock in it. Honestly, it kind of feels like we uncorked lambs at this point because there's a ton of them. We're importing a ton of them. Things are really flying around the map. And what that means for us is that in short order, we're going to have a gigantic slaughter and a ton of sausage. Now, that's not going to happen until we have 150 sheep. We're getting very close to that. But right now, we still have 87 lamb. And that is why we continue to have more and more sheep and lamb in this field. Now, I want to do some back of the envelope math and plan things out a bit. So there are 3 different approaches that I think we could take to get there. The first would be to build a whole bunch of new burgage plots. The second would be to redevelop our existing burgage plots, and the third would be to level them up. Now, those all have their own pitfalls, so we'll kind of go through them one by one. The first, if we were just to build a whole bunch of new burgage plots, it's back of the envelope math. Let's just say we continue to develop the exact same way that we have been. We currently have 371 residents that are part of 118 families living on 56 burgage plots. So that's 3.14 residents per family, and about 2.1 families per burgage plot. So to get to 1,000 residents, we'd have to have 319 families living on 151 burgage plots. That's 95 new burgage plots. Even if we doubled things up, I don't know where we fit them. We'd have to either eat into our farm fields, eat into our lumber industry, or sprawl down the hill. And I don't want to do any of those for a variety of reasons. First, we need to have our food if we want to support our village. We need our lumber if we want to build these burgage plots. And I don't want to sprawl down the hill because we were supposed to stay on the hill. That was one of the core design principles of this community. For self-defense, we stay on the hill. And even though we don't need that, it still feels wrong to abandon that idea. So the other approach would be just to subdivide things. So we could just take existing parcels like this one and just demolish it and replace it with 2 new parcels. That would work. We would get twice as much density here. We wouldn't be sprawling, but we would lose our backyard extensions. So if we're going to do that, we probably want to be really thoughtful about that because we could run into some problems with food. And then the third approach would be, again, leveling up all of our buildings to level 3. That has its own pitfalls. Obviously, we wouldn't lose our backyard extensions, and we would get double the density. You can see our Boyer shop here has 4 families, not 2. However, it costs a lot of materials to do that. We'd end up needing 4 roof tiles, 12 planks, 3 lumber, and 25 gold for every single building that we upgrade. Now, the nice thing about this is if we get to level 3, we would actually only need 80 level 3 burgage plots to get there. So that's only 24 more than we currently have. But these burgage plots are really big. They're really tall. The massing feels like it's appropriate in a downtown, but not necessarily in the hinterlands. So I don't know that it makes sense to level everything up, and I don't know that our supply chains are robust enough to handle it. That said, I think that we should level up a number of them, and I think that we probably want to subdivide some of these larger parcels, and we're going to need to grow a bit. I think that's probably a little bit of an all of the above approach. So with that in mind, one of the most important things for us to do is likely get our supply chains in order. And though that's where I would like to begin, I don't think it is the smartest place to begin. The smartest place to begin is to make sure that we always have available living space. Because if we ever drop to 0, we are not growing at all. No population growth. So we're going to begin by creating a couple of burgage plots. And for that, I'm going to create some new parcels. Now, I think that we are going to encroach a little bit into our forestry industry because I want to spread this out, maybe even double it up. So I think that we're going to add some new burgage plots behind these ones right here. Now, building these will give us 5 additional living spaces, which once built will allow us to begin immigration. So I'm going to allow that to happen, and while we're waiting for this, I want to go through our supply chains and try to troubleshoot some of the issues that we're having. So one of the most noticeable things for me is that we aren't doing all that well with planks, at least not relative to how I think we should be doing here. And I think that there are 3 things that are problematic right now. The first is going to be at our trading post. I think that we're trading things away. Probably many things that we actually need to keep. Yeah, we're trading away planks. We're going to stop that. I'm going to start to import stone. I want to make sure that we always have at least 100, not that we trade away until we have 100. I want to stop exporting our roof tiles. We're going to need those to level up. I think we're going to import barley. Barley is an important input in the beer making process, so I want to make sure that we always have at least 100 on hand. For our food, I don't want to export anything. We're going to need all the food that we can get. We're also currently exporting firewood and charcoal. I want to stop that. That is not helpful for us. That is a waste of lumber that we're going to need to build all of these new buildings. And then finally, I want to stop exporting ale. I don't know that we've ever actually done this, but we don't want to begin. Now, there's more that we have to do besides that, though. I think that we're using up a lot of our planks in this downtown area because we had a blacksmith shop here, but we have a few blacksmith shops, and they are making things like pole arms, which require planks and iron slabs. So I'm going to turn off the blacksmith workshops that we have down here, as well as our joiner shops, which are using planks to make shields, and the bowyer shop that we just looked at a moment ago. And I'm going to speed up production of the blacksmith so that I can disable this building as well. And then finally, I think that we need to make some adjustments to our lumber industry generally. So we have a saw pit right here, just one, and we have some limits set on here. Our production limit is 50. That is problematic. We're going to say nope, no production limit, but we want to make sure that we always have at least 50 timber on hand. Now that's been a problem for us because we're turning it all into firewood. I don't think that we need to do this. We currently have 3,000 firewood on hand. So I'm just going to turn this off for now. And then we have 2 of these charcoal kilns. I don't think that we're fully working either of them. So I'm going to get rid of one of these and fully staff the other. The reason why I want to do this is our charcoal kiln turns normal firewood into 2 charcoal. So we're effectively taking our gigantic 3,000 strong pile of firewood and turning it into 6,000 charcoal as long as we continue to produce charcoal. But I don't think that this is enough. I think that we need to also think about adding even more production. And for that, I'm going to add another logging camp right here, another saw pit right here, a forester, and a storehouse. And I'll get building all of these right away so that lumber is not our bottleneck. And now that all of these are built, let's get them all configured. So the first thing I'm going to configure is the storehouse. You can already see that random stuff is being brought here. I don't want that. So we'll get rid of everything to begin with. And I'm only going to allow planks to be stored here. Honestly, planks and roof tiles and clay. Very specific reason for that. We still have a clay furnace here, so I think that there might be some value in importing some clay. So we'll store those materials here, but nothing else. Then looking at our other buildings, for our forester's hut, I want to make sure that we're reforesting this area. So we'll add a couple workers here, and then I'm going to limit the work area right here. And for our logging camp, we'll work the exact same area. I want to make sure that I'm not encroaching upon our wild animal deposit at all. And then we'll add a couple people over here to our saw pit as well. And then finally, I don't think I added anyone to our storehouse. I'm only going to add one person, one family. I don't really think that we need much more than that. This should be able to get things moving around the map for us. Now, I mentioned those clay roof tiles and the clay furnace, and we have that right here. And interestingly enough, we've had one person working the clay furnace for a long time, and I don't think that we have any clay here at all right now. So that is something that I want to change. Yeah, no clay here. So I believe that we have an extra pack station or 2 that has no one working it and no trades occurring. I'm going to trade with Linek iron ore for clay. That's actually a great deal for us here because it's worth 3 times the clay, so we should get a fair amount in return. Now, before we think about our next supply chain, I want to think about our approval rate. And that's because our approval rate is going to determine how fast people move to our community. So right now, because we have 75% or higher approval, our growth rate is high. But if we drop below this, we are going to start seeing a slower growth rate. And that's going to make it more difficult for us to reach our goal. Now, the couple of things that we can control are entertainment, that's beer, and taxation, that's taxes. Right now, the easier one for us to control is going to be taxation. Obviously, we need to tax because we need money in our treasury to pay the king. But we don't have to do that here. So I'm going to turn the taxes here to 0. You can see that that will improve our approval, and this will probably jump up into the 80s. Now, we still need money. So what I'm going to do is head over here where I know that we've got a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of approval. I don't really care if people are happy here or not. As long as they stay above 50%, things are going to be just fine. And that will keep money flowing into our coffers. And with that, we can take on our most challenging supply chain, beer making. So right now, we are currently growing some of our barley. We're importing it from other regions. We're using the malt house right here to turn it into malt. And then we have a brewery right over here that we are using to brew the beer and sell at our large tavern. Now, to improve things, we could add more workers here to our large tavern. That's one thing that we probably should take on. We could also build another brewer, and we could build another malt house. The other thing that we could do is build a dedicated storehouse just for brewing stuff. And I think that's probably where we'll begin. So I'm going to build a brand new storehouse right back here. And I'll put a malt house right next to this. And my goodness, while we were building this, Hildebolt decided that he's going to claim the main city, the one that we're working on right now, which is absolute madness. So I had to slow it down for a minute. We are going to call up our entire army. In fact, I'm going to see if we can make it even bigger. Yeah, we could add even more crossbowmen here. We are going to rally all of the troops in this area. And I'm going to hire every mercenary. And I'm going to do this now because I want everyone to get into a formation here. In fact, I should probably take the troops that are from here and put them in the right spot. And we'll just rally everyone over here for now. I'm obviously going to resolve this claim in the battlefield, but I'm going to wait as long as I can so that I can get as many troops into this area as possible. Now, while that's going on, I need to configure this. But while I was so rudely interrupted, the moment this is done, I want to make sure that we're only storing brewing materials here. And I have to resolve the claim on the battlefield before this is done, which is really frustrating. And we're at war, so I'm going to have to pause this for the time being. But we're in a good spot. Even though Hildebolt's coming fast and furious around the hill, look at how many troops we have over here. So I'm not overly concerned. We're going to grab all of these archers and pull them off to the side. I want them firing from the top of the hill. Then we'll take our retinue and spread them out right here. Now, I don't think that they're going to come from this side, but still, just in case, I'm going to grab these brigands, just have them right here as a decoy. We've also got this retinue over here. I guess maybe we'll keep them over here and we'll use our brigands to lure the troops around the hill. Hildebolt has a message for us. 249 gold if we drop our claim on our capital. Hard pass, Hildebolt, but a bold move. I almost respect it. And with that, I think we're ready to go. I don't know where the enemy troops... Oh, they're not even anywhere close to us just yet. They're still marching on through. So I'm going to attract them over here. Now, come on back. Come on back. They are getting broken up immediately. The moment they see what's going on, they're trying to come through, but they got to go up the hillside. And I would not want to be a part of that. Yeah, they did sneak around, which is pretty bad, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Our formation was too good. There's some archers right here. I guess I could grab that retinue and send them straight at them. Yeah, and they're running for the hills. They are running for the hills. They don't want to engage in this. And I don't blame them. We'll say missile alert so that we don't end up getting shot a whole bunch. Then come straight through. How far back are they going to run? I mean, at a certain point, if they're running this far back, didn't they just abandon the mission? Okay, no. Now they're coming back. Now they want to engage in hand-to-hand combat. And at this point, we've literally chased them to the edge of the map and they're just shooting at us. But I don't know if we can actually attack them because they're outside of the map. Okay, now we can. We broke them. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That was very strange. Very, very strange. Anyway, we'll bring them back here. That stunk. We definitely lost some of our retinue there because of that little stunt they played going out of the map area. But I don't think that we really need to worry now for quite some time. Generally, when Hildebolt attacks, he'll attack at day 90, the first day of the battle, and then he'll wait till around day 30. So I think we've got 40 days or so of peace. So I'm going to get someone working our church here to bury some of the bodies, and then we need to make sure that we've got some available living space because we are all out right now. We can upgrade all of these to have additional living space, so we will do so. And then we can finally, oh, and it looks like people are already putting things in the storehouse, which is not what I wanted. And I guess it doesn't matter because I wasn't supposed to build a storehouse. I was supposed to build a granary. But I'll take this as a win and just allow general storage to occur here. Obviously, it was a need. It came back a little bit later than I thought he was going to, but with only 26 days remaining in the battle, he is back, and he even has a message for us. 289 gold if we drop our claim on our capital. Again, no thank you, sir. And once again, he's interrupting us as we're building a storage building. So I will pause that, just check out what's going on over here. Looks like he's replenished pretty well, but you know what? We still have one heck of an army, and honestly, it's only gotten better in the time since he was last here. So I will make sure that there is no way to sneak around and attack our archers. We've basically made just a gigantic wall of archers back here. No matter where they come at us, they're going to have a bad time. Unless, of course, they come up the backside. Well, we've still got a retinue over here, so we should be fine no matter what they decide to do. And here they come. Everyone is coming right down the main drag, and they are about to have a bad time. Just imagine walking up here and seeing all of that coming right towards you. Not a great time. Not a great time. So next up, they've got their infantry. And the fate looks like it's going to be exactly the same. Everyone's getting shot at as they come our way, and they're having a bad time. And once again, we've broken everyone but their archers, but we're hitting their archers from our current location. So I think that we should just probably hold and do exactly what we're doing. I don't want to scare them away this time. I want them to break from our archers. And it took longer than I would have imagined, but we were able to completely dispatch or dispel of them. We lost a couple of archers, but honestly, it wasn't all that bad. So we now have 16 days remaining, and I think that we're going to be just fine. However, we better come over here and make sure that we're burying the bodies over here as well. So I'll assign one person over to this small church because there are bodies everywhere. And we'll just continue to hold our position. In the meantime, we will go back to building our granary. And now we will limit to barley, malt, and ale. Now with those, we do have a couple of citizens that we can assign here. I'm going to assign 2 here at our malt house. I just want to make sure, yeah, we're not limiting anything here. Though we do have a reserve of barley for some reason, I will stop doing that. And then I'm going to assign 1 worker here at this granary so that they're moving all those materials around for us. Now, we're also running low on available living space. We don't have any right now. So I'm going to get to building a few more. I've added 6 burgage plots right here, all of which can have accessory dwelling units. And I'm about to do something very savage over here and get rid of a whole bunch of our existing development. I really want to step up the density for a few of these areas, so that's why we're going to do it. We have a massive deficit of housing right now, so I'm going to get to building these and replacing these immediately. And obviously, we just won the battle. I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm worried about our housing shortage. And finally, after about a year, everything that we initially set to build has been built. And this has been a wild ride. For about 6 months, we had a deficit of housing. I should have never let that happen. That means that we basically had no growth for 6 months. But what we did have happen is everyone got really enthusiastic about their lot in life. The approval rating for the city generally jumped to 100% for quite some time. And I think it's because we had beer. So that's the only thing it can really come down to is we've got a whole bunch of barley and we've got a bit of beer. Right now we've got 12 and apparently that's good enough. When we hold down this menu, you can see that there are a bunch of buildings that want to upgrade and not all that many that have that red beer icon. At one point in time, it was really, really bad. Anyway, we will be redeveloping a few more parcels. I'm thinking these ones right here, but I've learned a big lesson. I can't do that unless I have a whole bunch of housing available. And at this point in time, we don't have it just yet. So where we're going to start is I want to take all of these new level 1 buildings and get these upgraded. These ones right here are going to replace our bowyer and our cobbler. And I also want to add a butcher and, maybe even another brewer so that we have all of that right here. These are our larger lots that have accessory uses available to them. So I think that these make the most sense to do that with. So rather than adding expanded living space right away, I'm going to upgrade these ones. And for all the rest of these, I want to add the extra dwelling units as soon as I can. And you can see with just this area, that opens up 17 new living spaces. So that's pretty outstanding. I will prioritize these because I want to continue growing. But reasonably, these won't be all that far behind. Now, one of the fun things is with our approval at 100%, we're basically having 100% of our buildings fill as soon as we build them. So we currently have no available living space. So I want to get these upgraded as quickly as possible. And again, these are our specialized buildings. One of the things that I think we need to have is going to be a brewery, another one. So I'll build one of those right here. Next, I also want to build a butcher. This will be our first butcher in this community. And right away, I'm going to build 2. Then we also need our cobbler and our bowyer's workshop, even though we're not going to be doing anything there right away. Now, while we're waiting for all of this to build out, one thing that I've noticed is that our food supply has dropped down to 9 months. I think a big part of this is that we aren't fully utilizing our supply of meat. And if we take a look here, we have 40 of 40 wild animals available. Something's happening here. We aren't totally staffing our hunting camp, and that's a problem for us. So I'm going to fully staff this, and I'm going to actually build even more hunting camps here. And I honestly think that we could get away with having 3 of them here. One of them will be fully staffed. The other one will have only 1 person here. Also, we have our forager's hut right here. I'm going to fully staff this because we have a whole bunch of unassigned families. So we might as well make sure that we're picking every single berry that comes our way. And then I want to take a look at the farms. You can see that we have a lot of flax that's being grown right now. That's not super helpful. So I think that we're going to switch a lot of the flax to wheat, because I think that we're just going to keep running out of food or running lower and lower and lower anyway. So I'm going to go through each field and make sure that we have plenty of wheat. And I also want to make sure that these are fully staffed, because you can see right here, we have 6 workers, not the 8 that we could have. And then there's 2 more things that I want to do before I upgrade as many buildings as I can. Number 1, I think that we need to add more workers to our tavern. That is one of our limiting factors right now. So I'll add 2 right here. And then I noticed as I held down tab that a lot of our buildings are missing water. And I think that's because we only have one well right now. So I'm going to build a second one. And this is a bit off the beaten path, but I think it's going to do just fine for us. And it took a lot of people to build that well, but honestly, I think it was worth it. And if you look, we can upgrade basically everything now. That was one of our major limiting factors. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to upgrade as many buildings as I can. This is going to give us a capacity to grow and hopefully get us to 50% of our goal. So I'm going to let all of these get built out, but there's a couple of things I want to check on before I do that. The first is our food situation, because right now we have 11 months of food remaining, and that's actually a decline. So I want to make sure that we have as many people assigned to our hunting camps as possible, because I see that we have 40 out of 40 available animals right here. Next, I think that a part of the reason that we're experiencing this is we have a lot of flax being grown right now. That is my fault. I should have mixed up the crops better. I didn't do that. So this is going to be a down year in terms of our overall farm production, but we have a glut of flax available. So I want to make sure that we're processing that. So I'm going to beef up the production at our weaver's workshop. I also know that we have a granary over here that only has one person staffing it. I'm going to crank this to 6 because we have a lot of unassigned families. I'm going to also assign one family right here at this windmill so that we're fully staffed there as well. And then I know that I said that we have 33 projects ongoing right now, but I am very concerned about food. I don't want to wait until we have a food problem. So I'm going to build a whole bunch of farms down here. Basically, I think it's going to take probably 3 new farmhouses and maybe like 24 new fields. So I'm going to build farmhouses, granaries. I'll probably also build some hitching posts, and I'm going to load this entire area up. And here's our new mega farm for this region. So we've got 3 full complete farm sets along with the farmhouses, granaries, as well as our hitching posts. Now I am going to pause all of these and build these last because I think that these will still be worked even without actually having the farmhouses. And that's because when things are idling at the other farms, they're going to bring the oxen down here and till the field. So this is probably not a huge concern right now. And with that, it's time to crank on our population. I'm going to let everything build out, and I'll upgrade buildings along the way as well. Honestly, that's kind of hilarious. We reached our maximum settlement level in Altbrook, but not here in Leuter Flucht, so we have another development point available. This is the last one that we're going to get, so as much as I would love to pursue rye cultivation, for instance, we're not going to be able to do that. And of the policies that we have remaining, I think trapping's probably going to be the most useful one for us. We have a whole bunch of trappers, so hopefully we'll get a pretty decent yield of passive meat. And because we have 2 butcher shops, we can turn those into sausages. Now at this point, we've finished basically every single construction project at the top of the hill. And before we start to upgrade all these buildings to level 3, we've got to focus on our farms. So I've unpaused construction for all the buildings down here, and we'll get to building all of them at once. And now that all of these are constructed, I've made sure that every farmhouse has a few employees, a bunch of livestock assigned to it, and that each of our granaries doesn't have a market stall and has at least one person working it. And now that we've done this, I think it's time to upgrade every single building that we can to level 3 and get our population to 1,000. We're halfway there. That was only a couple of moments for you, but for me, it was a couple of hours, and a lot has happened. Most noticeably, I've upgraded almost every single building in this area to be a level 5 burgage plot, and honestly, I think that the community looks outstanding. The only ones that I haven't upgraded are out here. And you can see I could upgrade all of these. I just don't think it would look right. These buildings seem like the right size to be out in the hinterland. If we were to take one of these level 3 buildings and pop it out here, feels like it would just be out of place. So we're not going to do that. This is a little bit of a problem for us though. We're 75% of the way towards our goal, and I don't think that we have enough available housing to house the rest of the families that we would need to actually reach our goal. In fact, I've done a little bit of math, and I think that we have enough housing to house about 825 citizens. So we are going to need to build a little bit more. That said, to have what we have right now, I had to build a couple of things. I had to build 2 more farmhouses, and this might seem like a weird spot to have these, and it kind of is, but I realized something. I had people that worked at this farmhouse traveling all the way across the map to farm when it was necessary. So with that in mind, why not just have all of these unassigned families that I have working somewhere? And I had some space back here for some farmhouses, so I added them back here. Ultimately, they're going to travel across the map when necessary, so might as well let them. Additionally, I built another trading post. I felt like we were being bottlenecked and our trading post was completely filling up with goods, so having this second one here means that we are never full at either of our trading posts and things are constantly moving around. You might also notice that we've got some food at our trading post. That's because I decided to import food because we were lacking food diversity in a couple instances. We had plenty of food, but it was all bread and sausage, and people need vegetables and eggs. So importing a small amount has gone a long way towards allowing me to upgrade all of the buildings. The other thing that's gone a long way is building another tavern. The one tavern that we had just wasn't enough to quench everyone's thirst. Having 2 has seemed to be the difference maker, along with adding a large marketplace back here. Now, along with doing all of this, we got attacked by raiders 4 times, and Hildebolt attempted to claim Leuter Flucht once more, but we were able to repel him and hold him back. So that leaves us with our final challenge, building enough burgage plots to meet our population goal. Now, like I said a moment ago, I think that we have enough housing available right now to house 825 residents. So we need to find enough housing for 175 more. Doing a little bit of math, I think that we'll need to have about 57 more families. And if we have level 3 buildings, that means that we have to have 15 more burgage plots. I've already got 2 right here, so we're not all that far away. I think that we could probably sneak them back here, and that's where my game plan is. We're going to have some larger burgage plots back here, maybe extend this road up here and have another one back here. This will be close to our tavern and close to this marketplace, so they should be fairly easy to level up. I've decided to deviate from the plan just a little bit. After drawing these burgage plots in, I realized I was only able to fit in 11. And with the 2 by the manor, that's 13, which means that we're still 2 level 3 burgage plots shy. So I could have just added a couple more back here, but here's the thing. I think it would look really strange again to have a bunch of level 3 burgage plots at the edge of the community. So I think we're going to level these 5 plots to level 2. That should give us more than enough space to reach our population goal, and we should be able to farm these, so that is another bonus, hopefully helping us maintain our food. Now, in addition to these, we also need to build that windmill, and I think it only makes sense to build this at the bottom of the hill down here. So I'll place one right there, and honestly, we're going to have enough workers for a second one. Maybe I'll place another one over here, considering we have all these farm fields over here. And this city right here on the hill should be large enough to support 1,000 residents. But here's the thing. We need to upgrade these brand new burgage plots to level 3, and we can't do that yet because no one lives there. So we're going to have to wait for citizens to move in each of these before we can upgrade to level 2 and then level 3. So in the meantime, we've got one more goal, and that is upgrading our manor. So let's take on that project right now as well. So let's head into the castle planner, and I think we need to completely rethink this. So one of the nice things about the castle planner is we can completely move this. We don't even need to leave the manor where it is. We can bump it back, and we're going to. It's a little bit too close to these buildings for comfort, at least my comfort. And first, let's add the tax office. This doesn't actually do anything besides look neat. looks just like the manor, so we'll tack this onto the side to make it look a little bit bigger. Then I want to draw a road into the manor. And I'm doing that because once I draw the walls around here, this is going to turn into a door. But we don't want to draw that next. We want to move our garrison tower and add in some of our outer towers. And I decided to rethink everything. The tax office would actually probably be a fairly active building, so I wouldn't want people going to the manor for that. And then I decided to move the garrison tower back so that you'd be able to get a good vantage point of the entire valley. So we'd have all of our retinue looking down, seeing if they need to come out and get to battle. And then we have all of our corner pieces right here, so we should be able to just add our wall and gates in between. And there we go. Not exactly symmetrical, but I think it is a good location for this. It's still got a good vantage point from inside the manor, and you'd be able to see all around here for defense. And ultimately, that is the main purpose of the manor anyway. And I will not lie, that was incredibly satisfying to watch that get built as quickly as it did. And honestly, I think it looks pretty darn good. What a cool spot for this. What a beautiful map. And honestly, you couldn't ask for a better spot for a manor, at least not in my opinion. Now we've got 827 residents, which means that we should be able to upgrade some of these buildings. So we're going to do it right away. And here we are, less than 40 people away from the promised land. But unfortunately, we're starting to run out of food. And I think it's because the whole supply chain is starting to break down. It's not even that we don't have materials. We've got tons of flour and nothing is working. Even though I've added extra bakers, we're still not making any bread. So I think desperate times call for desperate measures, and we're going to reach 1,000 if it's the last thing I do, but we're going to do it in a way that I wasn't necessarily anticipating that we would. I'm going to build a small neighborhood back here, and this should help us reach our goal. Oh, and that right there is it. We've got 1,000 residents, 1,001 living here in Leuter Flucht. And I gotta tell you, I did some back of the envelope math, and I thought that we were gonna have 1,001 residents. It's really gratifying to actually see that number. That said, getting here has been a bit of a harrowing experience. It feels like at about 850 residents, the wheels started to fall off. We started to run low on food and fuel, and just in general, people stopped being happy. So I'm a little bit curious. I'm gonna do a little bit of off-camera work to see if I can stabilize things, because I really want to leave this save in a position where it could just kind of run indefinitely. So let me give that a shot. We'll be right back. Here we are, 3 years in the future, and things are mostly looking pretty good. You can see that we now have 4 months of food built up and 5 months of fuel. That might not seem all that impressive, but we started to run low on both of them, incredibly low. And there are a couple of things I had to do to make up for it. Down here, I had to plant a whole bunch of new fields and get 2 more farmhouses. The reason why this was so important is the farmhouses obviously help harvest all of the fields, and these fields are located in what is the most fertile area at the bottom of the hill. I probably should have paid more attention to that when I was building these fields, but alas, here we are. And now you can see that this next harvest is going to be absolutely massive. 2,592 wheat in this next harvest. I assume that we're going to see our food just go through the roof. In fact, the harvest that we were seeing were about 1,200 wheat. So this is a huge improvement. But reasonably, you can't just have wheat and flour. You got to be able to turn it into bread. So I added 2 additional bakeries. And in addition to that, I went through all the pack stations and I disabled every single one that was sending food out of town. So those are the moves that have stabilized the food supply. And then for the fuel supply, I had to go ahead and add another charcoal kiln. Interestingly, I deleted one of these, and in the long run, we ended up needing to have 2 of them. We were still good with one of our woodcutters' lodges though. And because I made modifications to the pack station, I also had to come to this community and add this butcher shop right here. I just wanted to make sure that we never run out of food in Altbrook, and we were going to if I didn't find another source of food in this village. So since we have meat, we have another butcher. And over here in Erlhardt, I added a communal oven, and because we have this, we now make bread locally, and we don't have to worry about shipping it back from Leuter Flucht. And with those changes, things have been completely stable in every single one of our cities for 3 years, and our total population is 1,672 across all 4 of our regions, which is honestly really, really outstanding in my opinion. Now, I know that this build doesn't have the largest population of any build ever put together in Manor Lords, but I think it's important to remember that this is the smallest map by far, with only 4 regions. So this population is actually quite large relative to the size of the overall map. But without a doubt, this is about as large as I could get the build while having it still function appropriately. You might have noticed this throughout the video, but things are beginning to hang every now and then. At worst, it's 5 seconds of hanging. In fact, one just happened right there. And that's because we're just pushing the game to its absolute limits, at least in its current form. But one of the things I was excited to read recently is that many of the underlying systems of the game are being rewritten all at once, and the next update's going to be huge, and the game should be a ton better than it is now, which is really exciting because the game is already outstanding. So you better believe that as soon as that update's released, we'll be right back here building another city. But until then, we're going to leave it here. And I really hope that you've enjoyed this one. If you did, please hit the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. And I want to thank you so much for your time today. There's a million things you could have been doing. You decided to hang out with me for 5 hours and build this region in Manor Lords. And for that, I appreciate you and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.